Yo, 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 what's cracking, y'all? Welcome, 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 welcome to my show. Let's chop it up. We're bringing it back. Look at my love. Rockwell in the house. What up, bro, Kip? Give me a second while I'm getting everything adjusted. What up, bro?
Yeah, man. The reason I got the camera off because I ain't want I don't want the glare and bothering everybody. How you doing, man? Long time no see.
Yeah, same here. Same here. How you
Busy
feeling?
people got to be. I'm not 100%, but I'm getting there. My knees are hurting. I might have to have knee surgery soon.
Oh,
But
yeah, yeah, yeah. You got
I'm
to get
good.
in line on that. Join the party.
I got a couple of canes if you need one.
Yeah, yeah. I already got something here, man. Appreciate it, though.
Yeah, yeah. Man. It's been a while, man, since we chop. You know what I mean? Been a
Yeah,
while, man.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Cause
Well,
everybody in the family, like, hold up, you and Anthony used to be like, we couldn't tell y'all apart. Y'all was so close. I'm like, well, things happen. You know what I mean?
yeah, life happened. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we still good. We still friends. I mean, we still kicking. Life happens. I got
Right, right.
sick and everything else.
And and I
Everybody,
don't
I mean,
discourage people information or their life, unless they want it to be. You know what I mean? That's one
mm-hmm,
thing. I know the meaning and live by the meaning of the word respect. Okay,
yeah,
so
we
people need to
appreciate
understand that everything don't need to be said and everything don't need to be heard about somebody else's unless they want it to be. You know what I mean? But that's the problem. Some people out here they so hungry to talk about something, especially they ain't talking about they self. They quick to run their mouth with somebody else. But I mean, if it
it.
ain't
Yeah,
benefit, it ain't if it ain't the benefit of it, and plus it ain't the respect of the person who want their life to be talked about, then who give you the right
mm-hmm,
to talk about it? You know what I mean?
mm, yeah, yeah,
But I mean,
yeah,
it is what it is.
yeah.
What problem?
I'm
What's
going
wrong
through
with
a situation right now, man, about something that I'll discuss with you, at a later date.
you?
But
Okay.
it's
Okay.
deep. It's real deep.
Oh, hello. We'll
Yeah,
chop it up.
yeah. We chopped that up. But like I said, the fam is like saying how everybody's doing. They saying putting that music out there. We got this. Me and my brother Kevin putting this thing together with a Christmas thing and a Thanksgiving thing. We might throw, might do something on that. Um,
Okay.
my brother's birthday is December 24th. That's Noble. He just came back
Right.
from what he was doing. So
Right. Right.
we glad to have him home for his
Right. Right.
first Christmas.
Right.
So everybody thinking about doing, getting together and getting the five kings together and doing something, putting some music out. So that's what we're
Yeah.
working on now. You know,
Yeah.
trying to
Well,
yeah, man. Like my sister said, I didn't mean to cut you off. Like my sister said, me and you need to chop it up about some music for her, cause she
yeah.
getting on my nerves.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. We definitely can do that.
Yeah.
But look,
So,
I want to
yep.
cut you off. I want to get on the title of the conversation. Bring
Mm-hmm.
my daughter in here so we can chop it up about the
Yeah.
situation with Shanquella. Do you know about it?
I heard about it, but I don't know too much about it.
Yeah, it's about the girl in Mexico. She went down there with friends and they end up killing her. And I mean, I don't even know how I should even say that word, but talking about the subject with her name. But they end up harming her, and I was bringing my daughter on to uh, kind of interview her, but also give y'all insight of the mind of that generation. You know what I mean? And the peer pressure, the also the social media, friends, it's totally different from when I was coming up. You know what I mean? And I know you can agree with me, we didn't have
I
social media, we didn't have, you had the bully at the school, you had the jocks at the school, the most popular people and the nerds
mm-hmm.
and the not so popular people. So, but in this day, it's a little different. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
they
it
got
is.
a little more going on. Hey, Des Lorca, thank you for coming in.
I,
Um,
I can't chat,
this is
so hello to everybody in the chat, and God bless you. Please be safe and be careful out there.
yeah, but yeah, this the situation that we want to be talking about today. So,
Mm-hmm.
if you can stay up or you can get down.
I'll,
I'm about to bring my daughter on,
yeah, I'll
and we're
stay.
about to get started.
All
And we
right,
can do
no
it. We
problem.
can chop it up, some more after, or
Yeah,
but I just want to get this out the way.
yeah, no doubt.
All right, bro.
Yeah, go ahead,
I
do your thing.
appreciate
I'll
you.
stay up. Yeah,
All right, go ahead and mute.
all right.
Welcome, 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 everybody to Let's Chop It Up with Anthony McNeil. Today's special guest is going to be, little young McNeil. That's going to be coming in to be give a perspective on what's going on. We had this conversation before, but not so much in depth. This raised some type of awareness within her, and she brought it to her parents, and when they talk about it, and which we did, and I thought it would be good to share with you guys um, her perspective. You know what I mean? And because we all have our kids, either younger or older, and basically, they still in this day and age still going kind of like in the same direction. When we see all these lives being lost on social, not only social media in the rap world, in our neighborhoods, in our communities, and even in the upper tier communities, with the entertainment world, it's a lot of, you know, how can I put it? People being betrayed, people being used, and a lot of covered faces, in other words, being phony. You know what I mean? Friendship today, lasts more of a conversation than it does, a actual time of hanging out like at the mall. You know what I mean? That's what the time I grew up in. Hey Andrea, hey Kiki, thank you for coming in. But yeah, we're in a day and time that we're more confined to home. When it comes to the social media, we're more confined to, having our head down. We out in the street. Everybody, down these days got their head down. You go in stores, walk around the streets, people heads are down because of that phone. You know what I mean? That's social media. And it's like 98% is on social media no matter what age group, this day and time. But it came in this generation, you know what I mean? And the previous generation when it was being built. But now we're starting to see the effect that does. We have a lot of great things that came from social media, and we definitely have a lot of bad, ferocious things that happen because of social media. All right, give me 1 second while I go ahead. I'm gonna give y'all a little music for like maybe 10 seconds, but so I can get my daughter ready. All right. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Go ahead and get this adjusted here. Welcome in. Hey, Crystal. Hey, Terry. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Malik, what up, bro? Hey, sis, pretty chocolate girl. Hey, mamas. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming in. All right, we'll go ahead and kill this music, or I can just have it play more in the background. Okay, now I got my daughter here with me, and we're gonna jump right into, the conversations about what's going on today with, our youth and um, and the situations of dealing um, with Shaquilla Robinson. You know, God rest her soul. Rest in power. You know, and condolences out to the family, and I hope she get justice. Um, for what happened to her. Out of the country. Um, and again, sometimes when things happen, and the youth need to understand this, the federal government is still have, us being American, us having citizenship, some places we're still held by the federal law. You know what I mean? Even if another country doesn't do anything to you for doing something bad, you can still be charged, even though it's abroad in other countries like Mexico. So be very mindful if you want to go out and commit crimes, out the country. Not all countries want to deal with American politics and stuff like that. So they'll leave stuff alone. But you still can get charged. I just want to make that very, very known fact to be clear and you know. But anyway, say hello. Hi. Well, they can't see you, so
Hello.
you ain't got to be nervous.
How are you?
I'm getting you.
Right.
But we're gonna get into the nitty gritty of things. Hey, I'm Bother Mimi. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for coming in. Um, First, we're going to get into the how can I put it? We're going to speak on Shaquilla. So tell tell me and the people what when you heard about the Shaquilla situation. Um, when I heard about it, I was actually I was actually in school. I was in class. I had just finished my work, and I had opened Instagram and stuff, and I saw it on the shade room.
it was the first thing that was on my explore page, and I was like, what in the world? And then like I was like reading the little description about what happened to her, and I'm not gonna lie, I reposted it because I was like, this is the exact reason of why I really don't be hanging around people now. Like people these days really be weird and stuff, and like they be jealous of you. Like they'll just find anything to hate on you about and stuff. And she was honestly a very pretty girl, and I felt like that's probably what really happened. They was jealous of her, and they just wanted what she had.
So how often? I mean, that's going to be through the course of time. You're always going to find people who envy other people. You know, sometimes it's coming from their self worth. Some feel that their self worth is not as as much as somebody else's, and it's been like that. Like I said, from the course of time, um, and it's really unfortunate. Hold on, I want to say, hey Nadia, thank you for coming in. I think I saw somebody else came in. Maybe not, but no. Let me get back at question at hand. Well, with that being said, um, I know you have your share of friendships and um, and not so friendships, and and then how much your dad always be on you about,
Everybody not your friend.
yeah. Y'all hear that, right? Y'all hear that? See, and that's from experience. You know what I mean? That's definitely from experience. Um, but the thing is, we we when you care about your kids, you want to make sure that they know what to do when certain situations happen. You know what I mean? And always somebody not gonna always have your best interest at heart. A lot of times you're gonna always have people that is going to think they can live your life better than you. And a lot of times, our kids don't want to listen. They think we're against them. They think we're trying to control them and stuff like that. No, it's the part of protecting. It's a part of we've been there, done that, 1,000 times. We know how that story looks. When we see something, we already know what the answer to that question going to be most times. You know what I mean? And sometimes our kids don't want to know that we have the answer. That's why it's always good to have an open relationship as much as possible with your kids, so you can have an insight of what's going on in the world. Of course they're not going to share everything with you. They're going to always experience life, but you always try to point them in the right direction. And but it's just crazy that this still continues to go, and no matter what nationality you are either. It's almost like the repeat of time. It's just how to change it is what we need to do as parents. But hey, Miss B Town, thank you for coming in. B Town has stayed in the house. But I want to ask you this. Okay, so after you heard that and you reposted to the people that you do talk to, what's the first things that came to your head of like when it came to the people that you used to associate with, and this relating to that situation, not as being taken away from here, but the fighting, the jumping, the bullying of this, how that relate to you in today's society.
Um, my mind when I saw the post and like thinking about past friendships and stuff, like I just feel like I'm glad I did cut those people off because at the end of the day, back then those people wasn't good for me. They was dragging me down in the wrong direction. So, who knows what could happen to me if I was still hanging around those people and if I didn't cut them off.
Okay, let me ask you this then: have you experienced any situations from school or around friends that you hear getting their life taken and stuff because of some, you know, some stuff that is not even worth fighting over, but it just went there.
Mm, I don't have like no friends or anything that that happened to them, but like in school, I did hear some stuff happening like that to students and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
When I was going to the other school,
Mm-hmm.
um, a boy had died or whatever, not too far from here actually, and he was killed basically off some little kid beef or whatever. These little boys or whatever be thinking they in the streets so hard and this other stuff and why play with guns and all of that, and he got killed over something stupid.
Right.
And like it was sad for like the whole school because honestly, a lot of people knew him, and I actually had a class with him, so I did get a chance to meet him and get to know him a little bit. So it was kind of sad that that actually happened to him, and it really didn't seem like he was the type of boy to actually be out in the streets for me. Like he was actually a genuine, nice, smart boy.
Right.
So I feel like he didn't really have to, be killed for real.
Right. And actually, no lives is worth, unless somebody's trying to take you away from here and you can't get to the authorities, you have to protect yourself. You're number one. And I don't like to see nobody's kid or anybody as a person being hurt out here unless you're trying to take away life. You know what I mean? But let me ask you this. What you just said kind of like popped in my head with the takeoff situation. You know, the Migos, you know, and what's your quick take on that situation? Even though it's been in the air about a dice game to, another situation, take off the one, like you said, the quiet one that usually the
Yeah.
ones that always get hurt out of these situations. Hold on. What's up, Kip?
No, I was just coughing. I'm sorry. But
That's what
no,
had you on mute.
you good? Oh,
Um, but so with some of the kids out here that can be very very harsh and what I mean, in your mind, what if you just say that if something would take you there, if you want to hurt somebody, not saying that you would do that, but I'm just trying to get an idea of, in your generation, why folks are so upset, why they are so mad that, they want to just take somebody's life out of here. I'm not, most of us in this chat right here is they around my age. So, they understand my question, trying to understand, why the generation that's younger is so quick to feel they need to take a life. And most of the time, you destroy your life in the process. But what takes you there? What's going on in school? What's going on in these circles? What's going on in these social media that people had to go there? That's my question.
Me, honestly, I truly don't even understand why they go there. So I can't really give you an honest answer about that.
Mhm.
But like school wise, I can tell you the teachers don't care at all. So like they don't even care what the students do. They barely even teach. They really don't even do their job for real. They don't discipline the students for real. You know, these days you really just get a slap on the hand for real and go about your day. So it's like, you know, nobody's really getting no discipline. parents are not really starting to care anymore. So it's like everything's just going downhill, and these kids, it just feel like they could do what they want now.
Okay, I feel you on that. But let me ask you this though. So, what about we've been down this road before. I be doing too much. That's my daughter's favorite word for me. I be doing too much. Now, it's the part of trying to care, you know, as a dad, and you still, all dads and all moms don't get it right, but we do the best we can of teaching you right and wrong and trying to lead you in the right direction. Yeah, it might not be in your favor, but understand that we're trying to get you ready for this world as much as possible, you know. And yeah, some of us be a little harsher, and some of us, a lot stricter, than others. But one thing I would say is that, I don't care if I be doing too much, but if I know that you're going in the wrong place, I'm going to say what I got to say, and I'm going to do what I have to do. And sometimes kids get out of hand, and I see a lot of them out here. I'm not going to say that parents is not on them. A lot of the kids, they become, how can I put it, rebel. Y'all rebel, which that's what teenagers do. That's what a lot of young adults do. They rebel. They feel that we tell them no on something. They feel that we're stopping them or we're doing too much. You know, and everybody here been there and done that. About something that you wanted to go to a concert, you wanted to go do this, you wanted to do that, and mom say no, or you ain't got your grades up, you got this, you got that, you don't have your stuff together. Then no, you know, it's called discipline, and sometimes kids don't understand it till they get older. Like when we got older, we understood a lot of stuff that they was telling us when we was younger. But now when Oh yeah. Also, yeah, get your ass whipped too. Yeah, that's definitely for sure. Definitely for sure. But the teachers today, their hands right. Real mamas put that very, very, very real, very well. The teachers today hands are tied, and it's not fully what the teacher is to discipline, it's the way they need to discipline. You have some out here that take their job way out of hand, and they put their hands on your child. Now when I was coming up, they definitely put their hands on you. Trust, it's not that your hands, they put that paddle to you, you know what I mean? And some people feel that there's like child abuse and stuff like that, but I mean, we understood back then it took a village. Well, when we was young, we didn't take it as it was an ass whooping. So nah, we ain't want to take it anything. But coming out as you think about it, it did take a village. I'm a hard headed person. You know what I mean? I was really hard headed when I was young, real hard headed. I was that knucklehead. You know what I mean? But I understand now as an adult that yeah, every part of your community needs to be, needs to be in tune with each other to look out for our own. You have a lot of nationalities that does that, you know, and the crazy part about that is we got away from that, So I wouldn't necessarily say, with disciplining, but if they're teaching the way they want to, the way they're supposed to be teaching, then the kids is going to get what they need, long as they're there to do what they're supposed to do to get them their education. Now, if you got unruly kids and stuff like that, you get those. You try to work it out with them, and then if they don't want to do it, you take them out of the class, send them to the principal, send them to where they need to go, so the rest of the class won't be spoiled into that situation. But now I'm starting to see that it's the opposite. Now is the teacher like, okay, if one do it, forget it. Rest of the day, the kids can sit here and play video games and talk shit, and then there's a waste of day. But at the end of that term, you got a F. You know what I mean? For something that ain't had nothing to do with you, but because you was in the classroom, they automatically made you automatically participated in the situation, which is not always the case. But a lot of the teachers today are making it look like that, and it's crazy. That's true, too. That's true too, Malik. But still, we still got a lot of great kids just coming out of school. I mean, it's the percentages compared to when we was coming up is a lot lower, but we still have interest. And I mean, I have cousins that are teachers as well, and they say, and even friends that are teachers, and they said the same thing. Is you got some teachers, they feel they're not able to do so because the parents is threatening them, the parents is doing this, the parents are doing that. But over the whole thing, okay, hold on 1 second. Hold on, Malik. I want to finish with my daughter first, but we get into this real deep. Finish with my daughter. Um, it's just, with that being said, I didn't, want to take this far over from what we was talking about, even though it's part of it. It's definitely part of it. But let me go back into him and let my daughter uh, feel, tell more about this situation and with the kids and everything and her generation. So if you just say that if the world was yours at the age you're in right now, and you're able to change anything of how your friends, former associates, and stuff like that, what would you change?
Um, I would just really want to change like how we live in, and I want all the danger in the world to just go away and stuff. I want like the schools and stuff to be better teachers and stuff. Like I just yeah.
More support?
Yeah.
Okay. They need to step up and support more and and get more involved.
Yeah, get more involved.
Gotcha. And same for parents. All right, let me ask you this. All right, with the again, shout out to Shaquella family. More her loss. This unsensible loss. Um, and I know you felt some type of way, and you were talking about it. Um, when you see, with kids getting hurt, and they fighting over, like, that's the thing. It's not even a whole lot of fighting these days. A lot of times it's more of, I'm going to get you and hurt you. You know what I mean? It's not even a hurt. They want to take you out of here again for the most nonsense type of things. And with a lot, like you said, it's a lot of the boys that you see, but also you see a lot of the girls are getting, taken away from here. You know, and it's
Cause they
over.
be trying to be involved in the streets too.
So it's the streets that everybody wants to be tough guy.
They want to be good so bad.
And this is the thing, because you have people who's like forced in the streets. They want to get out.
Yeah, I can't get out.
They can't get out. So, but then you got the ones who's not. I'm glad you brought that up. That's the ones out here that's doing a whole lot. The ones who's not part of being in the real hood, being in the gutter, they want to live that type of life. They want to, uh, uh, um, put themselves, want to be a gangster. Everybody want to have that gangster persona. Everybody wants to be that rapper. Everybody wants to be that big drug dealer. Everybody wants to live that life. You know, but not understanding what comes along with that type of life. And it's only, a couple of things that usually ends with it: jail or death. Simple as that. You're not gonna get nothing really out of it. If I'm not gonna glorify drugs, whatsoever. But I will say this, you know, from the generation I came from, we had a lot of, our brothers and sisters get locked up, and a lot of a few have passed as well. But a lot of them, they was doing it because they didn't have a choice. I mean, actually, let me take that back. They did have a choice, but some are forced to do certain things so they can eat. Real Mamas, shout out to Real Mamas. She brought this out the other day, uh, making a comment on something of a woman that got killed at the Giant, you know, which you heard about that. Oh, you didn't hear about it?
Oh
Yeah.
wait, nope, I did see it.
Yeah,
I did see it.
so yeah, that situation for food. You know what I mean? For food. And she made a very good point. Hey TC, um, she was saying that some people get trapped in a situation, when you got hungry kids, you got people who barely have the bare minimum and they don't have no type of support. So regular people go out here and would get it. They would rob a bank. They will rob the store. You know what I mean? Some people are not able to get certain things, and when they push in a corner, they're gonna do the best they can. So I would say, back in those days, when I was coming up, a lot of the guys, it wasn't to look good. Well, of course, a lot of them was looking good because they had money, but it was the fact that they they mostly was to survive. That money was being made to survive, to put food on the table, buy a house, all types of stuff like that. These days, it's more of I see it's like hustling backwards. A lot of the guys, the youngest and stuff out here, they hustling to, you know, I seen guys stay on the corner all day to sell dope and crack to buy a pound of weed to smoke, and then repeat the process the next day. Have enough money to re up the next day. I don't understand that. You know what I mean?
They sell dope and crack just to get weed.
Just to get weed. That's,
What type stuff?
but that's what they do. I don't understand that myself. And then at the end of the day, they put their money together and they go get a quarter pound or whatever, and that just smoke. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's what y'all do every day. Stand in the corner. That's what y'all do. But it's just, again, you know, the ones who's out here on these corners, they're the street level. They're not really making no money. They're not really doing too much of anything with their life, besides fighting for scraps, shooting and killing each other over scraps. And the ones who's putting this stuff in our community, the ones who was providing and letting this stuff pass, they are getting rich off of that. And now it's turned to come in the rap world. The same thing. People are being put in positions, to be set up just to make money in the system. But it's just still so much unfortunate with a lot of the kids today, and what they go through. You know, you have it's really sad, and I want to give a shout out to all the parents out there who lost kids to the senseless violence, and we got to get stronger in our community. We have to be more in tune with our community if we want our kids to survive in our communities. If not, you know, our kids out here who's not in this mess gonna get caught up in the crossfire. Like the unfortunate situation with Takeoff, and just like one of the classmates of my daughter, you know, this is going to continue to happen more and more every day if we don't start putting our foot in our communities, and get a hold of what's going on. And we definitely need to have more and more parents getting together, especially with with our kids. We need to get more in tune with our kids, friends, parents. You know what I mean? Because you never know if a situation will arise. You never know anything that can happen. That's how you get a community together, by association. If your daughter is connected with a friend here, I'm not saying you have to be buddy buddy with your daughter's friend parents, but at least you know of them. We got away from that. We got away from a lot of things that, you know, not saying it will prevent things right now, but it can deter a lot of situations. And what you think would do you think that Shaquilla knew about her friends? Do you think she have an inkling that someone would just like shady, but she feel that she wanted to go to the trip, but also be around her friends? Or do you think that things today that people are so conniving and fake that they try to make you feel like y'all really really cool, and then boom, they set you up like a back door, like they do in Chicago, called a back door. Oh no, yeah, okay. I already know you know. Sorry about that. Look, I'm old here, so my door like, yeah, I know that. I know you're talking about saying back door. Okay, okay. But anyway, so but I mean, and not saying that you're seeing people get killed or whatever, but even with fights and stuff like that, or people being jumped, you know, what do you think about between the Shaquilla situation and friends back doing other friends?
With the Shaquilla situation, I mean, it's in between. She could have known and like still went on a trip and just like hoped like something wouldn't happen, and she could have just didn't know, and like they was really just trying to like be old buddy buddy, knowing what they were gonna do and stuff.
But my question to you is, do you think she knew, or do you think she was? See, this how like went back in our day. A lot of times you have people who wants to be in the in crowd, so they'll take any type of abuse. They'll take any type of being disrespected and everything just to be part of a crew, which I don't think is a good idea. But you have people that will put themselves in that situation just to belong to something that appear at that time to be great to them. So I mean, that's the part of knowing of who they were, or do you used to think that she was like, these are my friends. I know them, for a certain amount of time, blah blah.
I think she
I
was
want to see
just,
them.
I think she was just really trying to see it through,
She
and
she knew.
she probably was just trying to see it through and stuff. But I don't think she really expected them to go that far.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. That's crazy. But what about what you see every day? You know,
Now, in the situations that will be going on, like up here and with school and stuff, these days you really just know. It's not that hard to really tell when these people are your friends and when they're not. Like, I actually do have one friend, and I keep telling her over and over again, these people is not her friend. She keeps saying they're her friends. I'm like, they're a natural friend. Like, you don't see how they treat you. You don't see what they be saying. Like, then you always getting into it with them, and then next thing you know, you cool, you buying them stuff and all to us. I'm like, you're wasting your money. You're wasting your time. You messing up your life and all this other stuff. Like, she just got expelled from school because of them.
and she still don't see it
She's
that they it's not in her favor. They just using her.
so I keep trying to tell her. And she just, I don't know. I don't, at this point, like, she still comes to me and stuff, but it's like, it gets to a point, I don't really know what she want me to tell her anymore, because, I done already told you before, these people isn't your friends. You shouldn't be involved with anything. Stay out their way. Don't answer their messages when they text you. Ignore them and all this other stuff. But it's like, you continue to do it. So, it's like I can't really tell you much no more. I had already told you the same thing over and over again. I'm not gonna keep saying it.
So let me ask you this then: what about if with you saying that, do you see that going that far? I mean, 'cause I'm pretty sure Shaquilla didn't see, well, like you were saying, she might not have seen that what happened. Cause I'm pretty sure she wouldn't have gone if she think particularly they was going to do that to her. Um, but like you said before, a lot of times with all everything that goes around so quickly, especially through social media, do you think that can possibly go that way in that direction? Not saying that they will take her out of here, but the fact that they want to do certain things to her.
Yeah, I feel like it would definitely.
Hold on, Malik.
I feel like with her, it could definitely get to like that and stuff. And I hope it really don't. But if it do, I hope I will get a chance to tell her before it happens.
But I mean, but how would you know though?
Because every time she tells me, like when she tells me stuff, she literally tells me everything and don't leave no detail out. And literally within the first sentence of her saying anything, I'd be like, hold on, because that don't sound right. Like you don't even really have to say everything because it's like the beginning already don't sound right. And it's like I could show you like all the messages and everything. Like this stuff is really bad. Like I really do feel like something like that could really happen to her.
So
Like there's been people that had tried to jump her. It's been people who always tried to fight her. And it be over the most littlest step. And for real, she really don't have to do nothing. Like, and honestly, like I wouldn't even say she's one of them little pretty girls that boys be all up on and all that other stuff. Like she be out the way. She's a smart girl. She gets her work done and stuff. You know, she likes to do hair and model and all this other stuff. She has stuff that she likes and stuff. But it's like somehow she always get dragged into certain situations and then
it's the company she keep.
yes.
So I mean, but also, do you talk to her mom and stuff about this, or you try to not feel that? See, it's got to be somewhere that you're gonna have to get someone else involved. I understand that when y'all have a friendship, you have a bond, you don't want to drag other people into it. But just like you just said just now, that gave me a red flag. You know, you want to know before it happened to her. And with that being said, it shouldn't even get that far. That's why when the situation of having parents and talking to your parents and your association between your parents and your friends' parents is good to have is because of a situation like this, so we can prevent this from happening. And the reason why I say that is because I'm pretty sure if it was any type of like things that happened in the past and people still being kind of shady, not saying it would have deterred like the Shaquilla situation, but if those parents was talking and they had a more understanding of what's going on in y'all world, I'm pretty sure it'd have been some type of hesitation of them going or at least talking to them. Nah, you might want to sit this out, or I want to send somebody in there with you, like your brother or your cousin with you. So if anything goes down, you have somebody there to protect you. You know what I mean? And this is why when I be doing too much, I be drilling as a parent. So these are the reasons why we need to know. It's not to be in your business. It's to show you that hey, we know how these streets give. We know how this world is, and somewhere it's sometimes way beyond that for us. But hold on, let's get a yo Malik. What up, my man?
Good evening. Good evening.
How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm good. Bro, first of all, I want to say, little princess, you have the greatest vision as a young lady, and I love your support system. Thank you for your honest input, and you're a great mind. All blessings and all love gonna come your way. You're awesome.
Thank you.
Um, I think my man in the corner, KP, right?
Uh-huh.
I want to hear what you have to say, but I'm gonna say this. I think that this situation is tragic on many levels.
Right.
But the most important level that makes it the worst to me is the cowardness of the dude that keep yelling, fight back, fight back. Not only to mention that the video clip I saw, and I could be wrong, either she swung her by her ponytail or the top of her body. However, when she swung that lady's body, it was lifeless. And to say alcohol poison, that wouldn't have made sense no way, because alcohol poisoning would be something that she would have caught into her stomach, into her body. It wouldn't have made her lifeless like that.
But hold on, Malik. Now, one thing I would say, not saying this the opinion, you know what I mean? You can get to a point of being intoxicated that if you're in a fight, and I've seen this myself plenty of times. I mean, recently a Marine just lost his life, and he was very intoxicated, and he took a blow to the head, and not saying it was just the alcohol, but his alcohol level was 8 times the legal, which they would consider it being alcohol poisoning. And would he have any trouble from that? Maybe, maybe not. But with the blunt force trauma, that was a contribution. You know, it's like both hand in hand helped took that person out of here, if that makes sense.
Okay, I understand that, but what I want to say to you is, I get that alcohol affects everybody differently,
Right.
and you may have different types of alcohol poisoning. But as a person who's been around, just kind of look at it, or look at it how I'm looking at it. Like, even if you are asleep, right, and a person pushes you in your sleep, you push back. You just don't know the severity of you pushing back.
Right.
Or if let's say somebody flicks behind your ear, you may flick your other ear, but you still make a movement. I'm saying now, I don't know what video anybody has seen, and regardless of any of that, that young lady's body was lifeless. So what they did was, and to me, I believe she was set up to go there, because a few other people have passed away on Mexican soil, and the rules in Mexico are probably a lot different. Like,
Yeah.
no pun intended, but they probably give less if an American passes on Mexican soil versus something else, or versus you drink one too many Coronas and they have less Corona, so to speak. But what I want to say is, your baby girl, little princess, talked about the teachers and teachers. The classrooms now are kind of crowded, so at one point, every teacher could kind of form a bond with individuals. You got 25 in the class now, it's kind of hard. Not to mention, a teacher may be understaffed school-wise and then overworked from just dealing with the thematics of that 25 in a class. I do believe that the education system now needs a total rehaul. I also think that, and I'm not, respectfully, I want to say, I think more women and more men can teach more boys and more girls how to become younger men and younger girls. Because a lot of what you have now is lack of guidance, but it's kind of hard because you have grandmothers who are 37 now versus in the old day when Big Mama
Right.
was 55 or 60.
Right.
And
Grandma
Also,
want to hang out the club with their daughter is their girlfriend,
right,
and it goes down the track from there.
and also the dynamic is totally
People
different.
soldier.
You know what I'm saying? Like I said, little princess, and respectfully, I want to call you princess. I don't want you to say your name, and I mean no disrespect by saying little princess, because you're an awesome young lady. You're going to be a phenomenal young woman down the line. But everything that was instilled in you, you could hear by how you responded and how you have seen and observed certain situations, and you're non-judgmental. You just happen to give your POV on that issue. And that's awesome because very few people in your particular generation, and I'm not trying to stereotype, tend to step back and take themselves out of the situation. Some people tend to make it personal, and it's not a personal thing. It's about, hey, maybe if we try this or if you try that, you'll get a different response. Not, oh, I'm entitled to say this
Right,
because,
right,
you know what I'm saying?
right.
And and again, I'm talking slow and I'm kind of rambling, but I want to make sure I'm clear because I think that that's awesome that you and dad had this particular conversation because at one point today somebody said that the young lady was transgender, and my issue is transgender, regular gender, that's a person's life. And
That's
for
what
that
we
young
should.
man,
Right.
as a man, like you keep saying, fight back. Like, and I get it. And I looked at it from the auspicious standpoint of even if you are a man and you want to see, pardon my language, a good cat fight, but you have to have a fight, meaning two people are motive, two people are capable of moving. That young lady was incapacitated. That's
She
not
even
a
said no. She even said no. I know I heard, when the dude told her, you need to fight back. And she said no. I heard that like 6 times. And I was like, not in the same video, but I listened to it over and over again. When he said that, she said no. That right then, he should have gotten in there and stopped the fight.
No, the fight should have been stopped from the beginning because the
Yeah,
girl didn't even have clues.
yeah, that too. And I
and
mean, and from most what I seen, well, I didn't see all the videos, but from listening to some of the folks where they was playing, I was just hearing the situation. I heard a couple of times that clothes was ripped off of her to the part that the girl was jumping her, and the only part that I did see was somebody coming from like the balcony area and was swinging on the girl while she was already down. That's the only part that I saw.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna say I pray that this generation wakes up because they have stacked the cards against them tenfold,
Mm-hmm.
and what I need them to do is realize that if you stay out of your own way, it won't be so difficult. Like a lot of these issues, and not to mix apples and oranges, like the talk of the day in Baltimore was the squeegee kid, and everybody was like, he should be tried as a juvenile. He can be reformed, and I'm like, he was 14. He fired a firearm and hit the target, but you're saying he did self defense and he feared for his life, but he put a mask on before he fired the gun. None of what you're saying makes sense because clearly he told you he put the mask on to hide his identity. He fired the gun in the back of the individual and he hit the target. So, which means that one, he did what he did premeditated. Two, the reason why he had the gun was because he was the youngest person out there. And they figured that whatever happened, it would be looked at as a juvenile. And three, he wanted to hide his identity, which means he was comfortable pulling the trigger of a gun at 14.
Right. And that's crazy.
At 14, how can I reform you? Now, and I'm not saying that each situation isn't different, but if you came to me and you said, my son Tyrone sells narcotics at 14, you can reform that because you can teach him a magnitude of different ways to earn an honest living that's suitable for him to provide for himself. But at 14, if you're that comfortable pulling the trigger, the only job I can get you is a sniper in the military. And then we can't trust you in the military because clearly you have no problem killing a civilian.
Right.
So with all of these things, it's like, what do we do as an older generation to kind of curtail them from going, that they're going down a path of self-destruction? Like some of these things you can totally avoid. Baby girl was saying how she makes different decisions because of this, this, and this. Awesome. But, and not to be rude, but somebody will take that and ostracize her. Oh, you just a daddy's girl and blah, blah, blah. No, I'm just a young lady who's trying to think rationally. It has nothing to do with a daddy's girl. My mother taught me that. My grandmother taught me that. But despite who taught me, I don't have to think like you're thinking because you're not thinking. You're just acting.
That's the same thing, Malik, what she was saying about her friend. You know, she has a very close friend that she's been trying to help almost in that same type of situation because her friend is still associating herself with people who mean her no good. You know what I mean? They mean her harm, and she don't see that. You know what I mean? So what would be your opinion? Would you say to a child that's in that situation with a friend that they care about that and you know of that is very good, very smart, you know, definitely, got something good for them, but just picking the wrong people.
Okay, I'm gonna give you this one. I'm gonna take the names out because you know, and those who know us in the chat will know who the names. My son has a thing, and I tell him the worst thing you could be is a follower. And I say that if you pay attention to your surroundings, you go to a diverse school. I said now, what you see the European young men do, you bet not do, because in our community, that's going to get you an instant butt whipping. And he says, you would never hit me in public. I said, well, I'll tell you what. Where you mess up is where you get caught, is where you get checked at. So it's a church, a courthouse, a synagogue, a police station. I don't care where, I'm going to check it then. So today.
You got people who say something about that too. And that's the thing, but you ain't doing nothing wrong. You right about that. I mean,
but Anthony, listen. So he didn't understand. So today he got into something. He took they had a stuffed animal day, so he took his stuffed animal to school an extra day, and I told him don't. So I had to go back and get the stuffed animal. I said, here's what I'm getting ready to tell you. For all those European friends you have, tomorrow when you go to school, tell them this. Your father packed up all your belongings. You need somewhere to stay. Watch how many people tell you they have nowhere for you to stay. At that point, now you'll know who your friends are and what you're supposed to do. So guess what he went to school and did?
Right.
So guess what? He said, Dad, how'd you know? I said, I was 8 before. I said, and the funny part about it is my mother told me the same thing. And everybody looked at me and said, oh, man, boy, we tight over here, man. Boy, it's me, my sister, my brother. Look, my grandmother just, I say, well, what? Man, boy, we ain't got nothing for you. I say, so now you got the understanding that this. You don't need no friends because clearly ain't nobody got your back. And the people who got your back, you keep trying to buck the system.
There it is.
He put his head down and was like, I said, no, don't try to hide under me. He said, well, can we go? I said, why? I said, all right, we can go. I said, man, listen, I'm not trying to be hard on you. I'm just telling you, if you stay out of your own way, watch how easy the road be. I say, but anybody who get in their own way, that don't make sense. I said, you have kids out here who have to wait to get things they want.
Right.
He wanted some little dumb. It looked like a slanted elk. It's a little green toy, and they call it plushies now. It's a dumb little teddy bear that you look like. Remember, you put the little 50 cent in the machine. You had to go down with the arm and pick up.
Yeah.
Little dumb toy like that. He requested the toy in 2 different flavors. Listen, Anthony, God damn it, if everybody ain't rushed to Amazon so he could have the 2 flavors of the toy he wanted. I said,
you know what though? But see that you hit something real big that that I went through with all my kids. That want. You know what I mean? And one thing about that want with me is it's got to be earned. You know what I mean?
Now, Anthony, I totally agree. He go to school, he do his work. He like to cut up so he can be counted the cool kid.
They
So
all
I said,
do.
here's the funniest part. Here's the funniest part about you not understanding. The same toy you got for your birthday 3 days ago, I throw this drink on the middle of 95 and never think nothing about it. He said, would you really? I say, see, you ain't even notice. I put the window down. Serious. He did serious and wouldn't care.
Right.
I say, man, listen to me. If you don't believe what I'm saying, ask another grown-up. When we grew up, I tell you one better. And I hate to use this analogy. I remember one day I was hanging with a partner, right? The partner had to steal. So it was just, we go into Montgomery Wards. He talks me into walking out of Montgomery Wards with this little velour jacket. The police catch us. So now our parents got to come get us. So my mother comes up to Montgomery Wards and gets me, right? So I say, oh, you got 2 sneaker boxes in your hand. I say, why you got the 2 sneaker boxes? She say, the Jordans and the Lottos I brought yesterday, right? I say, yeah. She said, they going back because clearly you prefer to steal than achieve anything. So listen, I'm like, huh? She walked into the sneaker store and got her money back.
Yeah.
Listen, took me to the food court, ordered her something to eat, and said, so what you gonna eat? I say, I don't know. She said, well, whatever you steal, you gonna eat. I say, huh? So look,
Wow.
I'm freaking 12 years old and like, are you for real? She said, it seems to me you like stealing, so go ahead and steal something to eat.
There it is. Hey, point well taken.
Anthony, she ate all of her food.
Man.
Okay. I got a grandma used to be like that.
No. Took me home, right? Went in the icebox and made me a daggone bologna and cheese sandwich. And a Capri Sun.
Wow.
In the back of my mind, I was thinking, pardon me, what the F I'm going to do with this? She said, well, I can kind of tell you what you're thinking. I said, huh? She said, yeah, you're thinking a whole bunch of vulgar stuff. She said, but I guess I can also tell you what you're thinking. I said, what? She said, I bet you won't steal no more. And then my mom, look, Anthony and KP, listen, little person, I'm sitting there like, I hope you get hit by a truck and die. Because now I'm hungry and mad. But look, I ain't never steal after that. And I got the message loud and clear. Because Monday, look, I had talked so much trash, and it was known I was going to get the sneakers, right? Monday, my homeboy say, hey, what happened to the lottos? I say, huh? He said, yo, I seen you go to Sneaky Feet the day before, yo. What happened? I say, He said, don't tell me. I say, what? He said, you was hanging with such and such, right? I said, yeah. I told you he wasn't up to no good. I say, huh? He said, look, I know your mother well enough. She took the stuff back, didn't she? I said, He said, yeah, she took it back. She said, now, he said, what? I said, man, he said, look, if I tell you something, it's not that I'm trying to be better than you, but I'm just hoping you'll listen because maybe I done been down a similar road. Come to find out the same dude did something similar to him. He said, look, I knew you was going to get the sneakers. I was waiting because had you got them, my mother was going to get them for me this week. And look, AP, if you remember when lottos came out, they was the lottos to where take the sign off the side and you can change all the signs.
Yeah. But look, I got a story. I got a story of the same. I got the same kind of story though. Me and my brother, we was on that. We had the electric football game.
Oh no! Oh my God.
Man.
Which one? The white one or the green one?
No, we had the green one, but we had all 28 teams in 2 sets. We had offense and defense.
Oh, you had the hold on. You talking about the one on the board? You had to put the little piece of paper in to balance out the weight?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we had all 28 teams, defense and offense. My brother did something stupid. I get in trouble. My mom and pop took that whole set. I'm at a flea. We were walking down the flea market, and she said, my mom said, don't that look familiar? I said, yeah, it got my name on it. She said, yeah, you want to do what you did before? I said, Mama, it wasn't me. He's sitting in the corner laughing. Month later come by, she got me the whole set back and took his set. And she said, now. So both y'all know the situation. When you do something stupid, we gonna get you. So on that point, go ahead. No, on that point, so my sister come up to me, she say, well, you ain't gonna hang around your twin brother no more. I said, I can't get rid of him. Anytime he do something dumb, I get in trouble. So I'm like, you know what I mean? I'm like, all right, so I learned from that. So I went and asked my father for a couple $, right? And I thought about it before I asked him. I said, you know what? I'm going to do it the right way. Because I saw my brothers do it and ask him for a couple guys that's in his face. I said, Daddy, can I mow the lawn or wash your car for a couple $? And the biggest smile came on his face. That's the only time I seen that man smile. When I went up there and asked him, can I do something to get some $? And when I did that, it was like not hanging on the corners like the younger generation do now. It was like, all right, so I'm asking him for a couple $, I'm gonna cut some grass. So, and then I seen it and I was like, okay, I can make a profit off of this. So I'm gonna cut somebody else's grass. I had the whole block, following my footsteps. It was a crew of us. It was a bunch of us. And we would go around different areas and ask people if we could cut their grass. So what I'm trying to say is, if somebody in the younger generation does something positive, it's like a magnet. You feel me? Somebody else is gonna pick up that magnet and be like, yo, he doing this. Let me stop doing this. Let me stop being a knucklehead, get my education and do this. Cause I see he going somewhere. Right. Now, nowadays, you don't have that in the schools no more. I was a basketball player. I was a job. Give me a basketball and give me a court. I'm there all day. After school, after homework, I'm back at the court. If you see somebody doing that kind of work, and you see them doing that kind of work in school, like you got some smart kids out here, man. You got some smart kids that can be lawyers, teachers, doctors, singers, rappers. Smart kids. That social media is killing them. Who's going to be the next generation after them if they wiping this generation out?
KP, you
right.
ain't never lied.
Right,
So,
right about that.
Rockwell Anthony, I see you over here chuckling. I'm going to give you another one to chuckle. So, if y'all can remember, they came out with these name belts, right? Well, you can put your name in the belt, but the belt cost it was like $7 initial, right? So I get the name belt. So we go to the movie theater, we out and about for the weekend, laughing and joking. I goes to school Monday and I don't cut up, but I say something slick. So my teacher calls my mother. I get my homegirl to answer the phone and play like my mother.
Right.
Unbeknownst, the teacher called back the next morning. Catch my mom. So now, Mom's makes her way to the schoolhouse. She go to work late. So my mother comes to the school and takes me in the bathroom, right?
Oh.
Mm-mm.
And she say, here's your two options, right? So she said, and if y'all remember, I'm time stating myself. She said, either I whip your butt or you punish and can't go outside. Man, go ahead and give me the whipping.
Everybody kind of took that option. Not all, but some.
She cut across with that strap 4 times, and all I could do was pray. Look, I called Jesus, Mother, I called for everybody. So now I'm embarrassed. I gotta go look back in the classroom with the same name belt she didn't beat me with.
Ooh.
So lunchtime, my homeboy and them like, yo, what happened? I'm like, man, ain't nothing happened. So they already got the whip. They like, y'all, we know what happened. Yo, she whipped your ass in the bathroom, pardon me. I'm like, you can't say that. So my man say, well, it is what it is. So now I'm trying to stick out my chest because when I go home, I can go outside, right?
Right.
I go home, I come outside. Yo, Malik got ass whipping in the bathroom with his own name belt. So now I'm thinking, damn, I should have took the punishment, right? And look, you know how the kids was back then, right?
Oh yeah, bitches.
And all I could think of was like, dang. So fast forward, like mid 2000s, name belts came out again, right? So my son say, Dad, I got this gift I'm gonna buy you. You know, you'll be cool with it for fashion. Yo gives me the goddamn name belt in the box.
Oh man.
I like to bust him upside his head. I hurled that whole belt across. He was like, what? I say, man, your grandmother beat me in the bathroom with the same kind of belt when I was a kid. So now, so he like, so what happened? So look, he called us. He said, Grandma, my father don't want the name belt I brought. She said, oh, I should have told you. He don't want no kind of belt with his name on it. She said, what? She said, boy, I whipped his hide one day in school because he cut up with that same belt. He ain't never wore them belts since. My son said, well, Dad, so you showed off too? I said, what you mean? Yeah, she told me how she beat the brakes off you with the. I said, so you think it's funny? So look, he laughing, right? I said, oh, you think it's funny? I said, I'm sure I can find something to beat the brakes off you about. He said, yeah, but if they be in school, I say, okay, I got you. I got you. But I say that to say we need to kind of get back to them old school lessons because them lessons they shaped how we turned out. Because I was like, dang, she really hit me with the belt. And
yeah, but Malik, you remember this? If the parents ain't home, the neighbors got permission to kick your butt.
oh,
Yo,
See,
here's the
that's how
situation.
it was.
You remember the patent leather? You remember the patent leather sneakers?
KP, listen, I remember all that. And
All
I
right, the
remember
patent leather. I had all the colors of the patent leather sneakers, and they had some Neil style glasses. And I had like a couple of dollars in my pocket. So I mean, I'm a youngin', you know what I mean. So my sister had a couple of dollars, outside drawing. So I said, let me grab a couple of dollars so I can make me a little bankroll. You know what I mean? So I go to school. Come to find out, that was my sister's money. That was my mom's money, right?
Ooh.
So I'm wearing my Neil styles. I got my patent letters on my black joints. I got a black and white shirt on with some black pants, right? I'm walking in thinking I'm GQ. All of a sudden, I get smacked on the side of my face, and I'm turned around. I had my fist up, and I was like, okay, so you want to box? Let's box. So I'm in the middle of the school playground, about to box my mom's.
Whoa.
Everybody like, oh, what did you dumb? Lay down, go to sleep before she knocks you out. She boxed me from home, all the way from the school back to the crib, left and told my next door neighbor, he needs a house, you box him some more. I stayed in that room until she came back the next day. I ain't moved out that joint. Yeah, I mean that's what you need again. Like you said, Malik. We need to teach them how to do it like we do it. Like moms will tell you to go get that switch tree. You go get that switch out that tree and come back to me. That's what some of these parents did. But you gotta realize though. Some of these parents are single parents. Some of these parents.
Hold up. But hold up though. I mean, but there's a problem in that situation though. See, these days, we have a lot of the schools and the government. They definitely jump in your business when and I'm not gonna say it's a bad thing, but they also need to know their place before they even put certain things out there because you do have child abuse out there for real, for real. You know what I mean? But and then also the signs of the child abuse. But correcting your child is one thing. It's not child abuse. But these days, you know, they give free range. They even teach in some of the schools. Hey, if your parents or anybody older is hitting you, you let your counselor know, and then here we go. You know what I mean? CPS showing up at your house. And even though you can prove that it's no child abuse, it's just a process of going through that whole situation because your kid don't feel they should got an ass whooping. And then also, with the society today, you got a lot of the kids, that are too smart for their britches in certain areas that it shouldn't be. They be talking to the other friends, yeah, hey man, yeah, man. Your mom beat you like man, you should man. Tell the principal, call the police. They ain't supposed to be doing that. That's straight child abuse. This is where government gets too involved in certain situations. But then on the other end, as time goes on and they robbing, stealing, and killing, now you saying it's our fault. But you're gonna tie our hands behind our back. It's basically what I'm trying to say.
This is so true. So true. But
But
now you got some of these kids nowadays.
continue on, because I want to go ahead before we start getting more into other subjects. Do y'all have any questions for my daughter? I want to hold her up. Um, or y'all want to say anything, before she go and get back into her stuff? Because right now, as old people, we're doing too much.
I want to say to your daughter, keep your head up, keep doing what you're doing, and uh, be a leader like your father. Be a leader, and people will follow you, and you'll be blessed. But regardless of what you do, you have a bright future ahead of you. I'm proud of what you're doing, and I'm glad to know your father because he's a good man. So yeah, keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Hey, all I'm gonna say is, sky's the limit, baby girl, and you'll never touch the sky because you don't have no limit. Keep being blessed. Keep doing you, and keep staying humble because your personality is awesome. And yes, Rockwell, I do know who her father is. Again, listen, I love everything about your aura. Respectfully, young lady, keep shining and keep doing you. And
Yes,
and
yes.
yes, to hold on to that, Katina, baby girl, they don't know nothing about watching them steps with no Ajax. We ain't even gonna go down there.
Oh yeah, we ain't gonna go there. And see, this is the thing. I be telling my daughter all the time. You know, we both be telling her, "Yo, y'all don't understand. You need to be grateful for the stuff that you have. You're getting $1,000 phone,
That
clothes, and all types of stuff. I mean, like and at first my daughter didn't understand that, but then she, started to understand. And it's time to get older. We all go through the growing pains, but it's a part at first, that somebody didn't eat today. Somebody didn't, don't have nowhere to sleep today. You know what I'm saying?
mm,
It's a whole lot out there that at first she didn't understand, at first, what I mean? And that was a battle within itself. But it was, the growing pains again. And they don't even want to know half the stuff that we went through. And it's just funny, like she's listening to you guys and she hear y'all guys because she's rehearing the same things that the stuff that we talked about when we was coming up. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
see, our generation, we had a generation of having community. You know what I mean? Our
Mm,
community stood with us. Our community, backed us. Our community tried to steer us in the right way. Most part, beyond today, which is not that many. It's not much communities no more. You know what I mean? It's
no.
every man for himself.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, little princess. My oldest son is 28. He in culinary school, and for the first time, he live on his own with his young lady. And he say, "Dad, man, it's tough, man. It's like I
Mm,
got to." So listen, he broke his iPhone. He broke
mm,
his iPhone like 6 months ago, right? So he comes to me. He like, "Dad, man." Anyway, so listen. Me and my brother sitting at the table, we all having lunch. So my brother say, "Make him sweat," right? I can see what my brother's saying. So my son is thinking, "Dad, I know you got the connections to get me a phone, whatever." So he called his mother. His mother called, say, "Your son broke his phone." I say, "Yeah." He told me. She say, "You gonna make him sweat?" I say, "What you mean?" He said, "Because you taking a long time to respond." I say, "Yeah, I'm gonna make him sweat on this one." For instance, he came to me the other day. He said, "Dad, listen, I got half to a new phone. I'm gonna give you my money right now. Look, I
hold on a
cannot
second.
take I cannot take not having an iPhone." He said, "I understand all the lessons you taught me." I said, "Well, what you talking about?" He said, "Dad, remember I had the first iPhone and I was careless. I knocked it off the dresser. It got a handline crack. You went out and brought me a new iPhone right then. Then I did this." So I'm sitting here now, look, AP and I'm gloating, but I'm not gloating, right? I'm like, okay. So he puts the $200 on the table. He say, "Man, look, I got 200. I know you know somebody, right? So look, me and my brother sitting there laughing because he like, yo, you let him sweat 6 months." So my brother know it took a lot in me to make him sweat 6 months because he in culinary school and he doing what he's supposed to. And I understand that you need help. He said, but you gotta make him because he used to you fixing all his problems. So I pick up the phone and I'm thinking like I'm talking. I'm talking to my man, but me and my man talk about lottery numbers that happened in DC, VA. So I say, all right. So I say, at work today, somebody gonna bring you a phone bag, and just make sure that you have a nice lunch, right? So my man goes down there with the phone in the bag. He's sitting at the table. So my son offered him some oysters or some oyster Rockefeller in the bed. So so my man gives my son the bag, boom, 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 shit, man. So my son say, no, this is on me. So my man puts a $25 tip on the table. And he walked away. He called me. He said, hey, yo, I said, what? He said, I think my nephew finally learned his spot. I said, yo, cuz I put the bag down. He made sure everything I had was good. He wrote me, he put the tab on the table. He had to, but told me it was on me. I was like, okay. He said, yo, and I left a $25 tip, boom, boom. Everybody was cool. He said, but I think he finally got it. I say, why do you think he finally got it? He said, because I gave him the phone when I first got there. He said, but he put the phone in the chair and he made sure I had what I ordered and I was okay. And he didn't touch the phone until after I left. I said, well, how you know? He said, because I sat in the car for a minute and I could look and see. He said he came out and got the phone off the chair 10 or 15 minutes after I had left. He said, I was on the phone talking. I just was sitting there. He said, usually you don't move like that. So my son called me when he got off. He said, Dad, thank you. I said, for what? He said, such and such came past, brought me the phone. I got him the oysters, blah, blah, blah. I took care of it. He said, but I finally get it. I say, what? He said, sometimes I'm going to have to pay my own way. And all I could do, and I'm getting teary-eyed now. I was like, huh? He said, Dad, I get it. Sometimes I gotta pay my own way.
Yeah.
And I said, huh? He said, Dad, you and my mother have paved the way for me. You've instilled all these things in me. Now I've avoided getting locked up. I don't have no children. He said, Dad, you made me sweat. I said, huh? He said, man, you think that wasn't the longest 6 months ever? He said, boy, I thought I was in jail somewhere. I said, why? He said, because something that meant the most to me, I realized it was really not a need. It was a want. I said, what you mean? He said, because I had a phone, but I wanted an iPhone. He said, so now I understand when you tell me sometimes get your needs first, your wants will come. He said, man, look.
Hey, before y'all go from there, I want to have my daughter answer Kiki's question, Kiki's question. It says, she's a Miss Lady, so you think about starting a group for the youth that has no voice, maybe a nonprofit or just save group on social media for bullies. What do you think about that?
I never really thought to do that. I mean, it's not a bad idea to do, but I'll have to think on it.
Before she goes, any of y'all have any questions? Welcome to the panel, Rob.
I'm sorry.
No.
I just wanted to tell her, piggyback a little bit because, Malik's been saying all the right stuff. I want you to stay focused. Your father is amazing. You're amazing. I hear about you. I talk about my daughter to him, and it's like y'all have the same spirit, the same knowledge. So as a parent, it's good to know there are children listening. When I met your dad, I'm like, wow, he's teaching is just like mine. His children are excellent, and to hear you today is beautiful. Just keep that spirit. Listen to your dad, okay? And he's amazing. You're amazing. And I don't even know you yet. It's beautiful. So hopefully my family meet your family someday.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, and I agree with she said about doing your own thing about bullies and stuff like that. Cause I'm also thinking about doing something on my channel, my YouTube channel, about bullies on this platform right here, bullies on the street. Because right now I'm old enough to. I still, when I leave out my house, I still got to turn my head left and right because I don't know what's coming. And I know it's hard for younger generation to go outside and your parents at home praying and hoping like our parents were when we was coming up, praying and hoping and we come through that door again. So like everybody was saying, if you put out positive things out there, positive things come back to you. And then keep growing and growing and growing. So I hope and pray that you really do think about doing something for the younger generation. I really do.
KP, you from DC?
No, I'm from Philly. I know y'all beat up on my Eagles. I know.
Oh no, no.
No,
Oh,
I've been to DC every once in a while, but you know, what I mean,
oh,
I'm
oh,
not too far
no.
from DC.
The purpose I asked is for my next statement after the purple avatar. Who are you?
Rockwell.
Okay, Rockwell. You from DC?
No, the Bronx.
Okay, well look, Anthony. I
Yeah,
think we should all meet up. I think we should all meet up at Smokies on you and have this same conversation while EU and Red Essence play some music in the background.
that sounds like a winner. That sounds like a winner. Wait till it get warm.
I say that to
Yeah.
say again, Little Princess. I think you would make a good host, and you would be able to bring the masses together because of your delivery and approach.
Mm-hmm.
It's no pressure.
Man.
It's do or don't do. You have that kind of voice and demeanor to which folks will listen because you're non-judgmental, you're not biased, you're just a concerned person trying to help the people of your generation reach their own destiny and journey. And for that, I commend your dad for instilling and moms and everybody around you. It's awesome. So if ever you're going to go live again, tell dad, let me know. Because it's great to hear a positive voice of the future who has some insight on where they're going and where they want folks to go with them, meaning your
Amen.
generation, your class.
And
So
I'll bring my
Hey,
daughter with me.
say again?
I said, and I'll bring my daughter along with me. You know,
Yes.
that'll be a great thing.
From New York,
hey,
yes. Bring them down. Bring them down. But
let
look,
me.
on your way down, can you stop past Katz's Deli? I would love a George.
Hey, I was thinking about this, Millie. Why don't you come up to Philly and get a real cheesesteak on me?
Now, you and I both know that I'm a grown man. I don't eat steakums, and I've never been a fan of cheese whiz. That's what makes
I
the
said
Philly.
to fill up your cheesesteak. I ain't saying steak them.
No.
I said to fill
That's
up your
a Philly cheese.
cheesesteak from Pat.
That's a Philly cheesesteak. They're gonna give me steakums and cheese whiz.
Hey, Faye,
Now,
welcome in.
now, KP, before you keep going, I'm a foodie. I'm not only am I a foodie, pardon me, a foodie, I'm a real live chef. I can cook. I know what you're gonna get from Patsy's, you're gonna get from Geno's, even those who go to Ishkabibbles. Now, if I want a real cheesesteak, I'm gonna go to D'Alessandro's.
Okay.
Okay, see, so let's listen. KP, I love you, babe. Look, bro, I love you like a big bro. I'm telling you about the food game now. We're not coming to get no. If I want cheesesteak, we might as well go to Mary's Steakhouse. Remember Mary's Steakhouse?
This is true. This is true.
Go in there, look, that's like when you go to everybody go to the Waffle House for the 10-cent steak, $5 eggs, and the 2-cent toast. Come on, it's the same thing. But if you've never learned about Mary's Steakhouse, you don't get it. And that's what I'm saying. this generation is missing so much of what it has to offer as far as just being young and understanding and enjoying life.
Right. See,
I got another
games.
real quick.
We got these
Go ahead.
games and stuff in the house, and but again, we had places to go. We had things to do. You know what I mean? We even had, our social media was at the mall. Our social media was at the basketball court. Our social media was at the rec. Our social media was, you was always out. You know what I mean? And you in places where your parent would know where you at. You know what I mean? They know how to find you. Because again, before each one had beepers and stuff like that, we didn't have no phone. You had to call, put a quarter machine and call, hey mom, I'm just at that house, or
Look,
on the
hold on.
dollar.
Ask me. Remember when they had the little one? Remember when you had the little 1-800 MCI calling call?
Oh my goodness. No. Hey,
Yeah, look. When you had the little voicemail,
you remember when they had the little small flip phones? Not after the big ones was gone. You had to get one of those little small flip phones. You remember those flip phones?
I've had every hot phone on the planet.
The Nextel flip phones.
I used to sell burnouts out of New York. My man would go to look, statute of limitations over. We would go to New York, steal the numbers on the scanner, steal the other numbers for the credit cards, and make burnout phones. I had everybody in Baltimore running around like Master P with the hookup. Everybody. My homeboy and them, when they was out there doing they hand to hand in the corner, they was like, "Yo, what you doing? You selling phones?" Yeah. Listen, I remember my man and them was making $10,000 a day on the block. He came to me.
We was selling beepers, man.
Listen,
we would go to Washington and New York and go and sell beepers on the corners, man.
KP, remember the big TVs before they became flat screen? I had to connect at Earl's neighborhood,
right?
Brenner Center, and all the spots. I would roll them joints in nigga crib for $700 a pop. It was like, yo, how? Look, my OG, they caught my OG one night. I lied to you not. It was a club on Greenmount Avenue called Volcanoes. They catch my OG. They say, yo, tell your man, wait right here. They give my OG a bag of phones, $200, 2 bottles of Moet, and set the bar up. When I got there, he said, man, we got drink money for later. We got drinks on deck and drinks on the bar. I said, what are you talking about? He said, man, everybody need their phone hit. I say, what? He said, yo, here go. Look, dudes have put their name and beeper numbers in the phones. I spent 48 hours hitting 200 phones. When I take Baltimore, they was like, but when Nextels came out, I had everybody chirp and they chirped back.
Hold up. Now, to your daughter, this is gonna be funny to you, but your father understand this. Remember when cable came out?
Who?
And you can get free cable. I'm not talking about the cables you got now. I'm talking about cable.
Cable. I remember when Comcast first came out. Because Comcast come out of Philly.
Yeah.
Comcast come out of Philly. Yeah. Then they came with the hot box with the black button. Yeah. You had to push the black button 25 times to unscramble the channels. Now,
that's right.
I'm going to tell you one better than all that. In Baltimore, we had what was called Super TV. Channel 54 would cut off at 7 o'clock, and it would give you all the movies. But before you had DVDs, you had the big dumb RCA disc that looked like a 72-inch record.
The real disc, It looked like a 12-inch record player, but like chrome. That was the first, not compact disc, but the disc player.
The display, yeah. Then you had the what was it? The earphones with the tape deck inside of it. Then you had the VCR.
Keitra,
The
what's
beta.
halfway downtown Baltimore?
Nah, there was actually when y'all was saying talking about us meeting up at different places. She was saying let's just meet halfway at downtown Baltimore.
Halfway downtown Baltimore.
Look, Anthony, the new Lexington Market has opened. Let's go.
Oh, that was up. Yeah, I definitely want to see that because I just remember the old jump.
Keisha,
Hey,
look,
man.
Keisha, I'm so
What
Baltimore.
happened to Baltimore Harbor, man? I see Baltimore Harbor then blew up.
Keisha,
yeah.
I'm so Baltimore. My breakfast yesterday was a dozen crabs.
That's that Baltimore Harbor talk right there. Hold up.
That sounds
I'm
good.
telling you.
Oh, but that's Baltimore. Period. Shoot, they got ice cream trucks that sell dollar crabs.
Man.
Matter of fact, I done made Anthony so Baltimore. Keisha, we gonna meet off in 95 and turn the station. We gonna go to Captain Harvey's and get a big cheesesteak. Pause. Now look, Keisha, if you like pork, we gonna meet in Southeast DC over by hold on, Iverson Mall. We gonna go to Hogs on the Hill. I don't eat pork, but I'm gonna meet you by Hogs on the Hill.
That's one right there on New York Avenue. New York and Blainsburg.
You mean? Come on, now. You make me hungry. I'm about to leave now.
I got before I came on here.
No, Rockwell. It's two spots, and they just opened. You say you're in Brooklyn, right?
What happened?
You say you're in Brooklyn, right?
No, I'm in the Bronx.
It's two new spots they opened in the Bronx. They just opened up in the Bronx. Two new food spots. One is a Jamaican spot. I'm gonna send it to Anthony. Have him send it to you. They food looks so good, but it's in the Bronx. I was on Instagram and they was doing like new food spots in New York, Delaware, whatever. And I was like, damn, that joint look good. But now,
yeah, do that. I'll try it.
If you from the Bronx, you live in the Bronx.
Both.
I'm trying to get somebody, and
I'm originally from Haiti, so I can't go get you some food from there.
Well, look, I'm all for that too. I love a Haitian patron. So I'm trying to get my man from NY. I said, yo, I want to go to Brownsville. He said, you want to go to where? I said, Brownsville. He said, you got to find another tour guide. I said, yo, what the hell? He said, yo, only people from Brownsville go to Brownsville. I said, is it that bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you ain't from Brooklyn, you go down the wrong way, that's a wrap.
Yeah.
It is that bad. It's that bad every borough in the city. That's why we be cautious of people, That's why we selected with our friends and things like that. It makes
my other man, when I went to New York, when I drove Uber, I went to New York on an Uber. He met me at 152nd in the Polo Grounds.
You got out the car?
Huh?
You got out the car?
Rockwell, I told you I'm from Baltimore. Look, not only did I get out the car, I damn near wanted a 40 ounce in the bag of chips because I was ready to post. Man. He was like, "Hey, yo, son, you can't." I said, "What you mean? Hood is hood." He was
not anymore.
But no, he's actually from Harlem. He's not from 152nd Street.
Okay.
No, the Polo Grounds may be 155th. I think 152nd. He's from Taft Projects. I think Taft may be 152. Nevertheless, when I was in New York, and I no homo, I always wanted to meet Jim Jones. So what happened was, Jimmy's girlfriend Chrissy and my man's sister is best friends. So when I happened to be there, he hit Jimmy on the phone on the FaceTime. I was like, yo, respect, love your crap. Y'all just want to meet you to shake your hand. I say, because you make a nigga want to keep the 5 o'clock shadow. Pause. He was like, cool. And what happened was, Jimmy wasn't in town that day. So like a month later, my man happened to be up top and bumped into him again. And he had Jimmy call. I say, so this type of games y'all playing? You know I'm from Baltimore. So he was like, hold, calm down. I say, nah, no. I say, man, respect. Yo, I'm thankful that you called back as a fan of your music and your talent. Respect. I say, man, it was just I like your craft, and I like how you carry yourself. I say I followed you and your wife off of Love and Hip Hop, and I think that how you get down is respectful down to your son, man. I say that's great. I say because I make my sons watch Bronx Tale. He was like, yeah, they don't watch a Bronx Tale. You know, I say, yeah, you gotta watch a Bronx Tale. It's a lot of lessons and jewels in the Bronx Tale.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, my man was like, you have to listen. I'm not starstruck. I said, but just the fact that he remembered the first contact and he was back in town and he hit you like, yo, boom, boom. I said that's notable. I said that's gentleman type of thing. I said not that I kid in his life or made it a difference. I said it was just a fact.
Yeah. Did you see Creed 1? Anybody see Creed 1?
Who?
Did anybody see Creed 1? Apollo Creed. The movie Creed.
Yes.
That was in Philly. So they filming it, right?
So was Rocky.
They filming it. Yeah, but Creed 1, and Creed 2, and Creed 3 are all based in Philadelphia. But they film it.
Wait, there's a Creed 3? I gotta see that.
No.
So
the Creed 2, I think they're about to premiere Creed 2, right?
Yeah, I'm thinking ahead of time, but they starting to film Creed 3.
But now,
but anyway, so it's a part the area I'm in. I can go to the what's the name and watch that, right? So anybody from West Philly, North Philly, or something like that, some of those cats got to come during the early morning tapings, because at a certain time, people from West Oakland, North Philly, Southeast Philly, West Philly, and stuff like that, they have to leave that area by 6 o'clock because of the area they're in.
Where's Erie Ave at?
Erie Ave is like right up it's on Boyd Street. It's like wait, is that it's 7 blocks from Einstein Hospital. It was on Boyd Street. Straight down Boyd Street. You go straight down Boyd Street. You go to Boyd. You have to go to Boyd first, and the next stop is Boyd. So you got to. It's like not too far from Boyd.
So
it's
you're
like
a Philly native.
hop, skip, and a jump for me, huh?
So you're a Philly native.
Yeah.
So shout out to Erie and Susquehanna. Shout out to Kevin Hart and the Plastic Cup Boys.
Yeah.
No.
Mr. Traveler.
Will Smith and Will Smith and Jazzy J.
Now, KP,
they from West Philly.
Are you familiar with Kevin Hart's brother 40 G's and Gilly the Kid?
I'm familiar with Gilly the Kid, but I think I was in Baltimore when I think my brother know Kevin Hart, Kevin Hart's brother. But so I was in Baltimore.
You was in Baltimore where?
Huh?
You was in Baltimore where?
I was in Baltimore when I was in school, when I was in college.
Where?
I went to Georgetown.
Who?
I came up to Baltimore. I went to Georgetown. I came up to Baltimore just to chill out. That was my spring break.
Georgetown is not in Baltimore.
I know Georgetown is in Washington, but I came to Baltimore on spring break. My family reunions was in Baltimore. All my family reunions was in Baltimore.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Where'd you come in Baltimore at?
We were down at the harbor most of the time. We was always at the harbor.
Oh, you was at the tourist spot.
Yeah, we was at the harbor.
Nah, he ain't go up, coming down there.
So Anthony, he was like in the game of It's. He was always on base.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, the harbor is a safe spot, but I'm so Baltimore, and to make you understand, I come out of Sandtown, so
okay.
I come out of where they made the wire. No, I come out of that wire era.
Yeah,
I
know where you at. Actually, I tell you further than that, the corners.
That's Monroe and Lafayette.
Right.
The dude who wrote The Corner, his cousin was one of my OGs. Rest in peace.
Right.
Mm.
Like, now,
You know what's so? I just didn't
now hold on. His cousin was probably the Black Ric Flair. And I say that because he would wake up and he would tell you Rolex diamonds, Versace shirts, Gator shoes, 20 thou in my pocket. And you would be like, what? And I was like, he gave me his car one day when the Lexus was out, SC400. Shout out, rest in peace, big homie T. He was like, yo, take the car. I had this little John I was trying to impress. He was like, yo, take the car, take the John, pick her up, boom, boom, wow, wow. So he said, yo, some money in the glove pocket. He was like, you can't go reckless. I was like, huh? He was like, yeah, have a little fun. So now, Shorty think that my family to drink, but he was like a big brother to me. He totally raised me, and he taught me two things. Respect will always go further than your money, and just be you. Don't go outside of me. I know him, so boom. So the little John, she liking me. So look, we pop up down Crazy Jaws. Now, Anthony, if you remember, Crazy Jaws was the jump off. Like when you would go to DC, you would go to Kilimanjaro, you would go to the Republican Guard. But Crazy Jaws was a restaurant on the block.
Right.
You had to be somebody to go down on the block. We on the joint. She like, oh, okay, big cheesesteaks, French fries. Rockwell, look, I don't think I'm P. Diddy, but I definitely think I'm Biggie because I was a little chunky, but I was still handsome. So we on the joint chilling.
But you know what though? One thing I gotta say with my work and everything, I'm respected in a lot of neighborhoods, a lot of hoods from from the south all the way up to the north. I mean, I know Philly, I know people in Philly. I ain't got to tap in. My family is connected all through New York. My family is all through DC. My family all through Atlanta. My family all through South Carolina, Texas, Cali.
That's how my family is.
Right. And I'm known in all those hoods very well. Trust. My wife here, right here now, will tell you. I mean, so many times we've been places and people walk up, it's like I remember faces, but remember names. They're like, "Yo, hey, yo, Tony, what's up, man?" Who the fuck is that? So such and such. Oh, damn, yeah. All right. And then like I remember their face, but it don't come to me till like later. But yeah, I mean, a lot of places that I've been from, traveling, family, working. I tapped in with a lot of people, man, and got to know a lot of people, and got close with a lot of people. You know what I mean? So it's like, a lot of places, my name is very common, but when they see who it is, I do get that respect, you know. Um, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn. It's just how I treat people. You know what I mean? I can go to Westport and then go to Park Heights. You know what I mean? I got big folks in Baltimore. You know what I mean? Sure. Again, it's just the respect of knowing people, and they know I'm not, with fuck shit, and I don't come disrespectful and try to shit on people and stuff like that. It's just how I carry my weight. You know what I mean? And I keep it 6 feet. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I don't knock what the fuck you do. Don't knock my game. You know what I mean? But we have a mutual respect. What Kiki say?
That's anywhere and everywhere. That's everywhere you go. You gotta respect. Respect is certain, respect is due.
But these days, like with the youngins, it's hard. Like in New York, Chicago, and other places, our younger generations can't just go in certain neighborhoods without being tied in. You know what I mean? We just can't just walk in. And then as an adult, in certain places, you can't walk in unless you know somebody or tap in with somebody, which is crazy. But This the world we live in, and that's basically going back to the conversation in hand. What we was talking about earlier. Knowing who the people you're around, and how much your circle is really really for you or against you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right.
Do some of you guys get news from Philadelphia
I
or
do.
just
Well, I
okay?
do.
I do.
Yeah. Did you hear about the one time when the young man was sitting on the step, a young boy sitting on the step and got shot?
Well,
It's like this is like they starting to call Philly Tombstone now.
oh yeah, Philly getting bad. Philly is. I
They
mean,
call Philly
they
Tombstone
still
now.
behind Chicago, but yeah, they really getting in. They really getting it in out there.
Yeah. It's like I said, when I got the crib, I'm like I'm an OG, you know what I mean? But I get respect from younger generation around on my block. But
Yeah,
I stay in my area. Like my mom and dad used to tell you, be home before the lights come on in the street. I'm in the crib. I ain't get I stop drinking, let's stop partying, let's stop doing everything. I'm in the crib at 6 because I know how crazy these young generations are getting now. I
yep.
mean, it's like,
That's what we need to. That's the conversation that we was talking about because we're getting away from that. We're getting away from, these youngins today. They don't have. They don't. It's like if they don't have anything to stand on, they just like almost like kind of like the Wild West. They just, hey, I'm gonna get mine, and I'm gonna get it any means necessary. You know what I mean?
mm,
And if you in my way, it don't matter if you my cousin, you my father, you this and that. I'm blasting you, and then I'm gonna get that bag. That's it. That's where they at with it these days. More so than some places.
nowadays you go to a gas station and fill your car with gas, and you get carjacked.
Yeah. Well, if you
And
was in
nowadays they
town,
getting
you
so
don't
bold
get
now,
shot
they
up,
doing it
and
in the
then get your
daytime.
car took. So
Okay.
I mean, again, it all depends on where you at.
But like I said, man, I mean, I'm at the point where I know I'm older, but I'm at the point where I'm telling some of my family members, and it's like, look, man, we got to go out to these streets, knock on people's door, and be like, y'all got kids, y'all don't know us. Come down to this location where we have cops around and just listen to a conversation. I'm at the point like we need to stop having these kids killing kids. But if you
We need
remember what the
to
Bible said,
we need to
remember what
get
the
the
Bible said.
parents
Parents
too.
would kill
We need to get
parents,
the
kids
whole
would kill
community
kids,
to
and
come down, and if we got to do it so many times every day or whenever, you know what I mean? I want to say knock on certain doors because I know some areas you get blasted if you're not from that place. Yeah,
yeah,
Hmm.
it can happen. So
yeah,
best thing to do is just leave a flyer at the door. You see people in the
mm-hmm,
street, talk to them.
mm-hmm,
You know what I mean?
mm-hmm,
And if you got one person to come and listen, eventually, if you build it, they will come. You know what I mean? And if you got one, hey, you win it. You know what I'm saying? Because
Hmm.
usually when
yeah,
you get one, you get another and another and another. Just like a church. You know what I mean? When a church first open up, like they start small. They start what in the classroom. Sometimes they
mm-hmm,
start right in the park with two chairs. You know what I mean?
mm-hmm,
And then they
mm-hmm,
build from there. If you got something that's going to help the community, and you got the people who's trying to make their community better and make it safe for their generation to grow, then yeah, a lot of times they're going to listen. But if we don't actually get in there now, where we do have adults like us, that our younger generation, is getting out of hand, and we don't start trying to, not only look at it from the outside or individually talk to them, we need to do it together. You know what I mean? We had to
Agree.
put the petty differences aside. Stop trying to look better than this person, that person. You got this part of town that looks great, but then down the other side of part of town, it looks different. But again, we're still the same people. You know what I mean? We work
mm-hmm.
hard. We trying to live, and we're trying to make sure our kids, live a better life than us. If we keep, looking at who got the best status instead of looking at what's going to be best for our kids, then what else we're going to actually have? Because if we're not looking out for how we're going to have for our kids in the future, not only from, okay, yeah, you leave your child a will, but you're not teaching them, how to, help live and build a society and to protect your society. There's no telling that your kid going to be living long enough to get the will.
Yeah.
Because look at these days, kids is going before their parents, and a lot.
Yeah. I'm gonna need this one quick comment before I step out because I gotta go do something. Um, this summer I talked to some people. I said, I'm gonna go down to these youth centers and stuff like that and become a coach, basketball coach or something, a football coach, or whatever. So I can probably reach a couple kids. But my cousin told me that he's gonna start something on his computer and reach out to people on social media. I said that's not a good idea. I think it's better to see everybody face to face. So I agree with all y'all saying. I'm saying please keep your family safe, your kids safe, yourself safe, because it's getting bad out here, y'all. It's getting really bad out here, and nobody cares. But the ones that's sitting up here on his panel and some other people. If you
And
reach out to somebody that has a positive vibe,
I, Now, I'm about to say was I appreciate all of y'all coming in, and for the people who will be listening, and people who already been listening, and for the people who participated, I greatly appreciate y'all. But I would say this, that I guess kind of gets to me a little bit, not a lot, because again, this is social media and this is the world we live in right now. But the biggest thing for me is that if people on here doxing other people is going to other people's businesses, people threatening other people talking down into other people's draws and all this other mess, and that gets high publicity. That is show as adults, what type of world we live in. But when it comes to us talking about what's happening with our kids and seeing it for our eyes, like Malik was saying, the video of the mess being happening, same with Takeoff. We're in a world that we're looking at our kids getting killed. We're looking at our kids getting taken away from here. But we more on the fuck shit on this shit than we are for the positive. And it's sad. It's really, really, really sad. It's fucked up and it's real sad. And having the people on here, I understand y'all try to have giggles and laughs and this and that. Okay, that's cool. But we need to support, our communities. We need to support the shit that goes on in our areas. We need to support even here on the internet, because we the one who paved the way. We the one helped build this bullshit, and now our kids is getting killed on it, and we're more of, oh, your ass looks lopsided and you don't have no money because I just looked at your background and you got a bankruptcy. And okay, I already know that shit. What the fuck is you gonna tell me that I don't know? Why the fuck is you worried about what the fuck I'm doing? Let's worry about our kids not getting killed and being shown on the internet. That's more important than worrying about who like did what to who, or what they already done in their life that really ain't got no concern to anybody else, but you're trying to get a laugh out of it, and I don't see nothing funny with it. Because everybody on this internet has some type of, even if you came from money, you still have some type of, strife in your life. Trust. That's called real life. For real, for real. It just really gets to me that you we can sit here and we can do that and go through that, and sad to say, I understand why the kids the way they are, because just the same as the praise of the fuck shit here on this goddamn social media or YouTube, and how certain things is projected in a great light that's all negative. It's not shots, just facts. So if I see you doing fuck shit, then I know what type of yeah upbringing that you're bringing up or what you're passing along. That's what I want to share on that. Oh, we got Kiki coming up. I hope I ain't
That's
hit another. Hey, Kiki.
Good afternoon, fellas. How are you? And Miss Lady.
good evening.
Well, I say afternoon because I work so much. I apologize. Don't
That's okay.
charge
I'll be
me.
listening. I'll be saying good
Say
morning
it
at
again,
night.
Swan.
So I wanted to touch bases with you was just saying, Anthony, which makes so much sense. That's why I just chimed in, right? I remember when social media first got introduced to my children, which is now adults. And I
Right.
think that was back in like 2000 and I want to say like 9 or 10.
Okay.
And they were so upset with me because I was in their business. And I'm so glad that I was in their business
Right.
because look what's happening now.
Right.
I am
Right.
so glad that I was one of the ops. My kids said I was like an ops. I was like, what in the world is an op?
Yeah.
And I started understanding that an
Anything
op
you
means that
do
I
to
wasn't with the agenda of the other parents.
Yep.
And it was kind of like my mom, no, y'all don't want to come over here and eat dinner because my mom is not going to let us be like in the rooms and whisper and, just do fool la la. And I was like, I'm not. So now that they are now 22 and 21,
right.
they understand things.
Right.
And I wanted them parents, and you know me, Anthony, from BBK.
Right.
I'll
Right.
let anybody know that my son, he just chose the ops. So when he chose to go away, that was on him
Right.
because you was raised with two families. And I mean, like actually four families. You had my mother, you had my
See.
father, you had your father's mother, and you had your father's family, right? So you had a
Right.
good old little community. And it took him to have to sit down at the age of 18 to realize that where your friends at now. Then I
Right.
have the girl that is active in a community, a licensed esthetician, and everything else like that. So you had to take like 3 years out of your life and had to get your HVAC inside of jail and stuff like that. So I
Go
think
get
that
some
my
soda.
voice is, huh?
There's
I'm
Cokes in
sorry,
there.
but
I
Go
got
get
it.
a Coke.
Go ahead. I got it.
it's like I can go on both dynamics of the field because even when you have a structured family at times, you still have one, no matter what you do, they'll still think that your ways is not the correct way because you're being too stern.
Right.
So when it comes back to bringing all of the old school back, a lot of people would say to me, because, I'm pulled on two different sides of the fence. Oh, you
Right.
was too hard on the boy and look what you made the boy run and do. But look what the girl went and did. And I'm like, at the end of the day, if the whole community came together, like back in the day, and I was being serious about, I mean, like we joke about things, but the gentleman was saying something about like, I rather the whipping. I did too, because living in a Christian house and you wanted to get punished was not a fun thing, you know?
Right.
Um,
Right. Right.
it won't fun and all of your friends laughing because you got to do the white walls and the marble outside with the Ajax and
Mm-hmm.
the water, and then they done went and pulled out the hot dog stand on you on Monument and Lakewood, and they blasting the gospel music, and your friends is like, you are a coon, and I graduated from Patterson High School, okay? So I was like,
Hold. Did you say Monument?
I was in the hood, whereas so I did not know that pigeons was, doing a thing. I was just like, they're
Monument?
irritating.
Hey, Monument. You from Baltimore?
Because I came from Anne Arundel County. So when my mother and father divorced, I was in the hillbillies. They call Pumphrey a hillbilly section, and then my family was from Cherry Hill. Then I came to Monument and Lakewood. So it was a whole total dynamic for me
Hold on,
as
hold on,
a
hold on. You a buck
adolescent.
Cherry Hill and Anne Arundel County. Where? That's hold up now.
I ain't saying my location because with this all broadcasted, but I'm saying like I was Cherry Hill, and it was the little Pumphrey, then it was Ferndale and Glen Burnie, and then you went on up the road to the other part of the family.
Well,
but
I'm gonna say my location. I'm at 808 Magle Vista Road, Arnold, Maryland. 210.
Okay, yes, sir. All right now. So when we gonna have to get together, then we definitely gonna be going down to Baltimore because I'm all the way out. I'm further towards the Delaware now. But this was a positive conversation.
Hold on. I got something about Haverty Grace. I've been through Haverty Grace, Port Deposit, Braggy Wine.
Nah, the last exit
White
is
Castle, Bed, Delaware, North Delaware.
Oh, I gotta give you a tour if you ever come to the city. You sound like you need a tour. Okay, everywhere. That's what I'm talking about. See, I don't have no family in DC, so Anthony's my only family. You know what I mean? When he was talking about checking in, it is true. Like that's the only person
See,
I
the
know.
only thing I know, my sister, she moved to La Plata, and she's talking about she goes over the Key Bridge or something. I don't do that, so I'm scared of bridges.
She go over the Key Bridge to go to the Plata?
No. She's in the Plata going across the Key Bridge is taking a back way to go like either you want to go to Camp Island or you want to go like towards
like Harford County and stuff like that. So that's the way that she always tells me that she takes the Key Bridge.
If she's going over the Key Bridge, she's going the back way through Fort Smallwood. She's going down to the 97. She's taking 97 and 50.
See, I haven't went to go visit. After she told me I had to go over the Key Bridge, I have not came to visit her. I said, I can't do it.
She's telling you that way because that's the back way. The Key Francis Scott Key Bridge. Okay, Anthony, that's the bridge that takes you out of Dundalk to Sparrows Point. It takes you through Fort Smallwood and brings you to Pasadena.
That's one of the Key Bridge. That's the you talking about 895.
No. It's on the back of 695.
No, I'm sorry, 695.
Yeah, because see, I'm off of 695 to 95. But she takes that Key Bridge all the time. So I've never went and visited her since she moved up there because I'm terrified.
But the only reason why she's telling you to go that way, like cutting through Davidsonville or taking Route 2 all the way down to because you actually can take Route 2 all the way. You can pick it up from 695, cut through 301 and 3, jump on 2 South, and 2 South will run you all the way down into Southern Maryland, and then you'll go take 2 to 4, and 4 will run you right into your sister in Lake Plata.
But listen, the only way she gonna get the 301 from that way is she got to take 2 to 97. Well, actually, no. She got to take 695 to 97.
She
can take 3 to 301. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Man, GPS, if you don't come through.
Yeah, you see, look, that's why.
Okay, GPS come through, fellas. I'm for real.
Listen, for those who don't know, and I know Anthony, 695 takes you around Baltimore. It's a circle.
Yes, it does.
You can get on there and go all around. Listen, I'm telling you, I'm so Baltimore. Zone 17. Zone 17. Shout out to Pennsylvania Avenue. And matter of fact, while I'm on here, I gotta shout out my brother in them. I gotta shout them out. I was with them niggas all day. Shout out to the almighty Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. Happy Founders Day, bros. Now,
Happy Founders Day. Is it Happy Founders Day? Founders. Happy Founders Day, gentlemen.
Yeah. 695 go around. 95 takes you through. That's how you go from Delaware to New York to New Jersey. South. Matter of fact,
95. That's what I know. That's what I know. That's what I know.
Upper Beltway and you got the bottom Beltway. Upper Beltway is 695.
The Beltway is
bottom Beltway is 495.
No, it's called the upper. The Beltway is called inner loop, outer loop.
Huh? No, I'm talking about north and south.
No, 695 is called the inner loop and outer loop. 95 just goes north and south.
495 down here, we call it the inner loop and outer loop. What I'm saying is
95 is not a beltway. I mean, 95 is an interstate.
But what I'm saying is, with like here, we said the beltways. We got the
That's
upper
that's
beltway,
that's
which is
495.
Baltimore beltway, and then we got the bottom beltway, which is the 495 beltway.
Right. That matter of fact, don't nobody want to get stuck on 495. Jesus Christ. Be on 495
Maybe
and
that's
have
why she takes the scenic route. Because
Right,
she
because
tells me when she
yeah,
comes to see me, it takes her almost 2.5 hours to see me.
right, right. Unless
but
you
like
go
So
like
see now, her
McAllen's and
being in
93.
La Plata, she's closer to Southern Maryland by being in La Plata.
Right.
Like she may actually
Waldorf,
have
all
horse
you
and
got
buggy in La Plata.
yeah,
well, I have
South
not been able
Waldorf.
to visit her because I just can't do it. But I definitely chimed in. Darn it, I forgot what I chimed in for. I called because it was something that was so significant that y'all was talking about. Oh, about just being like active inside of these communities again. Like
Right.
where I'm at, the county that I'm in, I moved here from Baltimore, and I had my children here with their father, and I kind of got stuck because it reminded me of Anne Arundel County. Now I did not see the foolishness until the kids was already settled in, maybe like 10 or 11, and I really seen that everywhere is racist. But you have places that's racist, but they don't act like they're racist until you really, are inside of it. So what do? I learned just to understand a lot of rights and laws inside of this county
Mm-hmm.
that I'm in that is ran by this own county. And, a lot of people will say, when if you come into our county, don't even stop and get gas if you ain't straight because they are assholes.
Mm.
So with that being said, um, I try to get the young kids out to vote. They think that, voting doesn't make a difference. Now it's so diverse here now because every race is mixing with every race here. So it's probably like 70% of, mixed race that it's time for the young kids to step up and vote and, start making a change. It's no way that the sheriff have been the sheriff for over 57 years, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Um,
Because
it's real crazy. There's no change. The only change that happens is if a daggone judge retires.
right. Sure.
Without saying too much, one of the judges that people try to get her out of there, she finally retired this year, right? She didn't had like 60 WIs, and she is the DWI actual district court judge. So,
Oh, Lord.
where they do that at? She's like she looks just like Judge Judy, and she
Okay.
finally just retired. So, but in order to make any kind of change, you got to come out and voice your opinions.
Right.
When they beg you to vote, and it's young people that's begging young people to vote,
But see,
that's and you know what? It's so systemized out here. We don't want to vote because we don't want to do jury duty. Well, that's why all your asses getting locked the hell up because there's no colored of anything that's on jury trials. So maybe if you do vote and then you got to go to jury trial, your name is inside of a pool now to make change.
but you
Don't
know what
cry.
though? But you know what's so crazy? See, just like in your area, and I hear sometimes here too, the word snitching. See,
Yeah.
that word is so broadly, widely used amongst the youth that they only going with the go along, get along game. They not
With the
actually
narrative. With the narrative.
understanding exactly. They not understanding what the difference is. If you're in a gang, if you're in some type of organization that you feel that, hey, if you're doing bad stuff and you're not, because you're not supposed to tell on the person that you're in the crime with or different crimes with. Okay, I get that part. That's the thing that comes from the hood, this and that. Fine, but guess what? As a citizen, and some places can actually
But you know
charge
what,
you if
Anthony?
you know information
I
on
don't even
certain
believe
things.
that it came from our community. That was something
What snitching?
that was put on from other communities because our opiate crisis is so bad out here that they are actually giving out them little pins.
Do you need
If
me to give you some pills? Some what do you need me to give you?
Hey, BBK. Hey, Boss Queen.
How can I help?
hey, BBK,
Hey,
You
but you
sure?
know what?
baby.
They giving out opiate pins if you overdose on an opiate, but you get caught with some weed, you going down the road for about 3-4 years. So make it make sense.
No, but the reason why I was saying about
Not
the
being
snitching,
funny.
but now I'm just saying about the snitching thing. I want to finish it real quick.
Not being funny.
Oh, I'm sorry, Anthony. I didn't mean to cut you off. My apologies.
No, it's no problem. But the snitching
Going
part
to the store
is,
for what?
Malik, you need a mute, man. Hey, um, the 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 thing about snitching is so broadly used and widely
In our
used.
community, oh my goodness.
It's so crazy that most of the kids don't even know, the terms of it. They just know you're not supposed to do it. I mean, half of them who say it actually tell, especially when they get caught. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
But
You better speak the truth and shame the devil.
right. But my thing is, because a lot of them, they not built that way. They're not built, the way they claim to be, shooting that gun, going out here claiming something they're not until they get caught up in a situation. It's a very, very small percentage. And usually it's somebody older that actually live by those terms. But these
That's
youngins out here busting their gun, going out here, I'm a gangster, I'm a gangster. But now it's time for you to put in that real work by doing that time. Now you
they
can't do
sitting
it.
there, they telling everything. They telling every location that they ever been at.
Oh, they know
And if
everything.
they don't
They
tell it, they have that cell phone that's telling for them.
know.
Right.
But that's only if they not sitting there boasting it on social media because they trying to make themselves look like something. So yeah, oh man, I just robbed this dude and took his chain, everything. I'm the man. Don't fuck with
You're
me.
right. And flexing on social media with the stuff that they actually apprehended and stole from someone else.
Right. By gunpoint. But then when the police is come looking for him, oh man, I was just playing. I didn't steal it. Somebody else stole it. So now you went from being big man, big Meech, doing the damn thing. Shout out to Big Meech. I ain't trying to go on that dude like that.
Again,
You're real good. But nah,
Yeah.
to
hey
crying,
man,
to
you know
crying.
you the man now. But then when the police say, man, you was dumb, police coming after you. Oh no, that was somebody else took it. I just took it from him, and I was just flexing. You know what I'm saying? That's how we do. We just be flexing. We Milli Vanilli out here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing the
Yep.
real thing out here. I'm actually a schoolboy. You know what I mean? Oh, now you the schoolboy. First, you got like 50 guns and got your mans all up in the video and doing this and that, and now you get caught up. Now you don't want to sit down and do that time.
Yeah,
Come
you're
on.
doing the most. And now you're like, I didn't even mean to. It was, and I do agree with that.
But then
Um,
but what's the thing though? Then you get the craziest, no, I'm not gonna say the dumbest, but you get the one that is not too smart, get him all hired up, and have him do the dirty work by saying, "Hey, that dude's snitching. You need to go tap him. If you want to be in our gang, you got to kill him." You know what I mean? So
yeah,
now you get
yes,
somebody
sir.
bumped off for doing something that you do too if you get caught up. But you get that person bumped off because they're doing something that you're against. But again, if you get caught,
Mm,
you do it
mm,
yourself.
mm.
So why you get yourself bumped off?
Why
I
would
mean,
you even get yourself in that? And I think I was talking to
It
you
is.
and Miss BBK about whereas so we've had too many job fairs that yeah, you may not want to work inside of the fast foods. You may not want to work in a warehouse. You just don't want to do nothing because it's not cool to work these days.
Yeah.
It's so
But that's the
uncool
thing.
to work.
But the thing is, I'm not understanding this generation and the generation before that. They so used to everything being instant. You know what I mean? Everything is instant. It's just like the drug trade. You know what I mean? It's real simple. I say you this, you give me money. That's it. That's all. You know what I mean? It's like a cash and carry. You know what I mean? But they don't understand that you have to work, build up hours, get your check, pay your taxes, and everything else. They want that instant gratification. This is the same as their living. You know what I'm saying? They want if I show you this, then I need this right now. You know what I mean? The same with you got people. What I said the other day that they want to get any job, but you got a lot of people who be crying and hollering and screaming at foreigners. Spanish, Ethiopian, any other type of foreigner.
And
They
you're
come
right.
and they
You're
respect.
right.
They come
You
in
go to
and
the
they work.
fast food now, you're like, it don't taste the same. I was saying that like stuff don't taste the same, but I'm like, you know what? The people that know how to cook what you're supposed to cook, they refuse because they're better. So
Right.
the people that is like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna make this. Like everybody's saying, oh, the price of living is going up. For a lot of people, it's still the same because people still working. I mean, it's like you still
Right.
got two people that's in a that's actually inside of a household that's providing that you didn't let obstacles and situations make you I don't want to say lazy because people get offended by that word, but COVID kind of spoiled people. You know,
Oh yeah. Yeah, a lot.
all of these
Good.
uh checks that people was getting. I know a couple of people that I knew, they were getting like $35,000 in unemployment. And I'm like, what? Well, what are you going to do when that ends? And what are you going to do if a real crisis happens? And that is something that you may have to lean on. Where is your 401k at? Because ain't nobody messing up. I don't care. Ain't nobody messing up my little 401k because I don't plan on doing this when I'm like 70.
Right.
And
See,
now
that's the
nobody
thing.
even
A lot of
have,
people don't plan.
Welcome to
you're
Information
not
Man Show.
planning. People,
Hmm.
I know that our Walmart sold out of flat screen TVs when the pandemic happened. I
Right.
needed a TV because my TV was older and it actually went up. And I was like, oh, I need me. They was like, oh, they're sold out. And then when they did come back in stock, they was like $800. Are y'all crazy? First
Right.
of all, this whole thing was on sale like maybe 6 months ago for 400. You know,
Cheaper
so
than
now people
I
are not
actually
even.
bought. I
We
was I
done went through
actually
like
bought like a
5
30-inch TV
receptionists.
for $200.
I'm like, I'm not able to do it. I'm not able to do it. Once the cigarettes went up to like $13, I would love my Newports. I went to Mavericks. People was like, oh my goodness, what is wrong with you? Well, listen, and let them go up. I'm telling you, I'll be chewing gum. I will be getting on all of my coworkers' nerves, popping my gum and eating. Maybe I'll gain some weight. But even at my job, we are hiring for receptionists. The
See?
only thing you have to do is just come there, sit down, answer the phone. If you don't understand how to just press the little phone call on hold and hit transfer, we're gonna train you. And that's only, as people say, $17 an hour, right?
See?
You're not doing nothing all day. You can play on your phone. If the phone rings, just answer it and just
It's that
transfer it.
simple. It's
People
that
don't even want to
That
do that.
that all ties into what the fellas on here have been saying this whole conversation.
yeah, but
People
that's
is
the
just,
thing though.
they're not doing it. They don't want to do
And
it.
you know what they say? We don't care if you got a record. We don't care because we know that you're not going to steal our paper clips or our stapler. Just show up. Just
Right?
show
Oh, after COVID became so easy
That's
for
all
jobs,
we
they're like, we don't
need
care.
See,
to
there's
just show
no
up.
excuses. No excuse whatsoever.
Yeah.
No excuses. It's
Before it
purely,
was
no, you
excuses.
said it right. It's laziness. You should be
Yes, it is.
ashamed of yourself. I promoted, there's so many jobs on the hill, and I understand people don't want to get in politics, but guess what? You don't have to be with the politics. Matter of fact,
But you know
you're
what?
not,
People are starting to
if
put
you
they're using their personal you're putting your feelings involved. And half the people that say, I don't want to know about politics, you ain't never studied no fucking politics. Pardon my
right,
French.
because you
So
know the
you
difference
just
between the two.
you
That's
go
all
to the
I
damn
know.
thrift store, you get you a little pair, like 4 pants and some little cute shoes. Hell, we'll do a damn drive for you. I got some clothes I can't fit no more and some shoes. Just show up because we're short staffed.
Same here. We're short staff and throughout the whole department. And then make it so bad. If you long as you haven't like manslaughter or kill somebody or rob the bank, anything
That's what
else,
we're
you give
saying.
you the job
As
after
long as
2
we
years.
don't
They will
be
hire
in there
you.
clutching our pearls with you, you can get a job. As long as we don't believe. Now you can't come in there with no tattoos all over your head, and
Right.
talking
Looking
about.
scary.
But other than that, and if you do,
What up,
wear
homie?
wigs.
What you got in on? What you got in on my tuna sandwich out the machine, homie?
Right? Hell, eat my lunch. I'll just order lunch for the whole week. We'll all chip in if you have problems. We even said that we'll carpool with people.
See? And that's the same thing. That's what's crazy. I'm glad you said something about that because that's how this world is today. If they get mad when the people who respect of having a job because people who used to working for $2 a week or $10 a month, they come
Yeah.
in and work $4 an hour with no problem and with respect. You know what I'm
And
saying?
we'll be happy.
And be happy, be gratefully happy. Again,
But see, people get mad when they say, well, how come it's all Africans in here? Or how come it's all people that don't speak English? We're going to teach you how to speak English and you're going to teach us how to speak your language because we're going to be bilingual up in here because once you
there
come in
it
here,
is.
we all a family. We all family at this
That's
point.
the way it is. See, and see, but no, you hit it, and I don't give a fuck what they say. They can strike me. They can do what the fuck they want. They fucking lazy.
Because we're
You don't
talking the
want
truth.
nothing.
We're
You don't
talking
want no
truth.
work because there's plenty of jobs out here. From her job to my job to plenty of jobs out here. Every time I go outside and go to the store, I see you have one of the signs. When I go to different businesses, I see you have one of the signs. When I go to the trucking company or to a car or this and that, even when
Let
they
me
sell
tell
cars,
you.
they got
I
job
got
open.
one better for y'all this morning because our trash day is today. I got up early because I got to be to work at 9. And this is the honest to the Lord truth. The trash man came. It was only him. And I was cleaning out the basement, a bunch of bags and stuff like that. I took off my boots, my high heel boots. I went and put on my gym shoes and I helped him. He said, Miss Kiki, why would you do that? I said, where's your other helper? He said, oh, he quit 2 days ago. I said, are
Mm,
you
mm.
serious?
Mm-mm.
And I helped throw the bags in there because they had the thing that you can do like the regular trash cans you got to pay for, all of that. And they do the little
Right, right.
automatic shoot. I helped him and he was so grateful. And I'm like, they're paying like $23 an hour. He said,
See,
ain't nobody even trying to do it, Miss Kiki. I was so sad. Now he
mm.
got to drive the truck, get out.
And
If
get
it
the
ain't
truck.
an automatic shoot, he got to throw all of the trash away. And he got a time limit. He said, because if he don't meet the requirements of the communities, now he got to complain.
See,
That's horrible to me.
it's
Mm-hmm.
crazy. It's crazy. And then you know what's so crazy? I mean, you got all these people who want to like drive and stuff like that. They would do some would do the Uber Eats and some would do this and that. And nothing against that. I'm for you making money. That's fine. But guess what? We got
Mm.
local trucking companies. You're doing the same thing. You pick up, you deliver. I guess how much money you make off of that?
Do you
Lots
not
of money.
know? Because I'm in the wrong department. I wish that I could have like six of me to make six different incomes because even with cleaning services, it is so many jobs that you don't need. And a lot of people say, I don't have a high school diploma. That done went out the window. It's companies now that's saying, we don't give a darn if you don't have a high school diploma.
That is
As
true.
long as you're dependable and you can show up,
Right.
you got the job. So what is
Right.
the excuse now?
And willing to work.
And then where I'm at, it's public transportation.
Okay.
So, and it's only $1. And they about to shut that down because you know what? Nobody wants to use the public transportation no more. So I
See?
dedicate myself 3 times out of the week, me and 4 coworkers, to use our public transportation.
Mm.
See?
We may
See?
get there an hour early.
See?
And guess
That's what
what?
you call community right
We
there.
are
Right.
trying with this little county of ours to make a difference, right? And a lot of people don't understand that. And versus going to the $1 million fast foods, we have a little mom and pop shop. Yeah, their
Right.
food's not so great, you know, and yeah, their bagels is a little stale. But guess what? We still support them 2 days out of the week.
I want to sleep
Their
on all the
coffee
mom
is
and
not
pop
as
shops
strong as it is, but
be
we
wrong.
still support them.
Sure, I won't
That's
knock on
respect right
all
there.
mom and pop places now. Some of these mom and pop places be
We
put
go to our
out of
dag on local farmers market, and
yeah.
that's once a month now. And we are thankful that you know what happens with a lot of our communities? They only show up when something's free.
See,
Last week, we went to go and get our squash and stuff like that. It was a line almost, and I'm not going to over exaggerate to you guys, almost 2 neighborhoods long. We're like, well, what's going on today? Guess what? They was giving away the free turkeys and the free hams. Why don't y'all show up like that when you can go and get you 2 heads of lettuce for only 89 cents? And then they did implement for the food stamp card.
see,
But no, y'all want to
see.
run to the big millionaire markets to go and do all of y'all meats and all of y'all vegetables, where so you can get something fresh and
Right,
have that kind of line like that. Because
Mm-hmm.
what's going to end up happening is that everything is going to evaporate.
right.
Right.
And then they're gonna miss
Mm-hmm.
it. And then they're gonna wish they was there and wishing they had it. And they're gonna be crying the blues of
You only
oh,
want to come
hey,
out when
that
something's
community right
free, and
there.
that's terrible.
And
And
you
that's
know
what
what else,
When
usually
though?
something is
happens.
free.
This the thing though. This the thing. See, this is the thing that see, Kiki has painted a picture of her everyday life as a community. You know what I mean? It's not a
Yeah,
one person thing, it's a community. And see, and this is the
yeah.
thing that really, really bugs me is that when once that is gone, then it's the complaining. It's the complaining about the voting. It's complaining who's in office. It's complaining about
It's too
this person
late.
doing this. Oh, they putting too many grocery stores in the neighborhood. Oh, but you was too good to support the
Mm-hmm.
mom and pop when they was trying to do their best to support the neighborhood. Oh, you forgot when you lost your job and then the
Absolutely.
neighborhood came and give you a whole bunch of fresh food, a whole bunch of fresh meat, and looked out.
Yep.
Big Pharma ain't gonna
Yes,
give you
sir.
shit, but they
Yes, sir.
advocate. That's it.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
But
And,
mom
and,
and
and, and
pop
let
gonna
you
look
go
out for you.
inside of a mom and pop store, right? They ain't gonna care that you stole something. They're gonna say, well, why didn't you just ask? Now you go inside of one of these corporation stores, you're gonna be inside of the local
Let's
district court
say
system.
security.
Okay?
Right.
You're
Whoa,
gonna be
huh?
getting
And
tased.
the lawyers will show up for that little ass sum just to give your ass a record with no problem.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Even the local thrift store that we have, right?
Mm,
People say, I don't want to go to no thrift store.
shit.
Well, what's wrong with the thrift store? It's
Right.
used people's stuff. But guess what? That's the same thrift store around the time of the holidays that y'all only want to celebrate is giving y'all free stuff. Won't you go in there with maybe $20? Because I'm only a size 2, so it's hard for me to find stuff, right?
Right.
I found so much nice stuff in the thrift store. I came out with 6 bags. I was happy as I don't know what with my little 6 bags. And I had like 3 winter coats and stuff like that. My daughter, she advocated for the thrift store. we both did rallies, right? It wasn't a lot, but I had $200. She had $150. Do you know nobody showed up? We put that for the thrift store with our little signs out, grab a bag or grab whatever, and that's for that. And it was like 7 of us. So that equaled up to maybe like roughly like $630. Nobody showed up. Now y'all tell us how materialistic this world is.
Oh, you what? What?
Man, I used to talk about the thrift store and Salvation Army, but on here it's like you a bum if you go in there. I love it. You know,
I
tell that to people with the estates that come and drop their clothes off. You know, they don't want it no more, and you save money. I seen people watch, them faded jeans, them cut up jeans. I'm like, they have those there. You could get it for $7 on a Thursday. You know, it's like.
But you know what? So many that what has ruined us, and I agree with all of this panel, is that we are being pushed to the narrative of worldly things. And I'm not a worldly person. I'm like, as long as I can come in and my lights is on and I got food in my refrigerator. Of course I like nice things, but you know what? All the time, you just can't have what you want. And that's what's wrong with the world. The kids, they sitting here, and that's why a lot of these killings is going on, because half of these kids that's doing this malicious stuff is programmed to think that somebody owes them something. And if you cannot adapt to what they want, they're going to take it. Rather they kill you, they're going to take it.
Right.
And it's sad that I have to tell my kids that when you go out, I told you I turned into that mother after this young lady, this deviling back. I have had to turn into the mother that I'm on your airwaves.
Right.
Where are you at? Hit me on Instagram so I can see your location. Matter of fact, pin your location and you let me know where the hell you are. Mom, you better not show up. You better understand that I will come in there with looking like I'm your age. Because it's getting dangerous. It's to the point where it's though you can't even invite nobody of your friends, your kids' friends. Like back in the day, I could tell my kids to invite like 4 of their friends over. I may not know who they are. Right. Oh, they're, I don't know who they are, but for instance, I'm having Thanksgiving dinner, invite so-and-so over. That shit ain't happening no more. Right. I don't want to be walking around with my gun on my hip for Thanksgiving trying to look cute.
Right. Right.
And then I don't know if you coming in here scoping out the house or scoping out, you getting to know me, because these kids are calculated these days. And so is their parents.
Very.
And when you have more than some other parents, you have to tell your kids these type of things, because you don't know what people do their friends for.
You also gotta tell your kids too if not to go to everybody's house. You know what I mean? Especially
That's right.
If you don't know who the parents are, because you don't know who the uncle is. You don't know who the brother is. You don't know what certain things that's on their mind too. And then also sometimes you just over a friend's house and one of their own family members steals something out of their house and you get blamed for them, because who's the new?
Yep.
What's different out of this whole situation? Him or her?
You don't know it. Right. Daggone thing about these. I know a couple of my friends, and I'm not getting too personal, but one of my good girlfriends, my kids, they still came around because how we was raised. Oh, that's auntie, because that was literally a person that it wasn't relatives, but you've known auntie so-and-so for forever. Now, I don't know that auntie now is hooked on perks and auntie is different. My daughter got her whole purse stolen 2 years ago, and it was a big fiasco. Ooh. So I tell them now that, well, he'll come home in December, but he understands because he needed to sit down.
Right.
Because me and his father, we tried granddad. Sometimes a child do need to sit down. You need to sit down and understand that the values that we taught you is, and it is what it is. But my daughter, she was like, Mom, wow, I never did think that would happen. And I'm like, well, I sat there and told y'all as children to know discernment. When that gut comes into you and you like, I don't feel too well, you get the hell up out of there.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Well,
And see, y'all heard what I said to my daughter earlier. Y'all heard out her own mouth when I said,
Yep.
hey, everybody is not your friend.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody might seem like they're your friend, but like you said, that calculations. What can I get out this person? You know what I mean?
What can I get? And how
I'm
can I distract you for you not to know? And I thank the Lord that my daughter, she doesn't drink or nothing. But sometimes a sober mind is like naive.
So,
Right.
I like it. I agree. I'm not a big fan of company, so I pick and choose my circle. I try to teach my children like meet them in public, but better yet, see how comfortable they feel with you coming to them. And
correct.
You got to gauge each individual on an individual basis. But what I try to
accordingly. Yep, accordingly.
You got to be mindful that, and I hate to say this, and pardon my language, women. I say, yo, boys, you gotta be mindful. For a few dollars or for a shot of crotch, the average dude gonna sell you out.
Right.
Without a shadow of a doubt, he gonna sell you out.
True.
And don't let him have something that you looking at or that you want. Because in this day and age now, the guys is more treacherous than the females. And it's crazy. I seen this post on Instagram that said that the guys want to dress nicer than the girls, and the girls is getting CDL license and driving across the world.
Now that's true.
That's true.
What I'm saying is, see, most of these young boys do it for clicks and views, and at the drop of a dime. And I hate to say this, and no disrespect, like Tasha now, Tasha gonna tell Tyrone, pardon me, oh, this mouth nasty. I'm gonna get on that thing and do nasty things, and Tyrone be intrigued by that. See, back in our day, Tasha wasn't telling you none of that. And if Tasha did, you better not say nothing, because her brother and them was going to punch you in the mouth.
Wasn't they? Oh, you better not say a daggone thing.
But see, now, they carry it as a badge of honor. And what I tell them is, yo, if she that eager to tell you how she get down, think of how many other dudes she already did that with. So,
right.
Are you really special or are you one of a kind? Now, let me help you out. Special and one of a kind, same thing. So you need it. Because she already told you that's what she like to do. That's her calling card. That's how she get the attention she get, because that's what she going to do. You got to be discreet with how you move. Any female that tell you bop, bop, bang, woo, 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 you might want to say, I'm going to wait for the next bus, because contrary to popular belief, they may change the bus route, but they still run buses frequently. So I tell them all the time, I say, man, especially my middle son, he athlete, honor roll student. I say, man, listen, pardon my language. I say, listen, if you think because you're an athlete and you in college and chicks know you're an athlete, you getting something. I say, just imagine how much more you're going to get when they know you're an honor roll student. Just think about how it's going to look when you really graduate college with them dual degrees. I say, man, listen, don't fall for the temporary pleasure. Look for the long-term fulfillment. What you mean? No. If Tasha going to jump, don't think Tasha going to be there for the long haul. Tasha trying to get in on the ground floor before you blow. Stop. That's not what you're looking for. You want a person that's going to be on the ground floor when you on the ground floor, and they're going to move floor to floor with you. Because they letting you know, I'm not in it for what you're doing. I'm in it for you and you, me. And I hate to say this, like the greatest quote come out the movie Paid in Full. He put the money on the table. She said, "What's that? What's that?" She said, "I'm not with you for the money. I'm with you because I'm boring too." Everybody was like, "Huh? Yeah." She's saying she's boring just like he is. He wanted to do whatever he had to do in the street and go back home. He wasn't trying to be flashy. He was a boring dude. She was a boring female. That's what made their connection. So if you meet somebody that's like you, you don't have to be unlike you to impress somebody. They gonna understand. Babe, look, go get the little Roman noodles and the little hug, and we can watch a movie on Netflix. I'm not tripping. I'm not judging you. I get it. I want this because this is what we want. We don't have to impress anybody. See, in this generation, they think everything is about impressions. Impressions. Here's what I tell them. Your impressions leave a mark. What do you mean? If I step my foot in some wet cement, it's going to leave a mark. That's an impression. You don't want to leave a mark. That's a trail. What you want to do is you want to be able to maneuver. You don't want to know a whole lot. You want to know a little bit about a lot. That way you're diverse in the way you move and operate. And with that being said, you can function throughout life. You can navigate your own path. When you see a roadblock coming, you can choose to overcome it or go around it because you know how to navigate your terrain. Because at the end of the day, it's your journey. You take the path that you want to go in your journey. The obstacles and hurdles are going to come, but it's your path to your journey and your destiny. Don't let nobody think for you. It's your path.
But
And
see,
don't
that was back to what. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, and don't be enticed by no fast chick. Because last I thought, if she was fast at 21, she gonna be fast at 25. Because she
Don't let
trying to
5 minutes of fun give you a lifetime of problems.
right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But see, that
Perfectly
was back to
said.
what Anthony was saying. Anthony, the whole topic of this whole conversation was to try to bring back awareness of how to raise a child. And I respect everything that you said, but sometimes it starts inside of, that's what the conversation was, starts inside of structure. And I understand the path and destiny of your own, destination, but you have to learn it from a grounded person first to know.
Okay, now with everything you just said, Miss Lady, and I'm gonna say this respectfully, you had a
Yes,
big
sir.
mama who was a big mama. So with you having a big mama that was a big mama, the values and the principles and morals that are instilled in you, you can pass forward from generation to generation to generation. But let's think and let's just say the average grandmother, because I can't call her a big mama, she's 37. She's going to the club with her daughter. Her daughter
Right.
is raising. It's like babies raising babies.
Right.
And what it is to be honest, at 35 or 37, you're teaching your daughter to get onto public assistance because that's a guaranteed way for her to be able to provide for her child. No disrespect, and I swear to you, I don't mean any harm. But again, Miss Lady, you seem like a woman who is going to provide for your children because you know that your children come first, not that your children are going to bring you an income.
Right. Bring you a check.
And you know
And see,
what?
and that's a
And I have to,
difference.
I agree with you. So I'm going to say this, right? Because I don't like to overtalk nobody's broadcast. But I was raised not with a big mama. I was raised knowing life. You understand what I'm saying? I had a grandmother. I had a mother. I had a stepmother. I had a father, right? So I went from being with my mother with circumstances that, if we all know, in the 80s, drugs took over. Okay. So I came
Right.
from Anne Arundel County, and then imagine me kind of, if I could have been effed up, but I wasn't, because I had to go from Anne Arundel County and a big house, catching a yellow school bus, to Monument in Lakewood, catching the public transportation with the
GA.
pigeons and everything else like that in the 8th grade. Okay. Coming from like a prestige school to a charter school, I overcame my obstacles. I had my daughter when I was 19. I had my son when I was 20. But see, one thing that I know that I had in me was God. I had whoever anybody wants to believe in. And then I knew when I had my children, I was going to have my children with a husband. Me and him didn't work out, you know. And from there, I overcame my obstacles, right? So it was like I raised my kids with a loving family, but I sheltered my kids because of my trials and tribulations that I went through as a child. And from there, I will tell anybody that it's your mindset. It's your mindset to say, this is what I'm going to do and this is what I'm not going to do. You know, I'm
Right.
only
It's
42 and I have
it.
a 22-year-old daughter and I have a 21-year-old son. But clubbing, they would never. I, they call any and everybody. If my kids was to get on this panel right now, they would have handles over each and every person's name. It would be Mr. and Mrs. It would be yes and no.
Circumstances of life cause them to make bad decisions too. You can raise your
Yes.
kid up to
Oh,
do
here
the
go
right
my
thing all
queen,
their life, but circumstances
BBK.
of life,
Thank you, Miss Queen.
hey baby, circumstances of life will cause them to make a bad decision in a heartbeat. And sometimes it's
Yes,
just wanting
ma'am.
things right beyond their reach, and sometimes it's just wanting to live on the dangerous side. You can't blame yourself for how your child might turn out unless you never gave him the resources and the footing, the ground hold that he or she needed to go forward.
And I sure did. And you know, Miss BBK, I told you about my son. I did everything, but he wanted that other life. So when he chose that other life, I had to say, you know what? That's what you chose.
All kids is not going to be saved. That's just the reality of it. I mean,
Right.
it's just everybody have their path. You can come from the righteous, the biggest. I mean, even the most humblest, beginning. But again, once they get up to that certain age, or maybe before, they
Sir.
feel strongly on other stuff that they feel they have to go through, and sometimes it's unfortunate. It might be a lifetime of results in jail or worse. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
we can't
That's
say
why
all.
that's why I call it circumstances of life.
Right, right.
Mm-hmm.
But the
Because I tried my best and I did not come from the best. I came from a shitty situation, but I didn't
but
make that city,
but
that poo poo situation
but
affect
hold
me
on,
being a mother.
hold on, Kiki. I understand what you're saying, but on the other hand, outside looking in, that's your opinion. I mean, to a lot of other people, even from sounding out, just listening to you, and from what you came from, and also the way that you raised your kids and how you became of getting your kids, you still sound like a very structured person. And see, the problem is a lot of the kids today don't have not even a tenth of that. You know what I mean?
Right.
Again, like Malik said, they got the grandma that that was 17 when they had their mom, and now they're best friends hanging out while the kid at home doing God knows what, without even thinking. You know what I mean? It's like the repeat cycle.
Okay.
They don't even have that
Okay.
structure. You know what I'm saying?
I had to
So
understand that. Yes.
certain situations might look, almost like the worst of the worst, but to people who don't even have that, they don't have no structure at all, and that's why we got little Ray Ray is born and little Pookie is born, and they run around, destroying the neighborhood, and the mom think that shit cute, and grandma think it's cool to put on Instagram. The grandmas think, oh,
Oh, yes, sir. I'm understanding a different thought process. Yes.
right, right.
Yes. I respect that because I see a lot of disfortunate things that I'm like, I would never put on social media because it's just so disheartening and strange.
Well, just imagine this being in those type of areas and hoods when that's just the icing on the cake on have the stuff that they think is cute. I mean, kids getting killed, kids killing kids. I mean, the babies. 7, 8 years old, picking up some drug dealer dude gun that's sitting on the table, and the 7-year old pick it up and talking about, yeah, you my nigga, you my bitch, I'm gonna fuck you up, and imitating, the bad, the drug dealer, and the grandma or the mom think that shit cute, and next thing you know, he shot the baby. This shit
Right.
happens on the regular.
Yes, you are absolutely correct. And it's just hard. That's why a lot of times I don't get on social media no more because I don't think that's not me. I know that our age caliber cannot fathom what we be seeing. Like sometimes I say, is this a skit? But it's not a skit, as they call it a skit.
Right,
This is real life.
Right.
right,
It's
right,
not a skit. It's not for likes and views. It's people that actually A thinks that this is funny or a person is reaching out. So, and it's like, even if you think a person is reaching out and you try to make a comment, it's like you're getting attacked because you're like, are you serious?
right,
Hey,
right.
Anthony, I'm sorry, I don't want to
Yes.
cut nobody off, but I want to ask a question, and I apologize for being late. I was at work all the way up to 7 o'clock. But
Awesome,
listen,
bro.
did I miss the part? Because I think y'all was talking about the Shanquilla girl, right? Y'all
Yeah, yeah,
talked
yeah.
about the Shanquilla. Okay, so did y'all touch base on the fact of how the young man, who was a day late, how he got up and tried to justify how he wasn't there, didn't have anything to do with it, and
Mm,
then when he got there, he, just listened to what they told him. Oh, it's alcohol poisoning, but he didn't really pay attention to the knot on the head, the busted lip, the bloodshot, the eyeball that had bloodshot, blood vessel broke in it. But what about the disrespect,
facts.
the
Say it,
grimy,
BBK.
the
That
grimy
part.
part of them
Oh,
that made them leave and go to their girl mama house and
mm.
repeat that story to take her luggage and stuff after they done left her
And they
whole
said that they
body
ate
over there?
dinner. They
Well,
ate
well,
dinner with the
The
parents.
nerve. The
What do
nerve.
Well,
you?
well,
What did y'all
well, well,
touch on that?
well, BBK, we touched
hold
on
on,
all
hold on,
that.
hold on, hold on, hold on, Malik. She was asking me the question. I didn't go that depth and deep with it because it was actually having a conversation with my daughter, to shed awareness and the thoughts of a child in
From a
that
child's
generation
perspective.
of what's
Mm-hmm.
going on. So I didn't go. I mean, I'm pretty sure she saw a lot of it, but we didn't. 'Cause one, she's the kid here, and we have a lot of these adults, and I just wanted her to give her opinion and how that affects her life and what's surrounding her everyday living, like between school, in this generation, and what her
Mm-hmm.
perspective was. We didn't go deeply into that, but we can now.
Okay, my bad. Because that's just something that was bothering me. It was one thing that you left her body over there and came on back to the house and act like had nothing happened, but then you had the nerve, the audacity, days later after her mama done spent what 2 weeks and $6,000 trying to get the body. Y'all gonna show up to her house, telling her how sorry y'all was and how sad you was, and telling this whole big lie again. The nerve, you got the nerve. That is
Mm-mm.
Mm,
just
mm, 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 mm,
Well,
mm,
well,
Sickening.
mm.
I want to
Can I
be.
ask a question? Was
Wait a
a
minute. Wait a
person
minute.
able
Hold,
to
hold on.
pick
Wait a
up
minute.
the?
Hold on. Hold on.
Let
Hold
me
on.
leave.
Wait a minute.
Let me leave.
Let him answer first, real quick.
The young man to which you're speaking about, who they said or he claims came a day later, he came the same day. He just got there later after they arrived. And they are trying to accuse him of rape because
Oh
he did
my.
an interview on another blogger's panel earlier. And I'm not going to put that blogger out. But he actually came the same day. And that's when I was saying earlier about how they're trying to spin it as the young lady Shaquella was a transgender. But the irony in all of this is, and I think someone said it earlier, this is a play. She was bamboozled because the dude Nazir or whomever, one of the gentlemen was dating another lady, and he was kind of like Shaquella's friend or best friend. They were like besties. She was actually along to play nice to the girlfriend, so to speak, like, hey, that's my BFF, we platonic, bop, 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 woo, woo, woo. But they downplayed it because in New Mexico, they don't care. Because if you research prior to this, you've also had within this year 3 or 4 other individuals who died on their soil, kind of along the same lines of tourists came over, bop, 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 woo, 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 we don't care. So, the tragic part is, and the disturbing part is the dude who kept saying, "You're not gonna fight back." Like upon sight, because their names and addresses have been leaked. Everybody know where they at.
They done been fully doxxed, honey. They whole generation done been doxxed. And then
So,
I saw the girl put it out there and said, "Now, internet, go get them. Go to work."
so now, what a lot of folks want is street justice. But I'm gonna say this: I think you should make them sweat because they know more than they saying, and they think
That's always the case.
they thinking they getting away with something. But the irony is when your conscience get to eating at you, and everybody know they didn't did something sometime. It could have been something small like lies about the parking ticket, and your conscience get to eating at you. See, the one thing that they wasn't thinking or banking on is when it's you and your conscience, it's a whole different ball game because it's you challenging you, and it's you facing you. And I'm so sad that this happened to this young lady. And again, I'm telling you, the dude who held the camera, my man, if you're listening, upon sight, I want somebody to go in your mouth like a dentist pause and just totally rework your whole dinner work because you did
Right.
the most cowardliness ever.
Right. Not to break it up. And I thought they said Dejanay was supposed to be the transgender, but it came
Listen,
out that she's a biological woman.
I'm gonna say this, regardless of any of that, that dude who held that camera like fight that, dude, I'm telling you, upon sight, matter of fact, I'm gonna say this most respectful, because it's gonna go over your head. But those who know, they should give you a Doc Martin party.
Word.
Because what you did,
That's it.
and I get if you want to see two women fight, and it's a legit cat fight, no disrespect, and both women are operable and they can move. All right, cool.
Right.
But that lady was lifeless when that girl slung her body. Like lifeless. Like
they said she did a WWE move on her, and that's when allegedly she didn't get up no more.
And you kept saying, "So you're not going to fight?" And you kept saying it with like confidence, as if she was. My God, I'm telling you, you are a whole
sucker.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Kiki, go ahead and say your take. I want to say something as well.
Matter of fact, you are a whole opposite gender to what you was born. Like you need to put a tampon on and move forward with your dude. Like I don't even see. And then it seemed like you kept like you bragging on the fact that the young lady was lifeless and not man. Dude, listen. Just turn yourself in and take a charge. Because when they catch you on the street, I'm telling you, they gonna beat you mercifully. And what's the funny part is, it's gonna be one dude, like he said in lottery ticket, I'm gonna beat you till I get tired, and I ain't never gonna get tired, dude. Oh, that's crazy. I wouldn't even let two grown men fight like that. If one dude was inebriated or capacitated to the point where he couldn't fight back, it's no excitement in that. It's like stop.
Mm-hmm. It's like they drugged him.
When God knock another guy down, you don't let him stomp him. Yo, you gotta let him get back up.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on. True Finder, show me your face. Well, I'm not letting you on. I never saw you before, and I'm not bringing you in unless you show me your face.
That's right, boss. That's right. Shut that shit down at the door. Who? Show your face.
Okay.
Right.
We don't know you. Who you be?
Somebody said that you said WWE, and then next thing you know, a WWE thing on here, and they not.
Did they type in the chat first, or they just hit the speaker?
Nah, they just tapped in the chat just now. Now they say sorry.
We don't have
I don't have cam. I'm legit.
Well, True Finder.
Oh, yeah, let him legit talk in the chat.
No. Here troll.
Let
I
him
know.
talk in the chat. We'll take
You
your
can't show me your face, then
view.
you talk in the chat.
If you don't have a cam, you don't have accessibility. And I know you a
I
troll.
never talked to you before.
No, I know it's a troll because he was in PCG chat about a week ago.
Yeah, I remember that.
A True Finder, I can go anywhere on these streets. You, my troll, have been exposed. Listen, respectfully, leave people alone who don't give off that aura. I'm telling you.
Right.
That
you don't say nothing in the chat. Don't speak to people. You just pop up on the panel.
Yeah,
we don't do that here, Slam. And on top of that, I got to been talking to you before, and you just come up on my channel. No disrespect. It's just a part that I don't know you. And too many motherfuckers want to swing their motherfucking pipe on there. You got your own channel. You can swing all day long off the goddamn trees if you like. But not on this channel.
Listen. And I say this respectfully to anybody. I could get you trolling and trying to bum rush some people, but some people don't deserve that.
Right.
And what I'm trying to is right now we being calm, but you came. I tell you what, you came at a better time now. Because had my little princess been on here, I probably would have been real not polite to you, man. Listen, yo, respect people for what they are and how they give off an aura, man. I'm telling you, there's too many of y'all getting on this app thinking that this app can hide you. And listen, if you never seen the movie Taken, yo, that same dude told my man, good luck. And 2 scenes later, he was in the same room with him and was like, so you don't remember me? And the dude thought it was a game. And he killed everybody in the room. Even though it was a movie, that should tell you. In the next scene, he killed the whole room because you wanted to be smart and said, good luck. Come on, man.
Kiki said it better than anybody. If you got beef with Anthony, you got beef with all of us.
All of us.
It's beef forever. Right. Now, what was you saying, Anthony? Right. Carry on. Shit.
Listen, again, it's tragic. It's so tragic. Miss Lady, I don't know why you fell off or what happened. I want you to come back. You were awesome.
I got you, Kiki. You can turn the camera off if you want.
Oh Lordy, I don't know how to turn. Hold on, y'all.
This
That's
this
the best
live.
camera slip on YouTube, girl. That's the best camera slip on
Say hey,
YouTube
Lordy.
altogether.
I hope I'm.
They
Elise, I
won't
hope I'm
catch this
looking
one,
okay. I
Rockwell.
don't know. Let me see.
They won't catch.
Okay.
They won't catch this camera slip, Rockwell, because this was a cute one. They won't catch this one.
Okay.
This,
right,
this,
right,
Listen,
right,
live.
right.
I'm glad I got my wine in the damn thing. I got a whole thing of wine.
This
They
live
say
was awesome.
Man, ain't nothing
Say
wrong with
hey,
that.
Kiki
Ain't
is a
nothing wrong
little.
with that.
Hey, Miss Kiki, you good with us over here. It's like a family
Right.
service. This live
Listen,
was awesome.
I'm a real person. Like the BBK, and I think Anthony knows me. I mean, this is an amazing family that one day we're gonna all hook up and actually really enjoy ourselves because it's family.
I offered
So
this
you the
before.
same one that just dropped off and
Offer,
came back?
I
Yeah, because my
offered this
phone
before.
rang. My
Okay.
son.
No, I just wanted to make sure.
No,
Hey,
I'm
hey,
still me. They know me. That's one thing. They
Right,
know me.
right,
I'm not tripping. I trust. What I'm saying is, this whole live was awesome and it was powerful on so many points because
Because
we
we
got to
all
enjoy.
just we're all are. This is happening way too
often.
often, and mainstream media is making it seem like this is the damn normal for us melanated people to be off. I don't even agree with this kind of stuff.
No, it's not only that. No, this is the new thing that really hurts me to my heart, and I have no more respect for TMZ. Period. And I used to like watching them just for the regular, celebrity stuff. But this is a crying shame when you out here soliciting money to people to show people getting killed
They set the
on
trend.
and exposing it on
Mm,
TV,
mm,
and you're
mm,
paying
mm,
50,
mm,
sixty
mm,
thousand
mm,
dollars, and that's
mm,
only letting the people even more. It's gonna get to a point that if it's not already, people already showing killings on
mm,
Instagram Live and YouTube Live and all this other stuff. But now they can get $60,000. They go kill a
mm,
rapper, go kill a movie
mm,
star. You're
So
inviting
mm, mm,
situations on top of disrespecting families by
mm,
doing that.
so
Mm-hmm.
so so Anthony,
mm, mm,
I'm gonna
mm,
say this, and I get what you're saying.
mm.
I can't fault TMZ for 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 knowing their lane and how they can be successful. What I do fault is individuals who don't understand that everything is not about a dollar.
Exactly.
I believe it was
Everything,
Miss BBK
But
chat
but
today.
both should hold accountability. And the only reason why I'm on TMZ like that, and just respectfully, my feeling, you know what I mean. I ain't
and,
gonna
Okay.
say my opinion, my feeling on it. You know,
Okay.
as having morals. If that was either their mom, their sisters, or their brothers of TMZ, and that happened to their family, do you think they would be on there?
Mm-hmm.
Anthony, and listen to me when I say this. And this gonna sound crazy, but because you understand, I'm sure everybody else on the panel understands. If you walk outside right now and give a person who's never had, who thinks that this is going to be the come up, $1 million, I guarantee you the first thing they spend in their head is $2 million. And they don't realize that if I give you $1 million, you only have 600,000.
Right.
See,
That's
what
right.
they don't understand is that money is the root of all evil. Because
Right.
if you don't understand it, you'll do anything for it.
Right.
And I say this to you, Anthony, and no disrespect, I'll say to everybody on the panel, we family. I bet if we had to think, the best days you had was when you and your friend circle had nothing. The most problems came in when somebody had more than somebody else,
Ooh, say that, boy. Say that.
They expected more than they deserved. And I say that to say,
no, you're speaking fine. I just lost a cousin that kind of in that situation. You know, he was smart, but he was on the wrong side of the tracks. He was the one that wanted to live right, but for some reason he kept finding himself, you know, in real bad situations. And I was the only family member out of our big family that actually looked out for him. And did he turn on me? Hell yeah, he did. He turned on me a couple of times in real worse bad ways. But you know, up to that last one, you know, I haven't really talked to him except a couple of times, but it was real short. But the whole issue is that fucking the word and the meaning of envy and people living a certain way, you know, and it's not so much a better because I feel where I'm at, somebody else can get here too. If you work hard, you can get where I'm at and or surpass me. I mean, that's the way I think, but I know everybody don't think like me. But it's possible, and with that possibility, I feel people can get it that way. But unfortunate, everybody feel that they're entitled upon other people, and they're trying to either live in their shoes or take you away to live in your shoes, or just take your shit altogether.
I'm
And it's
gonna
sad.
say this. I'm gonna say this with all due respect. I wish, as a people, we wisen up and pay attention, because it's been a lot of telltale signs that we not paying attention to. My son works at this particular restaurant, and I noticed the other day the sign said we don't accept cash. So
Oh,
I said, well, damn, homie. Suppose I couldn't read. He said, what that mean? I say, if I couldn't read, and no fun at not poking fun, but you have folks that don't, they would have never
right,
understood the concept that they don't take cash.
right,
Now, in the black community, we think cash is king, because they've
right,
said that if you have money, you have this and this. But if you pay close attention to folks who, and I'll just say, live a day to day life, and I'll for rambling for words, I'll say comfortable. They don't carry cash.
right, fact,
Now watch this. I said, well, damn, everybody don't have Apple Pay, or everybody don't have an iPhone. My son said, well, what about a debit card? I said, you know how many folks who don't even have bank accounts? He
right.
said, so what are you saying? I said, listen, son, the
Or
world,
trust the banking industry.
but listen, the world is changing at a speed to which we're missing, because folks don't realize, come, I think, is it 2025, all cars must be electronic or something?
That's
Right,
policy, sir.
Right
That's
now,
right.
policy.
now,
That's policy, sir, and that's a law, but it does not override the Constitution. And until the
okay,
Constitution says that, then it is not submissible.
okay, now, here's the one thing, and I'm glad you mentioned that, because my wife said the same thing about the squeegee boys and the First Amendment right. Here's the one thing I want everybody to understand. That book was written so long ago, but it's never been modified.
It's been modified, and the Constitution was modified in like 1962 or something,
Okay, now,
until Congress comes in and actually change the Congress, right? For constitutions, then guess what? It's a lot of things, and I'm not even going to get into this on Anthony's channel because I'm very I'm really good on a lot of stuff. Like I've never had a license. You know why I don't need a license and they can't touch me? Because I never drove commerce. Ever. Ever in my life. I didn't choose to do commerce.
So you've never driven the car to work?
I've driven a car to work, and you can never stop me because you know what? That is my personal automobile. That's not a vehicle. No, everybody needs to start getting educated.
So now,
wait. So you say you don't have a license?
Now,
never had a license.
So
don't need a license because I do not do anything for commerce for the United States of America.
I was thinking like how that worked. I mean,
it works if you do your research. But see, I don't have to pay. I don't have to charge a class for this. But if anybody ever gotten a motor vehicle license, that was on your own accord because that's what you chose to do. You do not need a driver's license. That is a policy. That is not a constitutional law because I do not drive commerce for the United States. That is my personal vehicle.
Right.
I'm sorry, that's my personal automobile. I've had my car and underneath of insured license for over maybe 20 years.
And that's recognized in
Hold on. So you said you don't drive your car for commerce?
No, I don't work for the United States of America. I don't do commerce for you guys. That's my personal automobile. That's not my vehicle. That's my personal automobile.
Okay, so now
y'all research it. I'm gonna give everybody this jewel today. But if you ever had a license and you ever got a DWI, because you chose to go to the NBA under policy, because that's a policy. Policy does not override the law and for the Constitution.
Now, my question to you is, have
Yes,
you ever been pulled over?
Yes, I have.
And because you didn't,
you got to let me walk because I am a United States citizen.
Right.
That I do not do commerce. Commerce means if I need a CDL license to institute the United States policy of America.
Okay.
Why do you think the Amish can do what they want to do?
Now, because I like a good debate. When you said commerce, I knew it had to do something with buying and something. Commerce is the activity of buying and selling, especially on a large scale. The possible increase of commerce by a great railroad. Number 2, social dealings between people.
Yes.
Now, I take it you're not in
my vehicle is only with me and my insurance on that vehicle.
Okay. I
go further into your detailed information.
No. Because I know by law, you don't have to have insurance.
Right.
Like in Virginia.
Law, go ahead, sir. I'm going to listen.
In Virginia, you don't have to have insurance. But you do have to have a certain amount of money in case of an accident and a claim is filed.
No, that's incorrect. Not for state of Virginia.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you for chiming in because I held
a license in Virginia for a good while. That's not factual.
Oh, okay, so now, hold, Anthony. Hold. So give me the semantics about Virginia because the new thing is everybody got Virginia tags now.
Because you know what happened? As of July, I believe the 14th, July the 14th of 2021, No one in the United States of America needs to obtain a driver's license. Now, this is a new law, not when it's always been a law, right? July, I think it was like July the 19th or something of last year when all of the craziness was happening. They slipped in a bill for the United States of America because they sent all of these illegals over here that you don't have to have a license, sir, to drive because the Constitution had already stated that. But they have been everybody's been bamboozled. See, I knew this back when I was in high school in 1998, graduating, that I didn't need no damn license to drive nowhere. Now, what Anthony is saying to further collaborate, what you're saying is that you're saying something about insurance. Now, what was you saying about the insurance?
In some states, you don't have to have insurance, but you have to have a set amount of money for in case you have an accident or a claim. But I'm saying it abridged. I actually have it written down somewhere on one of my iPads.
And that's good because you were saying it to like a matter of a fact.
But you know what? That's good. But I'm definitely first thing tomorrow morning gonna call my judge friend and say, I need you to clarify this about a driver's license because to
why
me,
would you call a judge when you can do it on your phone or you can just not even Googling it? It's like it's
well. The reason why I'm gonna call the judge is because
you got hemmed up in some stuff. But did you ever?
Okay, let me.
But listen, sir, it is a clause, and Anthony, correct me if I'm wrong. Now, if you signed over your right to have a driver's license, I don't know how that works. So, Anthony, can you clarify that? If he had already said, okay, I chose to get a driver's license.
I'm gonna say this. No,
I think he dropped off. He's trying to come back.
I move a little different because I have the ability to move a little different. But what I'm saying is, like, case in point, it's certain laws that's on the book that a lot of people don't know about. Like in Baltimore, if you were my wife on Sunday,
I think that you didn't know about this law that I just told you about, not having a driver's license.
Okay,
you don't need one.
Okay, man, I get it, but you don't have a license. That's cool. I don't need a license either.
But what was you saying in Baltimore? If she was your wife, what would happen? What's the law there?
If you're my wife, on Sunday between I think it's 1 and it's like 12 and 1:30, I could take you downtown to City Hall and beat the cowboy crap out of you. And
are you serious?
Yes.
Yeah, you got some laws. Can you hear me?
Excuse me. Wait, hold on. This is a law in Baltimore now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Anthony.
See now,
Anthony, hang on. Anthony, yes, we can hear you.
Now, the part that I'm saying I'm a double check is because I'm privy to a little bit of this and a little bit of that because of who my family is. So I'm gonna ask, and that's why when you said that, you could be right. That's just like case in point. The first 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, they stopped my brother in the car with an AK and 3 Glocks, all legit registered.
Okay. To what state? And what state he was in?
In Maryland, in Baltimore. We was matter of fact, we was on.
I'm about to say Virginia. But
listen, I was on Monument and Streeper.
Okay.
It's legal, so
all registered to PA.
What? PA?
Well, I mean that's Maryland laws. I'm gonna tell you about Virginia.
No, but what I'm saying is because everything was registered and everything was in the proper manner, even though in Maryland you can't have your clip in your gun. He had the clips in. The guns was in the duffel bag in the trunk of the expedition.
Well, you said
that's why I said PA because each state is
inside the compartment.
Right. What I'm saying is, by Maryland law, he was dead wrong because
No.
the gun has to be separate from the clip. Everything has to be
Correct.
separately. What
That's
happened
true.
was they said, okay, everything's legit. Because they can go in the system and it takes 45 seconds to run it. They'll come right back. Bing, bing. But what I'm saying is, in certain states, there are laws that haven't been taken off the books. Like she said, that Constitution was amended in 1962, I think. I could be wrong. I may have heard wrong, but I know she said 19 something. And what I'm saying is, she could have a legit gripe on the license thing. That's just like the reason why the mayor won't prosecute the squeegee kids is because the First Amendment right. But the law in Baltimore says you cannot impede the flow of traffic, which means you can't step in the street. And everybody says, especially my wife, that's not impeding the flow of traffic. I say, contrary to popular belief, if you're not in the crosswalk, you're impeding the flow of traffic. Be it a red light.
Right. You're 1,000% correct.
Right.
It's just certain
But what she
laws.
does is she thinks she knows, and I'm saying, listen, once you step into that traffic, red light or not, and not in the crosswalk, you're impeding the flow of traffic.
That's true.
So technically speaking, he could prosecute every squeegee kid. The reason why he doesn't is because he's afraid of the backlash. So that's why I'm saying, and she brought up a great point. I'm gonna research
But
that
also,
further.
it's called community policing as well. Some things they put in the back pocket to use for later, and they do it a lot. They look at certain crimes, like jaywalking. Some people don't think jaywalking is very serious, but if you go to certain states, jaywalking can be, almost like almost a second class felony. Depends on where you walk. And let me add to this with Virginia. Virginia is a Commonwealth state. Virginia makes its own laws and provisions. Now, just like Maryland, you can buy and own a car without a license. In other states, you cannot. Now, what Kiki is saying, which is very correct, there's 36 states that recognize this law, not even so much of the law, but the part of owning a vehicle and operating a vehicle, you don't have to have a driver's license. Now, can you get cited for it? Yes, you can. It's not that you're breaking a law. At owning a car and driving a vehicle without a license is not a big law breaking law. Same as jaywalking in certain areas. Now, in Virginia, you had to if you don't have insurance, you had to go to the Department of Motor Vehicles and get this thing called a uninsured insurance. Uninsured insurance. You have to
Okay,
have something stating that hey, I don't recognize or want any insurance company. I will take care of everything myself. And that uninsurance insurance is going to run up to like 25,000, and they make sure that you know that for a fact and signature while you're in that state.
Okay, now that's the part I had wrong. But just like you just said, folks don't realize, especially in the district, if you spit on the ground, that's a fraction.
Right.
But people
same way in the city too.
Right. See, but folks don't realize it because they don't enforce it. That's just like, and not tell everybody this. The whole driving and texting thing. Oh yeah. I say, listen. The reason why they don't enforce it like that, and you have some officers that do, is because they see you driving and texting. Most folks don't even wear a seatbelt, especially if you got your windows tinted. It's almost a bet you ain't in there with no seatbelt on.
They use it to their advantage.
Now, the people didn't understand, and they said, "Why?" I said, "Because I got 5 friends that's in law enforcement, and they don't wear a seatbelt at no given time." And I asked, I said, "Why?" Right. He said, "Because I've seen an officer go on a call and forget the seatbelt was on, and he jammed himself up trying to respond to a call. So they never wear a seatbelt. Now, they also tell you or teach you that seatbelts save lives. They never tell you how seatbelts actually have taken lives because of the restriction.
Right.
So I get that a lot of these things, if you don't research, it's a double-edged sword. But
not only that, but see, this is where people need to be more in tune of the law within their area and stand up on it. You know what I mean? It's not only just the politics; it's just the way of knowing the laws in your area. Because again, if you know your law, then nobody can come and do anything to you or try to infringe something on you and thinking that you don't know. See, and this is where a lot of the others get off with a lot of shit or talk they shit, and we get penalized because we don't go and look at what laws they have brought in, the laws that they voted on, the laws that they had made addendums to or taken out, because we're not staying up with what's going on in our community. We're just either not voting for or we're not paying attention on what it is.
I'm gonna say this. This has been one of the most informative conversations I've had.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes. You
Miss
learn
Miss
something new
Lady,
every day, and the license was the first one.
Miss Lady from Baltimore through Anne Arundel County, I'm definitely gonna look at the commerce because if that's the case, I'm ready. I'm finna throw my driver's license out the window.
Okay.
But see, but Malik, now, be granted, you know, um, it don't change anything of you're getting tickets or anything like that. You're still gonna get a ticket. It's a difference of knowing your rights and knowing the law of what you can and cannot. The same way as if you go to different countries, you know, recognized as your ID. You can drive in other countries without a driver license. Within loans that state, you've been recognized in that state. They have an embassy here, and we're affiliated with them, and you don't have to. If you're not living there, you're just there to like on a tourist visa. You know, you're actually allowed to drive. Like going to Europe, going to South Korea, going to Japan, going to Mexico, you actually able to drive. You know what I mean? Now
I'm
I want to add one more thing before you get in that the Mexico situation. Now a lot of people want to beat down on Mexico, and especially if they haven't been there. I want to say this, and I want to make it very very clear. It's not the part that a lot of Mexico don't care. It's not the case. Yeah, some places it has been, a lot of things that happen, and Americans was hurt or killed, and the law has done, nothing. I.e., Tijuana, a lot of border states, which there's a lot of wars going on between the cartel, local gangs, and the border patrol. um, those get a lot of bad rep that gets the whole country a bad name. Same as Colombia. Now, for a person that is going to be purchasing in Merida, Mexico, and I hope all of y'all will come. Um, One thing I would say is if you do your history, your research, and you check the background of the country, it is one of the safest ones actually compared to the United States. That's one of the safest places, ranked number
Oh,
3 in the world.
I can't believe it because of the cartel. I
Okay.
can't believe it.
I- but see you're classifying a whole country instead of you're not looking at different parts of the country. See, if that's the case, if I look at it as the cartel, I can just say, okay, Colombia, and then all the border states are just basically the whole country is based on those two different areas, where it come from and where they're trying to bring it in.
I see what you're saying. So it's the
Yeah.
difference between living and tourist attractions. The tourist attractions, they go out of their way to make sure those are safe because that's where they get their money from. Gotcha.
Right.
True. And I could attest to that. as a Haitian, with all the kidnappings, people think that. I was like,
Right.
that's not how it is everywhere, but BBK is right. The hotels where the rich people come, Americans come, is more protected.
Right.
But we grow up there, so we know where to go, where not to go. But yeah, I agree.
Got it.
Look,
Yeah, it
you
makes
But
good
sense.
people,
it's not
continue to have
all
a great
Mexico.
life. You good people
What I'm
continue to have
saying.
a great life. Until the next time,
You too,
everyone.
Oh, I
Malik.
appreciate you, Malik. I appreciate. Thank you for
Yeah,
coming in, man. I always,
I appreciate
like to have your
everybody.
perspective.
I
Yeah,
enjoy you guys today.
I enjoyed the live and Malik as well. I enjoyed everybody.
What
And
did you guys say?
yeah,
Huh?
I gotta slide. I gotta get up at. I'm lying. I ain't really gotta get up too early, but it's a little past my bedtime. But I'm ready to go ahead and fold this load of laundry. I've been promising myself I'll fold for the last 3.5 hours,
Okay,
Okay.
man.
and I'm gonna go to sleep because I gotta take my man to school in the morning. He looking forward to it.
All right. All right.
You're amazing. Blessings to you. Have a safe one.
Likewise, man.
Yes.
Good people. Until next time.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Bless.
Malik.
All
Appreciate you.
right.
All right.
Yeah, that makes sense,
Yeah.
Anthony. What you were saying about the different areas, that does. That makes a lot of sense.
Right. I mean, again, because you have, uh, you, be as may, we have actually a lot of regular working hard class black folks moving there. Also, they moving over in Sicily, Italy, and other places. But we have. You would be surprised how big the community is down there, and again, um, it's not in the cartel area. The area is more of the Yucatan Peninsula. The police there is it's still Mexican police, but they're faction of the Mexican police. You also have the federal police down there as well. That's not the same as being in the upper part of the country, where there's a whole lot of corruption and all types of other stuff. Same as being in Colombia. You have some people that lives in Colombia and they live in one part of Colombia and they never had not one problem in their life, even with the government uprisings and stuff like that. There's other parts that have never been touched or affected by any of it. You know what I mean? So there's one part being in Zul, and then one part being in Medellin. You know what I mean? And a lot of people they just off that like here. Now everybody say, "Well, I'm not going to go to United States because Chicago they killing like 50 people every day. That place is off the hook." You know what I mean? I'm not going to say because Philadelphia is or Baltimore or Florida. I'm not going to that country because they killing too many people. And that's the case of people who from Europe that they don't have weapons at all. It's illegal to have, and then even the police
Yeah.
don't really have weapons. You know what I mean? So it's like it's same in Spain where it's really strict for you to have a weapon. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, having a way getting caught with a weapon there is like you can kill somebody and you might not have a firing pin in it, and you
And you
get
don't even have a knife a certain size either in those countries.
right. That is right.
That's why when they was doing killings, they was stabbing people. Then they was putting the law, like how big the knife could be, all that. Even in that country, that's why in that country the knives is so little. It's
Mm,
weird, but
mm,
it's true.
yeah.
Yeah. But I get what you're saying. It's like me, like I said, being a Haitian, we'll see something on TV. So we'll be like, we think that's all of America.
Right.
That's why I have to speak from my side. So I understand what BBK is saying because sometimes, we look at it like that, like what? But it's like we don't look at the whole country. Like Philly, how they show you, the people out there with the
All
drugs
right.
and everything. You know, Other parts of Philly might not ever be like that. But I get what you're saying.
Right. 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 Right.
This was amazing. I appreciate you for inviting me over.
Oh, it's
I
no
appreciate
problem.
it.
Yes, me too. Even though I was late, I'm sorry. I didn't know I was gonna have to work late, but I
No, you
got
Oh
in
good.
no no
trouble
no
and
no! I couldn't let you got off. I was trying to make it where it won't be too late and then won't be too early. And I didn't know
it
my
was
daughter was
perfect.
going to have to work and dip out, so I was trying to catch her before she left. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I wanted,
Mm-hmm.
if she was going anywhere, like, well, she brought, to attention and want to talk about it. And I was like, hey, that's great. And I'm like, well, shoot, that's some real life stuff right there. And then on top of that, for people who, not talking, not saying they're talking to their kids, but you know how teenagers get, a lot of times they don't want to talk. You want to get their perspective. You want to understand what they're talking about. You want to know what's going on. You know what I mean? And when you have that door open, sometimes you get a whole lot of information out of it. Hey, Cap, welcome in.
That
We're
was
What's
almost at
up?
the
beautiful that you
end,
did that.
but
Hey,
welcome in.
Captain
Thanks for
Vegas.
coming. Um, but yeah, you have a lot of people that that you know that the teenagers is not opening up, and if anything, I want to have that conversation. And I didn't coerce her, I didn't interview her, I didn't give her no, like, pre-seat. We was talking about before we even came on, and I was like, I'm not answering no questions. I want to ask you in front of the people so you can have a not a preset question answer or anything. I want everything to come out directly how you feel. You know what I mean?
And
And
she did. She did a
right,
beautiful job. Yo, rewind this live back and you will see. They'll
right.
understand.
Check
Oh
it
yeah,
out.
for sure. I'm gonna catch the replay for sure because I gotta hear what I missed. And I drop down in the comments and let you know I've been there.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was actually great. She she did what I thought she was gonna do, but I was more surprised of the opening of it, and how it actually really affected her. You know what I mean? Because my daughter, she usually don't even talk about it as much. I usually had to be doing too much, asking questions from her. That's her favorite thing with me. Dad, you're doing too much. But
But just like you said, this made her see, the situation different,
right,
and she
right.
don't look at you like you doing too much no more. She
No, I'm
appreciated.
gonna always gonna be doing too much because dad is strict. I
That
mean,
was
dad,
beautiful to
dad
see.
still let things happen, but dad's still who he is. You know what I
You
mean?
know,
But
daddy's girl.
it
Y'all
right,
have soft spot for us. We can get away with anything.
pretty
Right,
Not
much,
anything,
right.
but just told us.
right.
You
But
did a
it's just a
wonderful
part that
job.
she's growing up, and it's a part that, um, yeah, I appreciate her and I love her, and as just as it was more different because she's my only girl. I have three boys, and the boys are easy getting older. The girls a little bit harder as you get older. They're
And
easy when they're
situations
young,
like
and
that, you're
boys are
right.
hard when they're young. But boys are easier when they get older, and girls are harder when you get older. Um, as a dad perspective, but again, you know, I, I appreciate her. I appreciate her for actually opening up, not only just to me or and talking about the situation and how it affected her, but also to you guys. You know what I mean? Because if anything, I want somebody else to say tonight, "Hey, let me talk to my kid and say, hey, what's going on with you? Open up a dialogue. That's all. You know what I mean? If there's a part that, hey, how was school today? We get away from that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
We
yeah,
were
we
so
do.
busy working and school and everything else that we get away with the simple, hey, how you doing? What's going on here? What's
How was
going
your day
on?
today?
Right. There's like the friend she was talking about earlier. I know this friend. I know part of the situation, but I learned more tonight talking to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Even though what she was talking about, I knew what she was talking about, uh, somewhat in depth, but I've learned more tonight. You know, Again, speaking to you guys, without knowing everything, I still know some of it to know that, hey, maybe we needed to talk about this between me and her later on, and maybe try to get somebody else involved before it becomes a real big situation.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like Shaquilla situation, because you got a lot of that shit that happens.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure you are. And I'm just wanting more parents to be involved, make their children their priority because of things like this could happen, you know. And like you said, we have daughters, so it's like hard when you raise your daughter a certain way and other mothers don't raise their daughters the same values. So, you know, you gotta, just teach your kids to be more careful. And
Do y'all know
you have
what?
done a
Yeah,
wonderful job, Anthony. I
I
commend
Yeah.
you.
appreciate it.
You're a wonderful father, you know, and just your
Thank you.
character, just your character. And then tonight you just showed what your character is, what kind of man you are, and what you're about. So I appreciate it. I hope everybody else appreciate it as well.
Hey, yeah, yeah, y'all my circles. You know how that go. You know, and again, I just want to just if anything, I know I can bring a lot to this channel. But one thing, when I put real life in front of it, that's mainly what I want to give you is real life. A little bit of entertainment and real life, and try to help, give my contribution back, not only to my community, because I'm very heavy in my community, but if I can reach out to other communities as well, so we can, try to at least get bring it to the table for us to talk about. You know what I
Right.
mean? For us to get the ball rolling and talking about. We're not going to change nothing overnight, but if we can have a sit down and have a conversation. That's where it starts.
Yeah,
And,
baby
and
steps and a good support system.
right,
Can
and building
can
a good support system. We
Right.
can't save everybody, as Malik pointed out earlier, and also Kiki. She's a living testimony of it. You know, we can't save everybody. You know what I mean? Some people is not to be meant to be saved. Some people meant to need to be sit down. You know, it's
Mhm.
just part of life, but it's not to be the majority. You know what I mean? Right now, we're in a life of the majority need to sit down. Compared to when we came up, it was more of, you knew who the bad kids were, and who hung around them and who didn't. You know what I mean? But these
Right.
days, you don't know who's who.
Mhm.
And
and
and and, and the Shaquilla situation pointed out that directly. Go ahead. I'm sorry, BBK.
no,
Go
no,
ahead,
you
boss.
good, you good. No, I was trying to catch you before you finished that statement. And you know what? When I look at the Shaquilla situation, I think about the show situation, because
Mm,
there were a couple of occasions on their
mm,
visits, like Atlanta and Orlando,
mm-hmm,
where had a
Mhm.
particular individual or group of individuals had made up in their mind and got in their spirit that they was gonna crack up upside the, then
mm,
it could have happened. You know what I'm saying? Because once you already got in your mouth watering to put your paws on somebody, you gonna catch it when everybody laughing and taking pictures and doing, and then bam, bam, out of nowhere, then boom, 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 boom. What
right.
would those other
Right.
people have done? Those other people don't care for you either. Y'all all are there to make money and try to have a come up. But
Of
if that
course.
Oh,
could have happened,
I
somebody that would have been up in age who can't heal as quickly as a younger person can could have got severely hurt.
right. Right.
Yeah.
A few people would have been hurt, but like you said, in the day and time that we live in, instead of stopping it, I guarantee you, I would hope, I would say a couple of them, I would say would try to stop it, but the others, I would say they'd put their cameras out and let's say, hey,
Mm-hmm.
that shit been coming, that shit been coming.
It's
Let them
been
fight,
brewing.
let them do
Yep.
this and that, and while
Mhm.
Yep.
you sitting there streaming it on your thing, trying to get content. So,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's not no diss. It ain't no shame. It's just who you are from what you show and what you do. So it is what it
Exactly.
is. Don't get mad.
Exactly. And that goes to show, like, then people was willing to do anything for content. Just like BBK said, anything could happen. You know?
Right.
That's why you gotta be more careful with your friends. you know, and people have to stop wanting to be accepted and putting themselves in situations like that. Not to say that's, you know, it's just like you don't know these people, you know.
Right,
Why would you go there?
right.
And you
She
know
And then
what?
she
on top
thought
of
she
that,
knew
She,
these people,
you don't
and
have
that
no
happened to her.
security, and you
You
know
know.
these without even knowing these people. You don't know who would have brought a gun. I ain't seen no metal detectors. I didn't see nobody had no type of wands or anything. Anybody can have anything in their purse, bag, suitcase,
Hmm.
anything. And they'd have flipped the top and bang bang and shot everybody.
so
You
when
know,
y'all
I
was
mean,
talking about how that happens with kids and how you raise kids up to do this and do that, you know what? You can raise kids as much as you want to raise, but at some point in life, either circumstances of life or peer pressure will cause them to deviate from their home bringing. Look at these old ass
correct.
people that went to the show. Old 40, 50, 60-year-old people with up in the
Hmm.
building with somebody about to bust you. Look at Tim Blaine. I would have never thought Tim Blaine would have heard a fleet. But from the way I heard it or understood it, Tim Blaine wanted to put pause on Jay Wilson.
Oh,
Okay, he sure
he
did. He was
wanted.
jumping.
He was trying. That
Hmm.
wanted. He was trying.
I
Right.
would have never thought him to be an individual that would put himself now. His words, not mine. He once upon a time was in a penitentiary, if I
Right.
remember his videos
That's
correctly.
correct.
He
Hmm.
went to the penitentiary at one point in time. So I can't see you being a 50, 60-year-old man grouping up with these kids and putting your hands on a man, risking your freedom. Because if
Right.
you get jammed up, you're going back. Now, I don't know how long he been out. I don't know if he on parole, probation. I don't know what the situation is, but I know once you done spend some time down there, you really can't do to get in no trouble because they're gonna be trying to send you back. But what was your
Exactly.
mindset, 60-year-old man who's
But
already
you
made a
know,
mistake in life? You ready to make another mistake? Just that quick?
and
Search
all
circumstances.
over words.
Yeah,
This what
circumstances.
kills me for a lot of them. If any person can say things to get under your skin, and you don't know them from Adam or Blue, besides seeing them on a computer screen and hearing their voice, you need to
Mm-hmm.
self check yourself. I
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
mean, now I know some people can get irritated. I'm not gonna lie to you. Sometimes I get irritated at some of the shit that people say on here or do. But it's not gonna get me to the part that unless you're threatened to hurt me or my family, you
Hmm.
know what I mean? And I mean family as friends, family as people I care about,
Mm-hmm.
then that's when I'm not going to bring the ping pong game to you, but best believe I keep that paddle
Mm.
ready, trust and believe
Mm.
for a good
Hmm.
swift game.
Hmm.
Understand?
Mm.
Okay.
I don't
Put a
play the
speak
long
on it.
game. So it's just to keep it real. You all about, hey, you gonna do this to my family, and you gonna do this to me, this and that. Okay, I'm not gonna come looking for you, but if you be in my presence and you talking that same yang yang, yeah, now that there's something there. But
I'm I'm
just
gonna get
to,
used to that bail
you
money.
know, huh?
I'm gonna get used to that bail money. You
Okay.
come over here talking that yang yang. I'm gonna make
Right,
good use of it.
right. So it's a very, it's a very thin line, but it's just a part of you know, you having a disagreement with someone don't mean for you to say, I'm not going to take nobody's life unless they trying to take mine
Hmm.
or somebody with mine, family. You know what I mean? It's always going to be on a self defense. You know what I mean? So that, I have no problem of going anywhere for it. But, to be the aggressor and all the other mess, for what? I mean, that's not going to change anything of you doing what? Now, this say, for instance, if Tim Blaine would have hurt that dude, you're going to have more trouble than satisfaction. So you help Pastor, and now Pastor all beat the fuck up, but now you in jail, and Pastor his wound's gonna heal. And
Right.
he's gonna be having his joy by saying, "Oh, I got all hey YouTube all locked the fuck up." You know what I mean?
Right. With your
But
booty
you
getting
gonna be
popped
sitting there,
every
yeah,
week.
I beat his ass, but now look at you. Now you got to beat 4 or 5 asses to keep them off your ass.
Right.
Well, maybe he don't want to beat him off now. Wait, so he might not want to beat him
Okay.
off.
That's how it's
He
gotta
might
go.
enjoy that, but either
What?
way, he gonna be getting weekly
Anyway,
back
yeah.
breakings.
Yeah, the whole part is you're gonna be somewhere that you could have been sitting there playing with your dog, walking up and down the hill in San Francisco, instead of
Mm-hmm.
being in Atlanta jail with a whole bunch of old good old boys, or in Florida, and the same thing with that situation. And for something that somebody is big on having this as a tool to get on people's nerves and get money. So
Mhm.
you getting caught up in something that really don't mean anything. And another thing to a lot of y'all elders, and I want you to hear me very, very clear. Y'all need to actually look in the mirror, because there's so much shit y'all talk about how this world is. Y'all the problem of the situation.
Say it. Amen.
Seriously, y'all are the problem to the situation, because what these kids is learning is looking at a lot of these adults doing the
Uh-huh.
bullshit.
Uh-huh. Absolutely.
It's that simple.
Mm-hmm.
If
Okay.
they get anything of being hollered, this my daughter, and it just came to me just now. My daughter just said, if people would care more, if teachers would care more, it seems that people don't give a damn no more. My daughter said that earlier. Now
Mm-hmm.
I hear it nice and clear, as we just talked about it just now. People
Mm-hmm.
don't give a damn. So if the kids see it as the grown-ups don't give a damn, why should we?
Right.
That's some
Right.
real shit. That's some real shit right there.
Mm.
That is.
Yeah. But situations like lifetime circumstances and situations, and sometimes peer pressure
Right.
will make even a grown man, can't just blame it on kids.
Right, right, right,
Because
right,
there's
right.
some grown folks out here still doing stupid stuff.
Oh
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Like somebody that's taking up take and I look, I don't mean no disrespect or no harm to anybody in the beef sector or anybody that this may be about, but we're just talking about something that happened publicly. This ain't nothing behind the scenes, but somebody took somebody up there in the event they had to throw down. Like what would have happened if Red Light Riri had a walked up in the building while they was eating dinner? What
Right.
you know what I'm saying? What would have happened when Jay Dunn walked in the building and walked upstairs or something, and Sean wasn't around the corner,
Right.
and
Mm-hmm.
somebody would have ran up in there. They would have who somebody would have been holding the camera talking about Jay Dunn, you ain't gonna fight back. Jay Dunn, you ain't gonna fight
That's
back,
that's
girl.
that's that's facts too.
Come
That's
on
facts
now.
too.
We talking about
But
somebody
but
we
you
know
know
that
what
that tell
though?
you they not gonna fight.
But guess what though? One thing I learned too, that some people who don't like to fight, a lot of times
Will kill you quicker than
if they get too scared, you never know. They might have a knife, they might have a stick, they might have
it
anything,
ain't
and
it.
will poke one or two of you. You know, if they going down the ship, they taking somebody with them.
It ain't
So
called being scared, Anthony. It's called getting backed into a corner.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, yeah,
It's called
yeah,
backed into a corner. That's just like a
right,
cat. You can take three of the toughest dogs and
right,
against one cat. You back
right.
that cat in the corner, he'll walk the walls and mess
He
every
gonna get
last
like
one of
that
them
one way or
dogs
the
up.
other.
Oh yeah, he
Right,
gonna have all the dogs running and hollering. He might be still clung on to the side of one of them while they running and hollering. Ain't no telling.
right,
But if you back a cat in the corner, he'll outdo however many animals out there trying to get him. He
right,
gonna come out on top.
right.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you tell a scary person will hurt you quicker than the rough, tough rock
Exactly.
and sock and robot. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Their thought
See,
process is survival.
that's a scared person is a very, very dangerous person, because they're
Mm-hmm.
very unpredictable, as they don't control what they do. Only thing they know how to do is try to survive. That's it. That's
Mm-hmm.
all.
That's right.
That is it, and that's all.
And that's why people gotta
Yeah.
learn a lesson. Like everybody's not your friend. Don't meet up with everyone.
Hmm.
See, you're my
Right.
Right.
family, so we gonna meet up. Like I'm not gonna meet up with people with their meet and greets just to be part of a group. Like I don't know your people. I
Right.
watch other people meet up with it. But
Right.
that goes to show why people are so trusting. Like it don't matter. Like I'll go to someone's chat or whatever, but I'm not gonna go to their meet and greet. If they're family, they whatever. I have my own family. I know
Right.
y'all. I could trust y'all.
Just
I'm not gonna
just the
go meet up
same.
with y'all just to kill me. You know.
Right. I mean, just the same with the Shaquilla situation. It's so heartfelt because it's bringing me back to the same thing with the girl that ran up in the store. You know, which is more added to that. But I didn't bring it back to my channel because I didn't want to open up another one and be upset. But they did show more details of what happened with the lady in the store. But with the Shaquilla situation, you know, it hit home because for my daughter to come and say something about it, you know, just for her coming to say something about it, out
Yeah.
of all the situations going on, you know, and I'm pretty much sure she see a lot more than that. But for her to come with that, you know, it hit some type of way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And with that being said, is understanding, you know, not only the youth, but even these grown-ups out here, you know, you pretending. If you don't like somebody, you just don't like them. You don't have to
Right.
pretend. You don't have to try to kiki. You don't have to do anything. If it's something that you can't get on your own, then maybe you just don't need it. Okay,
Right.
Mm-hmm. Right.
understand that. Because somebody else have it, don't mean that you have to have it too. If you work hard on anything, usually you'll get some type of results to it. Period.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you just can't go and just take, and think you're going to get the same results. One of these days, you're going to have to work hard for something.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just your choice on what you work hard on. Because nothing is not going to change unless you make an effort to change it.
So
That
Trust.
is
Oh, you can't bend a fucking steel bar without making some type of thought, some type of action to make that bar bend. But once you get it, now you know how to do it. Now it comes to nothing to doing it. Why? Because you learned, you worked hard, and now you perfect it.
mm-hmm. And his work ethics.
Right. And you know, and the will.
Mm-hmm. Katrina, what was the
Shaquilla.
Shaquilla? No, the one that was here earlier. Ka- Ka-
Oh,
Katora?
Keitra. Kiki.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like she said, people are lazy. You don't want to
Yeah, yeah,
go in
yeah.
there.
She didn't want to say it. I'm like, fuck that. You know, they are. They deep lazy. They way beyond lazy. They so lazy. It's pathetic. It's a shame. It's man. It's
Mm-hmm.
just outright. I mean, to me, you're a bum. And I hate to say that, but and I'm not trying to be, you know, harsh, but it is what it is. We're not in the 50s, we're not in the 60s where there was not no jobs or anything. We're in a day and age that there's work everywhere. I've been begging, and I'm not say begging, but everybody been hitting from people I know, and I ain't talking about no chump change money. You know, Rockwell, I talked to you, BBK, I talked to you. You know, where I'm working at, hey, you start out like you can go from 50, 60, $100,000 a year, and
Mm-hmm.
nobody don't want to work.
Mm-hmm.
And they say they'll train you from the. I mean, you coming in green, making $48 to $50 an hour, and nobody's not jumping at the opportunity. Yeah,
That's sad.
okay,
I don't
I'm
know.
like,
I
what?
I get anxiety not having a job or something to do.
Right?
And you know,
It's just weird.
quarantine made us like okay, but because everybody was like everyone, nobody was going nowhere, so it made it not make you feel guilty, you know. But I don't understand what happened. Like people ain't looking for jobs. Even New York City, have a new law where if you go for a job, you know how much you're getting paid. You know what the salary is, what the
Right,
hourly the wages are. So people don't
right,
say, well, this you starting at this or you don't know really, because jobs do that, you know.
right.
So it's like I don't understand. Like they're making it every way possible, for you to work, find jobs, and there's a lot of paid training jobs. So yeah, I don't understand why people don't want money. Like, where are you getting your money? How
Look,
you gonna sustain yourself?
but
People
look
don't
at the
have bills to pay.
situation. But look at the situation what Kiki said earlier. You know what I mean? She's in a whole community, and see, and I love it. I mean, I almost like want to interview Kiki for real. It is a part that just the structure, is what I grew up on. The fact that you have, your bus route, and how they trying to help keep the bus line going to the neighborhood supermarket, to the farmer's market, to,
Mhm.
even her job. You know what I mean? If you just come and answer the telephone, you're making close to $20 an hour. You know what I mean? And the only thing you do is answer, transfer for 8 hours. You know what I mean? Some of the jobs
Mhm.
that back in the day was only $4 an hour. Now you almost at $20 an hour. That's a come up. That's still what about what 400, 300, $400 a week. That's
Mhm.
over almost $2,000 a month.
Yeah.
Yeah, again. But then when they can't find nobody and they find somebody like she said that's bilingual or don't know no English and they get the job, now everybody in the neighborhood crying, oh, the foreigners coming taking all the jobs. The foreigners coming take all the job. No, you don't want to appreciate when it was offered to you. So now that somebody come in and gladly appreciate it and show their appreciation doing it, yeah, okay. You can
Mhm.
sell that crap to somebody else. You're not gonna sell it to me.
Okay. Or they say the foreigners taking their job, but they won't get off their bus and go find one. It's like they
No,
somebody could take something you're not looking for.
oh yeah. But guess what though? See, this is the thing. They don't want to come in as the receptionist. No, not for $20 an hour. They want to be
Mm,
president of the company making $200,000 a year and don't know nothing.
mm, mm, mm. Yeah, I agree with you. Cause it's like what? Start from the bottom. You know,
That's where
work
again
your way up.
the process. Right.
Mhm. Yeah, you're right.
But nobody wants that. Everybody wants to be the boss. Everybody wants to get the big money. But again, we're in a different time. You would think it was an insult. I remember when work was $3.25 an hour.
Man,
I
$8
worked
and 25 cents. What was it? 7.25. Here it
right.
was like 7.25. You know, it was like that for a long time.
Put like
So,
this: a pack of Newports back then was $2 and no $1.85. Gas was 75 cents a gallon for regular.
I look, I know I hadn't smoked cigarettes back then, so I don't know nothing about those lovely prices.
okay.
Well, I
We
tell
came
Now
at
you,
high
up
gas.
to
price time.
1986, cigarettes was still $3. That was it.
$3.
Wow.
Three
Okay.
dollars,
Wow.
two
That's
dollars and some
crazy.
change.
Wow. It's
Mm.
like from $3. I bet $4 probably was a lot. Now looking at them like they
Yeah.
probably made
Oh no,
cigarettes
if you were
$20
smoking
back
cigarettes that
home.
was $4, you were smoking them rich people cigarettes. Those cigarettes that got the long stem and they were
Uh-huh.
like
Mm.
long. You pull out one of them magician coats and shit.
Those Virginia Slims.
Right,
Yes,
something like
girl.
that.
My
Yes.
Yeah.
auntie used to
More
drink those. I
shit.
mean, drink. She used to smoke those.
What else? Smoke the rich cigarette back
Them
there.
parliaments.
Capri. Right.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah. I remember them cigarettes, boy. That's too funny.
Right.
Okay,
But
I
those
like
same, but
CC.
you know what's so crazy though? Those same cigarettes that was most expensive back then is actually the cheapest now.
Mm. Okay.
But you
Kiki
know
said she
what,
moved to
Anthony?
Mavericks.
Oh
She said when
Lord.
Newport's got $13, I moved to Mavericks. I'm like, that's the next step. Cause they
Right.
took menthol out. Some
And
cigarettes still have
yeah,
menthol.
DC, they took this against the law to sell menthol. They have
Uh-huh.
no new. Don't come to DC looking for menthol
New York
anything,
City too.
anything.
Ain't none. They'd be
Oh,
trying to get the I don't think Virginia have them either. But
no, Virginia,
yeah.
Virginia have it.
Oh, they have menthol?
Yeah, they have menthol.
Okay,
They
because
tried it. They tried to abolish it, but they did.
their stamps
It's,
is
it's hard.
yellow.
It's hard for them to even do it though because they have three cigarette plants that mostly sell menthol in Virginia. So it'd be hard to have a plant in Virginia and then not able to sell it. Yeah,
That's crazy.
right. Uh, baby guy, you got any
Man.
more thing to add?
Um I was gonna add a minute ago when you were talking about, offering somebody a job where they could, come in green and make good money. Do
Right.
you know it's people who, in future tense, people like, let's just say athletes that, for instance, that entered
Mm-hmm.
into professional ball and didn't have a backup plan. When they get
Mm-hmm.
hurt or they break a rule or they sleep with the wrong woman and they get kicked out, a lot of
Mm-hmm.
them will probably feel too good to take a job at the ground level, or you know
Right.
what I'm saying?
But
And
you do
Mm.
have some that be forced to do it. Because there's a
yeah,
few big athletes. I know a couple of them now. One, he he got hurt, and he was big in the game, but then I think something happened, and then he resorted going back to work. Professional football player, and then he ended up working at uh um what's that place called? Checkers. Yeah, I think it was Checkers, and now he's like
what
a
is that? A
manager.
restaurant?
It's like a fast food place.
Okay,
Matter of fact, yeah, it's just like a little fast food place, and they got like two little drive-throughs. Mainly known for a lot of takeout food. They don't have no
okay,
inside. And yeah, he was forgotten about, and then ended up doing that. A person I met personally, Alvin Harper, County, Dallas Cowboys. Alvin Harper. Um, when I was working for Sprint, and I had my DC office right there, downtown DC. Well, actually, I had three offices, but my DC office, um, Albert Hopper, he turned to being a personal trainer to a small little, you know, uh, we had a weight room in our building, and he was a personal trainer. He had an apartment not too far from the building, but where I worked at, which were not cheap. But when he stopped playing for the Cowboys, he got into personal, what you call it, a personal trainer. So he got
mm-hmm.
into the fitness, and he built up from there, from doing the personal, and now he got one little fitness place up in Montgomery County, and he's doing very well. He's not making his football money, but he's sustaining. He started from the bottom and worked himself back up. But yeah, but these superstars, yeah, I can't see them. I mean, not saying they won't, but I think it'd be more of a public embarrassment to them instead of just going out there and getting it for their family. Sometimes that fame
Yeah,
will go way beyond what you humanly is, and sometimes they
the,
take your name. Your name is more worth than what you're worth, and this is
like
where a
Kyrie
lot of
Irving.
right, right.
Mm-hmm.
You have a lot of them, just like him, that you believe, you're too big for something, and sometimes forget where you come from. Even if you come from humble beginnings, you have a mom and dad. They, like the Huxtables, want a doctor, want a lawyer. You know, it don't mean that you can't, end up back at the bottom, because some of the best of them. I mean, we had presidents that went to having nothing. Hello, President Carter. But anyway, um, again, you know, you can go to the highest peaks and go to the bottom of the dirtiest. you know, it's that simple. You know what I mean? It's that simple,
Mm-hmm.
and people don't realize that these days. At the end of the day, you came here by yourself. You're leaving by
You're
yourself.
leaving
You're
by
not taking
yourself.
none of this
That
shit with you.
that part.
Yep.
So it's the best to live the way you know. Live your best. Don't and if you can, bring somebody up and help them accomplish that. But overall, live your best without hurting other people. You know, and again, I think that's like the biggest thing for me is to enjoy life and be on the best end of it as much as possible. Again, people is going to live the way they want to live. But if I can leave anything with anybody, live your best life. You know what I mean? And what that entail for me to live your best life, uh, um, not only if you're successful, it's one thing to be successful, but it's also one thing to be successful and then trying to help somebody else to be successful as well.
Right.
Yep.
I don't
Yep. That's
think
real true.
I don't think there's anything that could be any no greater than that because you not only showing what you work hard, you also showing and help people to understand and also get a better understanding how to become that as well.
Anthony, what do you think about the switching gears to the music industry?
All right.
The fact that Nicki allegedly had two songs, I think they said, that should have been Grammy nominated worthy, but she
Mhm.
didn't get any nominations at all, and now they're age shaming her. What do you think about that? What is
Yeah,
that all about? Age shaming?
I heard your video earlier. Yeah, when I thought I commented. No, I didn't comment. I think I just liked it because I was getting closer this time. Listen to it as I was getting ready for this live. Um,
They they made
they she been
memes with her.
targeted. She been targeted ever since that. She been actually blacklisted ever since she didn't sign with other people. I'm not going to say on here because some people names you bring up and yeah,
Right,
they go to
right.
shit on
Say
you.
no more. Mm-hmm.
So, and with her not making that move and went in another direction, um, with the part of having Safari 2, that didn't that just made stuff more harder for her. But she did it her way because the people she signed with let her be her. Even though she wanted to go other directions, they try to control her, but she took control of what they wanted her to do. So they didn't. She didn't do exactly what they wanted her to do. So how they pay her back for it? They like, oh, not to the part that you go to the Grammys. I mean, you get a Grammy, you can't even go to the Grammy. So you can go in there and look up a couple times that she went to a couple of little, Grammys, and she didn't even get let inside the door. Better yet, the red carpet, they turned her away,
Wow.
Wow.
and that's facts. You can look it up.
I
And this
believe.
is when her prime years. This when she was coming up, doing her thing. Um, and even even Wayne said something a couple of times. It's like that's not even fair. The industry being who they are. It's real foul. You know, but again, Nikki took the stance of saying, "Hey, fuck y'all. I do what I want to do, and this is my music. This is what I do, and either you love it or you hate it. You know what I mean? So, um, but the problem was when you have some of the biggest names in music, from record labels to the biggest person in the business, and when you defy them, just like Hollywood, they blacklist you. So it don't matter how much money you make, no matter how much you sell, no how much you rich or you people you got rich, you still have a master. And if you don't buy by that master, yeah, you can say you the best, but you get that accolade, you ain't shit.
Exactly.
And that's pretty much they spit in her face, telling her she ain't shit. And they've been telling her she ain't shit. You don't do what we say, then hey, you can do that
That
all you
makes
want. You can
sense.
get all the awards you want, but this award will not solidify you to being the best. So you can kiss our ass on that. So they're gonna
That
play
makes
every
sense.
fence they can show. Because that's dumb. If that's the case of giving anybody any Grammys at a certain age, I'm the last year is a lot of people a lot older than her got Grammys.
Hmm.
So I'm not
I was
understanding
finna
that.
say nobody said anything about Patti LaBelle, Shaka Khan,
We can go
Gladys Knight.
Right.
Like all of those old school OGs that got up in age, Gerald Levert or Eddie Levert, Luther Vandross. I ain't say nothing about them people
But no, but
that
that's
took it
not the
all the
thing.
way.
People from the '90s still got Grammys from the day. Matter of fact, what's the name just picked up a Grammy? Malik just said something about him. Dude from New York. He just got a Grammy from him and another dude did a record. They got a nomination last year and they got a Grammy this year. And he definitely a lot older than Nicki.
Mhm. That's crazy.
So again, that's
Grammy
just
without age.
shooting. Now this is blowing smoke up her ass, by saying that, instead of coming back with the same bullshit, fuck you when I'm giving you shit. You too old now, so you should have got it back then. Sorry, you know.
Wow, that is so dumb.
But that's the record business, and this is why I say BBK. Why I never went mainstream. I couldn't deal with the bullshit
Hmm.
politics because yeah, I probably would be in somebody's jail. My wife can tell you. Matter of fact, a lot of people will tell you that know me personally. You know, no, this type of I can't handle that just in the regular street. There's certain shit I can walk away from. When you get into that contract shit and people control your life type of shit, I
Hmm.
don't play those type of games. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? It's different with a job when you say, okay, you file application, you get the job and you put in your non compete and all the other stuff. That's cool. I'm good with that. But when somebody say, okay, if you don't make me these certain amount of records, I control your life. So any money you make will come to me. That's controlling me. I can't have that. I'm sorry. Especially if I'm not with you and you all around with fuck shit and that's what you want to see in the music business. No, I couldn't do it. That's one of the main reasons why I never went directly mainstream.
That place seems like a harsh place.
It's very, very harsh. I mean, I've seen the worst of the worst people and the things they do. Some have talent. The ones who had talent, they had to sell certain things to get where they can get to. Others that was trying and they had a little something, maybe a gimmick or something, they
Yeah.
did extra curricular activities to try to get in the door, and a lot of times it didn't happen. So basically, they went against what they believe in, against what they believe in just to be known, for doing a okay song that never got out there. So they did shit that they thought they'd never do. They did it just just to get that. And that right there brought the camel's back for me that when I vowed and say, no, it's not for me. I just do my shit when I do it. It's these days it's easier to make money just sitting back and doing like I'm doing now because it's not being publicly shown on here. I'm doing okay. You know what I mean? So I'm cool with that. It's not my primary thing, but if I wanted to be a primary thing, it's not hard. I could. It's not a big deal, but
Easy. You could
easy.
do it easy and dominate it because you dominating the game where you at. It's just that
Right.
it's not enough eyes and ears to hear it. But man, if you was to take some of this shit mainstream and do some of what you've been talking about to me,
Right.
man, you will blow up so quick. Look, Mama McNeil will be like, "Wait a minute, Big Daddy, slow down, just a minute, slow down.
Yeah.
You're
But you
taking
know
it
how many
too
lives?
fast."
But you know how many lives because of the music business? How many lives been destroyed? Marriage wise and everything.
Oh,
Even guys
absolutely.
or ladies who was actually, what do you call it? Honest and faithful in these situations. It's not even the problem within the music and entertainment altogether, including acting, is what's being said about you, what they're talking about you. If they say you cheating, even though you're not cheating,
You
they
cheating.
paint the whole picture that you're cheating, and
You
that put a
cheating.
wearing down on your family. You know what I mean? I think those entertainment. I think you should go on there by yourself And once you get out of it and you made enough money, then you come out and get a family. Cause then you got to take your family through a lot of that bullshit. The kids be affected, you'll be affected. I mean, I seen a lot of shit. Now these days, because it's being put in our face, y'all see it too. And y'all only seeing just the corners
Oh.
of certain things. Go ahead.
Uh-huh.
You better
Uh-huh.
say it again.
No. I thought you was gonna say something else. I was gonna say, oh, you better tell it.
Okay.
Go ahead. Got excited.
You know me.
Real talk. Yeah, you do. You do have that ability to get a sister excited. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You so stupid. Yeah,
Yeah.
but you're right. I'm sure it has, and I think something that is not being pushed enough in the industry that goes for music, actor, writing, singing, tap dancing, athletics, sport,
Producer.
is
Right.
people got to get your affairs in order. You
Right.
got to get a
Right. That's a
will. You
must.
need to have
Yeah.
life insurance. You need to have all of those things. And I'm shocked
You
that
supposed to
there's
do that
nobody that,
coming out the door, especially these days.
exactly. Exactly.
As soon as you sign that
Exactly.
contract, you should already have, hey, or something, because you know you're taking airplane rides all the time. I mean, you need to go back to when Left Eye passed. You need to go back to in the '70s. You know when what's his name? He got in that accident, but he ain't died from it. But what's his name? Teddy Pendergrass. He could have easily died in that accident. You know what I mean? But he got
Yep.
paralyzed. So
Yep.
again, uh, um, you need to have that at the door. You need to, when you live in a life that you on the airplane 60, 70% of the time,
Hmm.
anything can happen. You know what I mean? Your life, the quickest you got to success is as quick as you can get out of here. You know,
Yep.
and you definitely right. You need to have that at the door. If anything happened to me, especially when even before the money started even coming in heavy, just the part you signing, hey, if anything happened to me, this need to go to X, Y, and Z, you
Yep.
know, and how I
Yep.
want to be buried, how this and that. And so you gotta have that conversation, especially if you're not married, you got no kids, you need to go to your mama, you need to go to your brother. Yo, something happened to
Somewhere.
me, you gonna
Don't
be
let the
this, that,
state
the
get
other.
it.
Right.
That's
If the
right.
state take, that's it, that's all. They're gonna say, oh, we tax it all out.
It's a
You know what I
wrap.
mean?
And and,
And it's gone.
and it's sad to hear that Takeoff did not have his affairs in order. But on the flip side, allegedly he didn't have no kids either. So,
Right. So he didn't
you
feel
know,
that he had time to do it.
yeah, I guess his
Yeah,
mom and daddy'll fight to the finish over the money. So,
yeah. And that's the bad part too, because you got the family to go over it on this person's success instead of just being evenly calm about it and say, hey, you know, if anything, mom and then maybe dad. All depends on how that situation went. If dad was around, then yeah, of course, I think mom and dad is subject to it. But if dad wasn't around and he wanted to come around because he did, then hell no, that goes to mom. That's it.
yeah.
You know.
Right.
Last I heard, they was splitting it between the two of them, and I don't think his dad was around.
See, yeah, I would have a problem with that too. But if you don't have those
Yeah,
papers, he have the right to contest it. I mean, it's the same
but who
as
gonna fight it?
yeah.
I mean,
I
you know what I'm
mean,
saying? Who gonna?
yeah,
He just
and
left it
that's
up in the air.
unfortunate. That's the unfortunate part about it. I
But now
mean,
I hope this
this
is
is
a
the same
lesson
thing.
learned. Hmm.
Yeah, but this is the same thing with the people being married and then they get separated and they never get divorced, right? Well, let me
Yeah,
tell you, when you don't do that, here's a good thing about that. I mean, it's not a good thing when people get divorced, get separated, they don't get divorced. But I guess the benefit of it is if they ever hit the lottery, then that person died, that money goes to you. But let's go on the other hand. Let's go on the bad part about it. if you still married to that person, guess what happens when that person got a whole lot of debt? That shit comes to you. So it
Mm-hmm.
don't matter if you ain't been together 20 years. They see spouse, they coming after you.
Yeah. You know what? A long time ago, somebody once told me that when you get ready to divorce, you should put a notice in the newspaper
Yes, yes,
that says you are no longer together and you are not responsible for his bills or
right,
anything, him
right.
associated with. And that's how you allegedly legally separate yourself. I don't
Well,
know how true that
basically,
is.
that's very, very true. And let me tell you
Okay.
why. Um, I've been through it. The wife been through it. Other family members been through it. Friends, family been through it. What happens is when you, first of all, if you go make a claim for anything, right? Your parent, your
Uh-huh.
grandparent, or anything. First, you had to contest it, right? And then find out what comes back from it. Then you announce it, go through the courts and everything, and you announce it. Then you put it, it goes into a probate, right? After it goes from probate, then you have to announce it in the newspaper so anybody else can contest to the estate. If anybody do not contest, or if they do, and they have a legit reason why they say you owe them money, or the person who passed owe money, then you pay it or you settle it out of court. After all that is said and done, you need to put that in a newspaper to make it official. It can be a local newspaper, or it can be your town, pick and save newspaper, whatever is affordable for you, long as a legit, news, you know, uh, what do you call it, a news outlet,
Uh-huh.
that it will be printed and it's going to be copied into the Library of Congress as legit business. You're protected from there. That you have went through the steps and you let it known that, hey, this person who passed, you know, put out a thing that if their person said they owed them any money or whatever, you had your right and your time to do it right then and there. And if you didn't, that severed your relationship all the way with them. And that's why it's important that you put that in the newspaper when people pass. When you
Okay.
go and contest a will, they make you do
Oh, wow.
it. So, yep,
Hmm.
that's the whole. When you have a litigation that's in probate, when it comes to contesting a will, look it up. They
Uh-huh.
make you do it when you have to go. If they didn't have a will to put, to do that, then this a process you have to go through in order to get, anything in their estate.
Mm. Wow. I know I have a family member who um his dad died, and he was so shady. He was so shady. He didn't even leave he didn't leave his wife. He didn't put his wife in his will.
Mhm. But even
And
though,
they was down there trying to
you
figure
can
out, well, who
contest
gonna
it
pay the
though.
house off, and is the house paid off, and is this done, and is that done, and
Mhm.
his wife gonna have to move because she can't afford to pay the bills.
Yeah, but
I
she
was
could have contested
laughing.
some
I
things
was
in there, but it all depends on what she contest for. Because if she contest for anything big, the other stuff can
mhm,
fall behind it. So you have to be very careful when you do that. Like you said, just say if he had insurance for like $100,000, but then he had the house under his name. Okay, if you contest for that $100,000, then guess what's going to be also added to you? That house. So that $100,000 for the insurance you're trying to get now it's going to be taken away by the house and whatever else is on the house. So now you still end up with nothing. And hopefully you make it the house.
mm. Yeah,
It's true.
let's tell
I
you
mean, a will
something
is real
else.
simple. You got to do a whole lot of shit. You can just write anything. You go down to a lawyer's office and you write down what you write, and then you go get it notarized and you
File
put
it.
it as,
Mm-hmm.
valid, right? Valid as a will. And at your local court,
Yep.
and it'll be right there until the
They
end of
got
time to it. What?
they got those documents like at Office Depot and Staples and the office stores where you go get office supplies. They have
Right,
those
right,
forms, those wheel templates, what they call them, templates. Yeah, you can pretty
right,
much
right.
file anything by yourself. Just go down there and find the form for it.
You can get it offline. It's free.
Oh, okay, okay,
Yeah, you
okay,
get it offline free, and then you take it, you get it, you fill it out, and you get it notarized, and you just take it to your local, either was it not medical examiners, but the Department of Vital Records and Statistics, with their birth
okay. Yeah,
certificates. Yeah,
yeah.
you just file it with them, and that's it. You ain't gotta take it to no fancy smancy lawyer or associates.
Okay.
That's that big shit. But if you want something that's real simple and you want to record it, no, you just take it to your local Department of Vital Statistics, and that's it. Done deal.
Oh, okay.
It's a process fee, yeah, like $40 or something like
Right,
that.
right, right.
But
Yes, yeah.
that's it. So once you
Okay.
pass, there's no fight. And see, these are things that people don't know, and they don't look for, and don't understand. That this is stuff that they need to go check out. This is stuff they should know instead of worrying about it. You know what I'm saying? But they
Yeah.
think doing nothing is going to be the best thing, and actually, it actually do worse. Because sometimes you got some of these companies, man. Depends on what type of bill contract or anything that you have or money that you left, a bill that you left behind, depends on what type of bill it is. Oh, they will go after your family. Just like a college with hospital bills and student loans. They will come after you the same way like they do. And they will pay to get you.
Oh wow. That's crazy. Lord. Well, I need to go outside and have me a little smoke session. But Anthony, this was a good live. I am gonna go back and listen to the replay when your daughter was on here because I'm really interested in hearing that conversation. I missed that while I was at work. But thank you
Yeah.
so much for inviting me over. I appreciate you. Rockwell, I miss you, mamas. She probably
I hope
sleep.
she ain't fall asleep. She probably fell asleep.
Uh-huh. But yeah, this was nice. Yeah, this was real nice. And,
Yeah, I
and
ain't had
as
one of these in a
always,
while.
right, as always, especially when you're messing with Kiki, you gonna learn some new information. Cause
Oh
Kiki
yeah.
is so full of information. I'll never forget when she told me that time about if you got a dispensary card. Wait a minute, what was it? If you got a dispensary card, you couldn't get a thing for your gun. You couldn't go buy a
Yeah.
gun. Remember when she
No,
told
you
us that?
couldn't.
I
Yep,
was
that's
I was
fact.
like, wait a minute, what? What?
Yep.
I looked that up. I was like, damn, I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
because I consider that as a mental illness. So,
yeah, ain't that some shit? You
right.
gonna tell me I'm gonna lose the right to protect myself, to defend myself, all because I smoke a little herb?
But you
Cut
had to
it out.
think about it though. I mean, I don't agree with it, but I understand. And let me tell you why real quick. I think we talked about it before, but it was because that shit that happened with a lot of these situations with these shootings, like the Las Vegas situation. Nobody couldn't find any reason why this dude, has lost his rocker. They didn't have any type of background on this guy. He just got in the hotel and started shooting people. You know what I mean? Same thing with the dude that wanted to blow up people up in what was that, Michigan or something like that. And they was like he didn't have a background and having mental issues. So now the people that they say, okay, that he spoke to a psychiatrist a couple of times and he had some depression, but he didn't come off as a threat. But then, next thing you know, boom. So they starting to tighten up on these laws for a weapon. Remember, I was telling you before too. Remember, I was like, "Hey, y'all better go get y'all gun because they about to make some changes over here at the the NRA. Y'all better get your weapons because they keep tightening it up." And I don't think that's the issue. I think they're tight enough. I mean, because If it's so easy for a lot of the people who don't have a license to get guns, then why are you making it hard for the people who will be responsible with it? I don't understand that
Right.
concept. But
Right.
you
That's
know,
crazy.
exactly. So why would you put, hardworking Americans that also had the constitutional right to bear arms, and you put them in harm's way by, you making it hard for them. You're not going to able to tell everybody about everybody. You can do all the background. They can have the cleanest record, and most of the people who become, like serial killers and stuff like that, they don't even have a record. They be the cleanest ones.
Yep.
So you know, it's not that pattern. You can't charge people for human emotion. You can only study them. That's it. And that's where the law differentiates at. That's where it lies at. You got the BAU who studies, behavior, but it's behavior is not a law. You know what I mean? And
Right.
you can't go on just a person's, thoughts. If we got charged for everybody be locked up, you know what I'm saying? If we got charged for our thoughts, or we locked up because of our thoughts, we'd be, in trouble too. We all be
Yep.
locked up,
We'll be messed up in a
right?
bad way.
Right.
Well, boss, this was the bomb. Thank you so much again for having this live. It's very much needed.
All right,
I'm gonna
many more
share
to
this on
come.
my
Many more to come. I
for
seen
sure, for sure.
not to hold you, but I finally looked today at my little poll.
Uh,
I couldn't
you
believe
did a
it.
poll?
Yeah, it's my
Oh
first time
man.
doing it, so I kind of fucked it up. It's on my wall, and I said, I put on there because I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I put four things on there. I put on there. Should I do more sex talk? Should I do more real life situations? And then underneath it, I put yes or no. I didn't know what I was doing. I tell you
You're
straight up,
so
I didn't know
funny.
what the fuck I was doing. But I posted it, and then when I looked at it, I saw it there. I said, "Oh shit!" What they saying?
What what
Some of them said
what they
yes,
say?
but some said yes. Okay, the biggest one was more real life topics. The second
Okay.
one was sex talk, and the third one was yes. I had nothing on there yet.
Well, let me ask you this. When you start talking about doing more sex talk, what sex talk have you guys not touched on yet? Think about. Don't say it out. I was gonna
Oh,
say don't say it out loud because there might be some little
oh,
thieves in
okay.
the bushes waiting on some
Oh, yeah, it's
commentary.
definitely
But
down. Oh, I got a few. I got a few.
okay,
I hit you with them, but I got a few.
because I know I
I mean,
did
I know
one.
mhm.
It didn't start off as sex talk. We ended up over there talking about it, and I ended up having to take the video down. But it was about uh and I think I've heard somebody talk about this once before. But it's about having a threesome with the opposite sex. How do you feel? Like if you were a woman, how would you feel having sex with your man and another man at the same time? Would that make you feel like your man was bisexual? You know?
We you got a strike for that,
No, I didn't get a strike. I got scared because the it wasn't that wasn't the topic. The
right?
topic was something else, and we got into it, and somebody messed around and said the four-letter word that start with a R and end with an E, like sexually
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
violating.
yeah,
Somebody messed
yeah, yeah,
around
yeah.
and said the word, and I got scared and took the video down
But
because I
I
know that's a
posted on
trigger
my
word.
wall, right? But
Hmm.
I reposted some of my old lives on my wall, and we talked about that. Everything you just
Y'all,
said, we covered all of that. I even had Rebel
y'all
Son.
said the R word with
I
the
said the
R
R
A.
word. I sure did. I
Oh
sure did.
my.
Actually, I said in a few of them, my sex talk.
Oh.
'Cause when we was talking about the mental health of sex, that's when I had Ostara on there. I believe Rebel Sun came in there, and Ashley came in there. It was another one that I did, and with Triple L. Um, and also, I think I did an interview with Rebel Sun, and we was talking about the gay community, and we were talking about what some of the things that what people we're talking about the different sects and stuff like that, and people who be saying certain things about how they became gay, or if they were born gay and stuff like that, or was they R word, and yeah, we talked about all that.
Okay.
See, a lot of
Cause
people don't even listen
back
to
when I was
well, some people listen to my sex talk, but if you get a chance, listen to all my sex talk. I think I got like five episodes of sex talk.
okay, that was probably when I was going back and forth to jail and I was scared.
Yeah, I think mainly if you direct it at somebody is where it gets tricky. But mine's been on for a couple of years, and I ain't getting no hits on them whatsoever.
Okay, okay. Well, I won't miss this one because I know I done sat in maybe two or three of your sex talks. The rest of them I missed and I had to catch on the replay. But they was
Right.
fun. they was fun. They was big fun.
Right, because one I had with one of the people I know from the black owned business. Actually, I had Mike on too. Mike, the owner. I had him on that, and he was going deep into everything. But then he owns this Heart Desire, and then I had one of his family members slash. They all therapists. They all got their certifications and doctorates. Matter of fact, Mike's wife, she also a doctor, and um, what do you call her, psychiatry and therapy and stuff like that. But yeah, they're all therapists and relationship coaches too. And I had one of Nicole. I had her on. It was an interview, and then everything else was just pretty much everybody else. The sex talk. So I was surprised because I went back and I looked at myself and I was like, how you just go and just, I don't know you do it, but I went back and looked at a few of my own videos and just watched them all the way through, and I was like, oh, that was pretty cool. I don't remember this and I don't remember that, but that turned out great, you know. And
Hmm.
I got some numbers on them too. I mean, it's like super, but it's more than my
Right,
usual, you know. I was
right,
like,
right,
hey,
right.
a good
I
response
go
now.
back and look at those. I don't actually watch the videos. I just go back sometimes and look at the numbers. And if I
Right.
don't remember what all we did talk about,
Then you
then
look at it.
I listen to it. Yeah, I listen to a little bit of it and see, what all was on the topic, what was going on. But
Right.
I went back and what was I look? I was looking for one thing, and I was scrolling down the timeline, and it
Mm.
came across my shorts, and that short I did at the pool hall the other day got me 1,500 views, and I was like, wait, what? Really? So
See?
I don't know, but I have a
Them
mindset that I'm
shorts.
gonna
I
try to.
mean, but you see the shorts that I did, shit. I just got like over 1,000 something. No, I think 700 or 1,000 just for walking in a liquor store. I say, I say, hey, I'm at the lick, the lick, the lick, the lick. That's it. That's all I said. And I didn't show the picture of the alcohol. And I think I got like over 1,000 likes. Oh, I did write in there. I said 21 to drink, 25 to party. Drink responsibly. That's what I said. And I got over 1,000 hits. I was like, "Are you crazy?" But then I talk about the situation. I just get a couple of hundred. I said, "Yeah, this game is rigged. This world is crazy."
Yeah, yeah. And they started sending me emails to do shorts. Like, I don't want to get in bed with y'all no further than what I'm already am. So y'all already trying to kick me out the fucking bed. So
right.
I ain't fucking with y'all, but I did say that I was going. That's how I was going to try to build up some watch time on my back up and start putting some shorts on there.
Right.
And maybe that'll help. I don't know. By it only being a minute long, I don't know if it
But I
counts
mean, the
as a
shorts,
clip.
oh, it do. It definitely do. It definitely do.
Because if it
And
counts as
now, I
watch
mean, I
time,
think they're like a little, but I think they're a little strenuous on to get money off of them because they want you to get like I think 10,000, 10 like 10,000 hours and 1,000, only was it 4,000 subs, to get monetized from the shorts.
yeah, yeah, I'm
That
not
was a
fucking
high
with them
difference in the regular.
because I
I
believe that
definitely.
some of my videos, I really believe that some of my videos that I got strikes on. I think if I wasn't
Mhm.
monetized, I don't think I would have got them strikes.
Right, right.
I really don't.
Uh-oh. You about to pull off?
And no, I'm just out here sitting in the car
Oh,
because I'm finna smoke again. I had to run in the house. But
got you.
that word, that word, that that 2020, and that word that start with ELE ends in TION. I don't even want to say
Uh-huh.
it on your channel, but those two 2020 and that word there, that's what got me. I
Right.
think I showed you the strikes on them. That right there
Right, right,
got me
right,
when
right.
they. And that's why I'm saying I get got for shit other people get away with, but I guess it's the context in which I'm saying it in, because when I looked at that video about misinformation, that's what it came about on. It was the way they was looking at it, like I was trying to sway somebody to believe the way I believe. So I was like, damn, I need to change
Right,
up how
right,
I'm doing my commentary. I keep saying it, but then once I get to talking, especially if I be already on one, I end up just running off at the mouth and getting
right.
myself in trouble. But yeah, it's yeah, hot damn mess.
Hey, can you see this?
Yes.
All right. So now I'm gonna scroll down. Oh, you see my middle son?
Mm-hmm. That's your twin. Because at first I wasn't sure which one was you. Then the glasses and the cap
For
got us
sure.
out here. That's Anthony right there in the cap. For a minute I was confused. Shit, y'all look I mean, twin.
I look more like the me and him. They said me and my daughter look more like the me and him. Well, all my children, we all look alike. So yeah, but yeah. Um. Oh, this the one right here. See it? 787 views. Drink responsibly. 21 to drink, 25 to party.
And you know what? It's a trip because it's like, oh my God, he's with alcohol. What is he about to do? And they be anticipating you doing something crazy, but all
Right,
you're doing is just chilling. That's just like
right.
when I
I
went to
agree.
the crab place, to the seafood place, and
Right,
was eating out the seafood bar. I got 3,000 some views on that video. It's like, really?
right.
I ain't got 3,000 motherfucking people that follow me.
Right. And that's what kills me. Look, man, now I got more on my short right here. That was surprising to me when I said people hungry taking lives just to eat. I did get 2,000 views on that. My video, I
I
think I
don't see
got
that one.
like, that's right here, right beside me on the left of me and my son. The one
Where the
right in the
pool is
middle.
at, where the lake is at, is
No,
that a
no, no,
lake?
the one at the top.
Oh, that one
One at the top,
with the car.
right beside where me and my son is. No, no,
Okay.
yeah, where the car is. Yep, that where the car is, right there. Now that one I got 2,000. Now this is what I said here tonight, but I just pressed it. I only won't able to hear tonight. hear anything.
I was gonna say I don't see
I
nothing
say it
moving.
was.
There you go.
It should be moving soon. There you go.
There you go.
Oh Lord, it is party time at the lick, at the lick, lick, at the lick, at the lick. That's all it is. Oh Lord, it is party time at the lick, at the lick, at the lick, at the lick. Lord, find those out there. So yeah. Oh Lord, let me go back. But yeah, I couldn't believe I got that. You know, when I was on my vacation, my birthday vacation, driving home, I got a lot of hits on that. Um, I got like
Man,
1,500 views just for driving home. I just said thank you for everybody who came to say happy birthday. As a matter of fact, you comment on that same one too. And I said thank you for saying happy birthday and sure thank you for sharing my birthday with me on my B day vacay. And I was just showing the highway. And yeah, so that's what was wild about that. Let's see, my live here it is. Check out on my live. This is no, go to the popular. Sorry, I go to the popular. This one right here. Let's talk. Let's chop it up. Sex Talk episode 3, orgasms and 30 talk. Then my second biggest video was Sex Talk episode 2, oral pleasures, open panel. My third was interview with Rebel Son. My fourth was Sex Talk 4, and yeah, I had a few on here. Oh yeah, I think this is the one that I was talking about too. Back by popular demand, Sex Talk. Let's chop it up. Yeah, but yeah, I was 2 years ago. There she go right there, Nicole. And then I had one with Mike after that. Um, that was 2 years ago. That's the other sex talk right there. And then I had another sex talk. And this is a thing that's weird because people keep saying that Robert didn't show her face. Yeah, she did. She did on her channel. She did on mine. Oh, this one right here. Let it out. Don't hold back. Let it out Wednesday. I had actually, you know, shout out to Auntie Donna, man. Auntie Donna, boy, she be giving a whole lot information. You know, when it comes to, I mean, great conversation too. Um,
yeah.
if
Auntie Donna's an OG.
you listen to my live, Auntie Donna, yeah, for real, a real
Yeah,
OG.
yeah, she's a real OG.
Then I
And
did
she's never
one
been on one of my
with mental
panels
health.
before. Well, but I was on a panel with her somewhere, and I can't remember where it was. It was back a while back. But yeah, Auntie Donna's OG for
All
real, for
right,
real.
right, right. Keep it 1,000 with no problem. But yeah, that's pretty much. You know, it just. I mean, I'm glad the YouTube, did the maneuver around and get the certain videos and stuff like that and broke it down. Um, Um, let's see, the shores. Oh, I was right. I wanted to show you my community wall. That's what I actually came over here for. See here. See it on your phone, you just see it on the computer. Well, at least for me. Uh, but right here is where, you know, I did the poll thing, and here, where's my poll at? Not that far, cause here it is, right here, right here.
Just knocked all the damn money out. Crazy.
I got, I got, I put on here. See, I fucked it up. I got. Should I bring back sex talk? Should I bring more real life situations? Yes and no. Should I bring back sex talk? 33%. Should I bring more real life situations? 57%. And then yes, 11%. And zero for no. That's why. There's Mike. That's Mike. Him and his wife. They own Heart Desires.
Oh
You know,
yeah.
I mean, I'll be like, yeah. I interview him too. Um, nice business. I mean, a lot of information. I mean, you got all these other big companies out here, but one thing I can say about them, not only they're informative, they care. They give you that customer service that a lot of places don't have. Usually it just buy, and when you're in unfamiliar territories, a lot of times, you don't have nobody really there to give you information. And one thing about Mike and Shawnee, his wife, uh, both of them, and even all his staff and family members, that work at their stores, they're very informative for every product, every new product that comes in. They test it, like this one right here. He's testing it, and he's letting the people know what it does, what it feels like. He has testers at the store. He break down everything. He tell you what interaction would be with whatever sex positions or sexual pleasures that you do, and then also he give you, or they would give you, also, if you're using latex and all types of stuff like that, they give you all the information, first-hand information. They don't get a product and then just throw it on the shelf. They all go out, test it out, do everything with it, and then they come back and they, collab with each other of what they got of it, and then they put a whole new, put a whole perspective on the product or what it is. And they don't just take any product, they make sure it's gonna do great. Not some shit like you get at CVS that, like you have some lubes that will fuck around and what you call it, dry up and feel all like gritty and shit like that. And yeah, but it's just, very, very, they small business, but you would think you're in a high price location. And that's the places I like to bet. That's the places I look. Like Kiki was saying about the store, you know what I mean? People stand in line to get the free shit, but nobody want to stand in line the same way to buy quality, good stuff that comes from your neighborhood or comes from your community. See, they don't get that shine. You know what I mean? But they give you that class service like you going to and then some. And I think a lot of these people, people like that, people who care about their business and care what they presenting to the people, and they're very involved with what they're selling, by caring, I think that goes a long way and should be respected. But people today, especially our people, first they want to hook up. If not free, they want to hook up. And two, you know, They don't want to support. They will go support, Gucci, Icebox, and Filmagami, and all these other crazy ass names, making them fucking super rich. But when it comes to your own, that's giving you, almost the same exact shit, but because it's Gucci name, even if both products the same, even with the Gucci name, it's Gucci. It's not. It's not John. It's not even a black person's. A black person name. They make two of the same exact products, and even if you say the black person made it more life worthy, more quality, great quality, and they make the exact same thing. Same. Let's say they have made two shirts, and of course, Gucci use a sweatshop, and the black company they use their own in-house people who make their stuff, right? And they use quality material, but the design is exactly the same. So Gucci going to charge you for half of the quality for $1,500, and the neighborhood one is going to charge you $30, and you
But
have
they're
a
made
long
out of.
lasting material.
I was just gonna say, but they made out of like different material, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. It makes sense.
But it's
That
sad
makes
that
business sense, I guess.
Yeah, but it's sad though because Gucci is giving you something. Yeah, some of their stuff has what you call it insurance on. Same like Coach and all them. You can bring stuff back and you can get it fixed, but still have to pay a price. But if
Mm-hmm.
you buy from a black company and the quality is long life lasting, and it's 15 times less money, what's the problem? People not
What
going
I
to look
have
at
to
the
say, I have to say, I have gotten some very expensive purses on sale, and I
Mhm.
have to admit they have been pretty good quality. Like this Coach that I'm carrying now, I've been carrying since I got it for my birthday 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, and I've been carrying this
Uh-huh.
purse ever since I got it. And when I tell you, you can't see no wear and tear, you can't see no wear and tear. There ain't no wear and tear on it. And when I tell you, I go everywhere and I carry it everywhere with me. I carry it. That's what kindness rides in my purse, right on the
Okay.
side. When I get in the car, I usually take her out and sit her next to me, but yeah, everywhere. And if Latte had still been around, she'd be still riding in that same purse with everything down in it. She'll be right down there in it too. Long as she going with you, she don't care.
But see, that's the thing too. Mm, my wife, she has some bags, and I got a couple of them, but just the same as I said before. Um, I don't know if you heard of him. It was a guy named Maurice Malone. You heard that name before?
No, I haven't.
I'm gonna put it up real quick as we talking about. Maurice Malone is a clothes designer, and he was throughout the '90s. He had clothes, uh, and he was getting good rep by some rappers and stuff like that, but the community really didn't support him. I mean, it even got to the part that it did hit stores. It was like in Hex when Hex was around, um, Strawbridges, um, what other company? No, it hit some of the big stores, but um, as the rap career of the person who supported him went down, Maurice Malone went down as well, even though he was rocking his stuff. But Maurice would still reinvent himself and kept putting out clothes and putting out clothes. But with our community, I don't understand is that he had a lot of nice stuff. It started going to Formal Mills. I don't know if you know about Formal Mills, but it's a place that supposed to sell high end clothes for cheap prices. I mean, like dirt cheap. Usually, is because of something Stitch was wrong or whatever from that company, and they take it and resell it. Uh, you know, resell it as a messed up thing, but instead of giving away to the thrift store, they made a store to take in a lot of the messed uh, stuff from the high end stores or
Oh, okay.
the Korean fake me outs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I told you, but I'm about to show you who is Maurice Malone. Very cool brother too. So if you get a chance, check him out. And you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. What type of brother he is. Nice brother. All right,
Mm-hmm.
see, present, share screen. Go here. There we go. Where is Malone? Right there. And share. There we go. Let's see. I mean, he still got stuff that he do on sale and stuff like that. But this is Maurice
Yeah.
Malone right here.
Can you make it up?
That's him.
Oh, okay. 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 Now I can see that. Okay. I was gonna say, can you make him bigger? I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So where is he now? What is he doing now? Is he still around? Is he still making stuff? Like,
Well, he's doing everything offline. He's doing a lot of stuff offline, but he's still making his clothes and doing his thing.
so he got storefronts
So
now.
it's definitely no.
Okay.
No, he don't have no storefronts. He's doing it just online. He was going through different businesses and stuff like that. The iconic American designer, streetwear, and denim designer, Maurice Malone. Put on
You breaking up. You got that computer love going on. Anthony, if you can hear me, I can't hear you.
he's doing it like the look at these. Look at this. See these?
Okay, now you back. Uh huh. Okay. Okay. How
Yeah,
much are they? I
he's
can't see
doing
the
his thing.
prices. It's too small. I can't see the prices. How much? How
Oh,
much?
okay. Going from left 285 to the Indigo Raging Shabaris, 895,
Oh
and
wow. Oh, he big time like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Okay.
But it's still not like the Gucci shit. You see the jeans. Let's see the Shabari. Let's see. But that's not all that material is very expensive because he got stuff that's a lot cheaper than that. Is the Shabari stuff right there. Think of the dangle denim as an expression, medium like canvas, using traditional of the Amatsu Shibari and the modern Shibari technique of the Shashu Fuja as the draw of the Ukiyo-e on canvas. In this way, express the beauty brought out by deliberating, combining the three distinctive elements, such as a concept is called aurora in Japanese. We hope that traditional craft will be sustainable by aiming for Japanism in the next 400 years of Amaruso Shibaro Sung. So yeah, but he had a lot more stuff. I had stuff like shirts and what's the name? Oh, right here. Design your own shirt, design your own jeans. From what you want for the Maurice Malone. So yeah, so I think that's the route he's in now. Instead of selling a whole lot of other clothes, even bags and stuff like that. So, but I'm pretty sure if yeah, even Whistling promoted and wore some of his clothes. Our boy, Kanye, Mr. Ye.
Oh wow.
But that was back in the '90s. So '90s going to 2000. Yeah, yeah, he rocked some of his clothes too. So that was pretty awesome from back then. You know, but again, we're. I heard this 1,000 times. We're the biggest consumer throughout the world. African Americans is the biggest consumer throughout the world. So, with that being said, we make the world turn. And if that's the case, why we can't direct that to our own people? See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We powerful. We know we powerful, but yet we want to stay in a bubble because we still trying to outshine each other. It's, everybody loved the everybody loved the movie just came out. What's that? Wakanda? What Wakanda? Everybody love how that is, but
That
nobody want
Wakanda,
to live.
Wakanda forever.
Yeah,
That you said they
or
everybody
Black
liked it,
Panther.
but they don't know what.
I said everybody liked the concept of the unity of Wakanda and Black Panther, right? But
Yeah.
they don't want to come together like that. Everybody don't want to play their position. Everybody want to be a chief, but everybody don't want to be, an Indian. It's got to be more chiefs with no Indians. You got to be kings without, no one to follow the king. Nobody want to take any position but the top. Why this can't be a top of your position? That's my question. Sometimes, everybody is not fit to lead, and everybody lead is not always uh, is the right person to be in the right position. You know what I mean? People think they can be head of a whole situation until they put in that situation to turn out that they can't handle it. You know what I mean? They
Yeah.
think they can, but everything is not built for everybody. So whatever you're great at, won't you find what you're great at and become king of that instead of being trying to be a king of everything and not able to, have a great outcome of trying to be king of everything. Usually people will be trying to be king of everything and become crazy. Mm-mm-mm. But I ain't gonna hold your boss, Queen. I'm gonna go ahead and hang it up for myself.
Shit. All right, dog. I enjoyed the live. This shit was bomb. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for giving. And I can't wait on you to bring whatever you bring it back or bringing forward, honey. I'm here. I'm
Well,
here.
let me ask you this before I go though. I think we talked about this before. I told, a matter of fact, I just had his channel updated a minute ago before I changed it to mine. Um, what is his name? Um, I think I told you about what's that? AWP Bridges with Purpose. Did I tell you about it?
Say that again. Your phone broke up. Hello, Anthony. Say that again. Your phone broke up. I can't hear you, baby. Boss King. Boss King. I can't hear you, baby. Okay, yeah, you are. Yeah, I could tell because your voice just went out.
Testing,
I
testing.
told him, there you go. That now you back.
Yeah. Okay, okay. I don't know what's going on. It just seemed like it said a pop up keep popping up saying that my mic or something, and it's plugged in. There's no issues.
You you're not on the Mac, are you?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say StreamYard. I tell you, if you're on an iPhone or iPad or a
Mhm.
Mac, it ain't. It's gonna give you problems.
Right, right, right. Hold on
Okay.
one
Nope.
second. Hold on.
Okay.
Hey, hey, hey.
Now you back. Now you
Okay,
back.
okay. Um, no, I was actually about AWP. Do you remember talking about that?
AWP. That's the water
Yeah,
people, right? Uh huh.
yeah. I think I talked to you and I talked to Rockwell. And I was about to, I think I was going to come out and talk about it, but I think it was having issues online. Uh, there was something going on with it. But AWP is finished. Update 1117. Oh, so that's coming from who's this guy? 411 now? I'm going to check that. But basically, this guy got caught up something with his sister and his cousin. His sister is upset because of money issues. But if you go back to a week ago and listen to the situation with this guy, he's done a lot of great stuff. He brought a team together and they do underwater adventures and stuff like that. But now they're like recovering like all these cars that are being dumped in the rivers and stuff like that. But then they've been getting loved ones. So they're up to like 25 uh, close 25 cold cases, right? Now,
Mhm.
something with his sister has popped up and his cousin of allegation of sexual abuse. Uh,
Mhm.
he told the truth on himself and said that yes, him and his cousins have experienced sexual abuse amongst all of them, blah, and all the other stuff that happened to them. And he was just telling her it's unfortunate what happened to her, but he can answer any questions. He basically snitched without snitching on himself. So
Oh
now,
wow.
without with the state he's in, Utah, he's from Oregon, but from the state of Utah, he he pretty much they don't have a statute of limitations when it comes to that. He was, I think, 15, 16, and the kid was like 10. 9, 10, or 11, somewhere there, um, allegedly. Basically, well, again, it's an interesting story because a lot of people have mixed views on it. I was going to talk
Mm.
about it because it's one of the things that the black community also has a problem with, which is like a generational curses. You hear it all the time from uncles and aunties, you know, doing things to the younger, family members and stuff like that, moms, and the line goes down the line. And that's one of the conversation pieces that I wanted to have, because now that this guy have been in trouble with the law and other stuff, and he's doing all these great things of helping people with their lost loved ones that the police couldn't do, they have brought to these people. Now, I believe this guy need to pay. If he did wrong, he need to pay for it. But do his company need to be closed down for everything they bring in, disgrace things to these other people? What's your thoughts on that?
I don't think the company should be closed down. I think if there's some punishment or some consequences to be dealt out, I think they should be dealt out to him and let his next in command, pick up the reins. But now, if they find some indiscretionary activity going on with the company, then that may be justification for shutting it down.
Right, but they already did the background checks and everything on the other guys, which they end up quitting up to maybe 3 days ago.
Oh,
Uh,
wow.
with them, here, you see this? There are more. The sister is more of trying to bring the brother down since they was younger. The sister is more of hey, I did this, and pretty much she trying to make herself to be a victim, but she sounded more of a person who did a whole lot of stuff with her brother. For instance, allegedly he got in trouble for something, and the sister said when the school or someone called, she participated by saying, "Hey, she's the mom and this and that," and and got him off the hook. And she did that at a couple of other situations. And I'm like, okay, well, you're too busy saying this stuff about your brother, but you're forgetting you're putting your participation in it. You're going to get charged as well. So you need to think about what you're doing, because if you're telling on your brother and you involving yourself in the situation, don't think you're going to get away unscathed by letting, all because you're upset because he has money and you don't. It's like you can see the family feud between the two. She's all about the money. She tried to say that he did something with her too, but she's not highlighting none of that. Now the cousin, she what she wanted is clear as day. Go turn yourself into the police station and blah blah blah. That's it. She didn't say anything about no money. She didn't say about what she want. She want him to go to jail for what he did. Period. So I believe if anything was said, I would believe her than her sister. Her sister just sound like a better person. Talking about she got kicked out the
Hmm.
family because of him, and he's always been the golden child and all this other mess. And
Oh, wow.
she's more, yeah, it's a hot mess, a real big hot mess. I mean, you would definitely like, oh my god. So yeah, it's crazy. I mean, everybody is sitting there talking about it.
Wow, that's crazy.
Killing. Yep.
That is crazy. That's interesting though. Is but the way the politics is set up these days, it's probably gonna have to be a who you know to get it to jump in and save anything if there's anything to be saved.
Right. But my thing is, Now, something that was so great, something that was so great, and something that was helping people find their loved ones that disappeared. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For instance, some been missing for years, and they on job. Yeah, some was getting upset and try to tell him that um, like it was this lady that was missing, and the police was trying to get mad at them because they did the job and they did it quickly, and it showed that the police didn't do their job. So they were trying to make them look bad, make a Richard Purpose look bad for something that they didn't, for some they supposedly they didn't do. They flat out even told the
Mm.
lady on the video that there's nothing there, there's nothing there, and they pulled the vehicle out and the person there, and then they
Wow.
didn't want to apologize. And the mom been calling for her. It was her son. The mom been calling for like years, calling, like for not years, but for a good while. And to the part that the officer, the one who was giving her hostility the most, was saying that, yeah, I know who you are very, very well. Blah 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 blah. You know, and basically, unfortunate, but it was a part showed that they wasn't doing it, and they didn't want they want to be from being public figures on public property. They want to be shown in the videos and stuff like that.
Oh wow.
It was too funny. Look, after 16 years, um, Donnie Messer was found. You know what I mean? 16 years, this guy was found. Um, them going
Mm-hmm.
underwater and looking. And this is from the families. The families are telling them to go look at these places. This guy right here, Benjamin Sagan, letter found. They saying it was a possible suicide. Over here, Brandon, this was a month ago. Brandon, he was found. Now, you might have heard on the news about that Kylie girl. That I think yeah,
I
Kylie
I
Rodney.
I saw
This jump
Pascal
was
show
real
doing something
crazy,
on her.
huh?
I saw Pascal doing a
Ah,
show
okay.
on her.
So yeah, okay. Now, yeah, this situation right here is some real crazy mess because it's getting tied back. I don't know how much you heard of it, but basically, not them, not a Eventual Purpose, but somebody else got the hold of the park's video, and the park video showed that car going into the lake, also showing that some people who was there waited a while and then drove up behind it. Somebody got out and walked up to it as the two vehicles made a U-turn. There was another car lurking in the woods by a fire, and then showing those cars stopping at the location where the car dropped in, and then came back, and then they left. It was real, real strange. But come to find out, well, allegedly what's supposed to be found out is one of the police officers or it's one of the council members is that boy's parents or affiliated some way family member to the boy that's supposed to be in the car with this girl.
Oh wow.
And if she drove herself into the water, how, well, basically they said she was laying in the trunk and somebody else was driving the vehicle. Then when they said and did the search on it, then they said that the body was found not from the trunk into the back seat. Plus, basically looked like it could have been sexual assault, but because of the water, they can't really tell because of
Yeah, they
the
can't tell.
decompose and yeah.
Uh
But
huh.
no clothes. And that was another red alert right there. And then the fight before, this situation right here, this Kylie situation, reminds me of the girl we were just talking about earlier.
Shaquilla.
Yep. This situation right here, even though it's still a mystery, but it's still because a lot of people still talking about this girl, Kylie Rodney, and it is a very, very high profile on there. Look, all these Jones, he's in hundreds of thousands. On this right here, 3.4 million views. So yeah, and somebody gonna pay for that. I got a real bad feeling, but somebody's gonna pay for that. But that boy, there's something about that boy. It's crazy. This right here was another crazy situation. Right here, uh, recovery gone wrong.
I can't see it where you
That
say
was real crazy.
your phone was breaking
The
up.
John Creech right here. Oh,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, I can hear
the
you.
John Creech. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
You still hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Must be a delay.
It's a delay. Yeah, I was just gonna say it's a delay.
Yeah, probably because I got this other window open. I'm about to stop it in a second. Um, yeah, John Creech case. This is another crazy situation. You see, secret sheriff investigation. Uh-huh. And this one right here will break your heart. The one with the bullet holes found in the car, with um, I believe this one with the baby and the dad without a trace. They couldn't find the bodies, but the baby and the dad is gone. But let me come back to here. Can you hear me better now since I dropped it? Because I think the me
Yes.
presenting that video, not video, but that page, that channel, probably. Uh, it seems like anything with StreamYard, if you look at anything else, it started lag, like you said,
Uh huh.
and it definitely
Uh
having
huh.
issues.
Uh huh. Definitely. That's that stream
Yeah.
yard. Yeah. See, you
Mm.
coming in right on time now.
Right. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, we got to find something else. Well, I'm trying to find something that's like StreamYard, but it's all straight talk with no, like bringing people in or like
Zoom.
OBS.
Zoom.
Yeah, but Zoom you gotta show your
Zoom.
face.
No, you don't. You cut the
Oh, you
camera off.
don't?
Yeah.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got
Same
a
way you
Zoom
have
account.
avatar.
Yeah,
Remember?
but
Cause
don't you
remember
supposed
we
to
used to
have
go in the
Facebook
boss
though?
cave. No,
Right.
remember when we used to go in the boss cave? Initially, it was a Google Meet.
You're right.
Google Meets and Zoom is the same way, just made by
Right.
different people.
Yeah.
You can have an avatar. hmm
Oh, okay.
And you can present. I just don't know if the people in the Zoom can present. I think they can, because in Google Meet, remember you presented before when we was in the
Right.
Google
Right.
Meets.
Right.
hmm Yeah,
Yeah. But yeah,
because that's what we're
if you
gonna.
have time, go ahead.
Uh-huh.
Go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say that's what we're gonna have to go for movie night is Zoom, and so we can see if Netflix will let us stream because Netflix wouldn't let me stream in StreamYard. When we went back there to watch the movie, Netflix
Mm-hmm.
put up a black screen. I could see the movie on my side, but y'all couldn't see it in the audience.
Oh, they got smart. They got smart.
hmm So I said we're gonna have to go on Zoom and see if we can make it happen, make it do what it do that way. But I
But I
believe
thought,
if it's presenting, I don't think it'll let it, but we're gonna have to try it and see. We'll have to test it one day and see.
let me ask you this: what about the
hmm
I thought it's like the fire. or Amazon, I thought you're able to share, like what do you call it, uh, share a movie. You can share with up to 5 people, and y'all can have a watch party. Basically, yeah, watch party situation. You ever
I
saw
know
that?
Prime Video offers that, but I've never engaged in it. I've never tried to have one, so I don't know how it works.
But I thought Netflix had that too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't know how to work it if it do. Remember, I just got it.
Right. All right, either way, either way.
Yeah.
All right, boss queen. I ain't gonna hold you. I gotta look for this.
Um.
Then more control.
All right then, baby. I had fun tonight. Thank you, Anthony, and thank you for the way you scheduled it. I'm gonna catch that replay.
Okay, no problem, no problem. Yeah,
All right
I
then.
keep getting your time mixed up with my time, and I was trying to make sure that I put it within time that you're able to do it. That's why I text you first.
Yeah, that was nice. Yeah, I figured as much. I figured
Yeah.
as much. And had it been a normal day, I would have been in a whole hour earlier. But I got, like I said, I got jammed up about a phone call and an email, and I was
All
just
right.
kind of like, "Oh my God, please don't start." But whatever.
Right. Understood.
But yeah, okay then, baby. Well, I'm gonna talk to you later. Get you some rest. Be good and stay safe,
Oh,
love.
I gotta stay up tonight because I gotta work tomorrow. So I gotta get back on my
Uh,
time by staying up all night, go sleep tomorrow in the day, and wake up in the evening to go to work.
I gotcha. Gotcha. It makes sense. It makes sense.
So I'll
All
be in the
right then,
streets.
brother.
All right.
Okay then. All
All
right.
right.
Night night.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming by. I appreciate it. I know the last part is a little bit more of a, friendship, intimate, family. We're sitting there chit chatting while still on the live, but overall, still great, super duper live with my family, my folks on here. I appreciate all of y'all who came by and look for more real life stuff with real life with Ant. All right. I get out with y'all. Peace. Later.